Chapter 341 Shocking Discovery. No one knows about the headquarters of the Lakim Interstellar Business Federation, only the branches of various sizes. The branch where Li Qing is now is considered upper middle class among them. In the past, it mainly served the Pan-Galactic Defense Alliance. Now that the Battle of Heaven broke out, the Pan-Galaxy Defense Alliance has been disbanded, but the branch has not been disbanded, and it is not even different from before, and it still serves the previous civilization. After all, although the alliance has been disbanded, those civilizations are still there. After queuing for almost half an hour, Li Qing's battleship entered the wormhole, crossed the hyperspace channel and entered the galaxy. At a glance, he saw a super-large star city cluster not far from the hyperspace channel exit. There may be hundreds of them. The Star City is composed. Behind Star City, there is a long string of grape-like space habitation stations. These space habitation station groups are used for warehouses, not for residences, and are specially used to store some goods that are not suitable for being placed in space. Transported through the Stargate, came to somewhere inside the galaxy, and saw a huge living planet in the orbit of the star at a glance. This branch is based on a living planet, surrounded by densely packed star cities, superstar cities, and from time to time, you can see a huge pioneer fortress and several huge mobile battle stars. Although I haven't seen many military fleets nearby, I can be sure that there are, but they haven't stopped here. After all, it is an absolutely neutral commercial organization branch, and the military atmosphere will not be too strong. As a branch of a super commercial organization serving a large number of nearby civilizations, there is a huge amount of transactions and traffic at any time. Li Qing's battleship is unremarkable here. But when he registered his name and identity, he was recognized immediately, and then the interface flashed in front of his eyes, and a human in gorgeous alien costume appeared in front of him. At first, Li Qing thought it was just an ordinary human being specially used to entertain himself. But he knew he was wrong as soon as he opened his mouth. This is a genuine human player. His Royal Highness Li Qing, I am Yuan Ming, Senior Director of the 11th Division of the Lachim Commercial Union. It is a great honor to meet you here. I heard that you were recruited by Fianuo's revived empire to participate in the Battle of Heaven. I always thought you were fighting in the Northern Theater, but I didn't expect to see you here. Li Qing smiled and waved his hands. It's just a rotation. I heard that the Lakim Commercial Union has a branch here. Come and have a look. It's not a coincidence that you came here. The annual auction of the Commercial Union branch ended only 2 months ago. If you want to participate, you have to wait another 10 months. I'm just here for a walk, not to participate in the auction. I will arrange a guide for you, and from now on, you only need half of the handling fee when you trade in any branch of this business alliance. If you trade in the Chamber of Commerce directly under this business alliance, you can get a 10% discount. Li Qing was surprised and said, "Do you have this permission?" Yuan Ming smiled and said, "Of course I don't have such great authority, but your status is extraordinary. Even if you come here for the first time, no matter where you go to any branch of this business union, you can get this discount. And with your status as Star Sea Lord and Immortal, yes, VIPs who are directly included in the highest level of this business union are eligible to participate in the Pan-Galactic Super Trade Fair held once every 1,000 years by this Chamber of Commerce. By the way, the next Pan-Galaxy Super Trade Fair will be reported in 8 years. His Highness Li Qing can pay attention to it. It is best to participate at that time, and you may encounter some good things. Pan-Galaxy Super Fair. This Li Qing knows that the Lachim Interstellar Business Union is a trading event of the highest level. It is said that the auction with a complete set of pioneer databases of dark matter technology appeared in a certain trading event nearly 1,000,000 years ago. Now Li Qing became interested. It is unlikely that there will be a pioneer database. Lakim's Interstellar Business Alliance is powerful, and the super business event once in 1,000 years will definitely have good things that he needs even at this time. But 8 years is still a bit far away. He just nodded and took it down, then turned his head and left it behind, and began to browse the shops of the various chambers of commerce in the branch to see if there was anything that interested him. Based on Li Qing's current strength and the resources he has, basically nothing can catch his eyes. Except for blueprints that move Battlestar and Warmoon, or higher-level goodies. Even the coveted giant ships such as the Mobile Fortress and the Titan Super Banner were designed in large numbers at this time because of the birth of a large number of star-bearers and servants of light. Now he himself does not lack these, but he lacks time. The Lachim Business Union itself is composed of a large number of super business giants, each of which has its own star city as its own store. But you don't need to go there in person, you can check the sales information in all shops online. Li Qing glanced around, and glanced at the products that he longed for a long time ago, but now he has no feeling a little dull. After watching it for almost 2 hours, I only got 2 War Moon blueprints. He didn't read it at all, but contacted Yuan Ming again. His Royal Highness Li Qing, are these products not satisfying you? Li Qing was not polite, and asked directly. Do you have a mobile battle star blueprint here, and do you have civilization points and destiny points for sale? Yuan Ming replied immediately. Of course there are, and some of them will be put on the shelves for sale every month, but these few products are so popular that they are often taken down as soon as they are put on the shelves. Speaking of this, Yuan Ming suddenly said in a low voice. His Royal Highness Li Qing, these things have the greatest effect on players. We have a large number of military lords or lord representatives from major player civilizations standing guard in each branch of our Lachim commercial union. As long as there are these transactions, they will be snapped by them immediately. Take it, under normal circumstances, you can't buy it 100 times, unless you also leave some people to guard it. Of course, you can also participate in the annual auctions of each branch. There will be a large number of civilization points and a small amount of destiny points for auction. At this time, the highest bidder will get the chance to get it. Li Qing guessed this point now, and didn't say anything, just asked again. At each auction, how many civilization points and destiny points are sold? Yuan Ming replied immediately. I can't tell. Generally, the civilization point will be more than 1,000, and the destiny point will be at least a little. When there are more, there will be 2 or 3 points. Well, much less than Li Qing imagined. However, if you think about it carefully, it's quite a lot. After all, there are more than a dozen branches to be assigned every year, which adds up to quite a lot. Can you place an order in advance for the civilization points and destiny points in your business union? I want to order a batch. Yuan Ming shook his head and said. Sorry, the Chamber of Commerce does not accept orders for these 2 items. Well, that's fine. Li Qing was a little bit depressed, and instantly felt that this Chamber of Commerce was not interesting to visit. Waved his hands and was about to leave when Yuan Ming suddenly said. His Royal Highness Li Qing, if you want a lot of civilization points and fate points, there is a chance. What chance? The headquarters of the business union has a special mission released all year round since 10 years ago. Anyone can take it. You can take a look and pick 1 or 2 from it. After completing it, you can get a lot of civilization points or destiny points. Li Qing became interested and said. Tell me to see. Yuan Ming immediately said. I don't know about the mission. I'm not qualified to read it, I'm only responsible for the introduction, and according to the regulations, only Star Marine Lord and above are eligible to receive this mission, and before viewing the mission, you need to swear to the will of the universe with your own personality, promise not to disclose to anyone what you see. Quote question mark quote. Li Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately became alert. What task still needs to be kept so secret? He pondered for a while, but didn't answer for a while. Yuan Ming didn't speak either, waiting for him to think. Li Qing instinctively felt that there was some bad secret in it, but curiosity killed the cat, the stronger the strength, the higher the curiosity. He thought for a while, nodded and said, Yes, I can swear, I am Li Qingyi. Wait a moment, Yuan Ming interrupted him. Wait a minute, wait until the head of this branch comes over. I'm just a supervisor, but I'm not qualified to issue tasks. Hearing this, Li Qing became more interested. In less than half a minute, the Yuanming projection disappeared and turned into a shape. It looked like a human, but taller and stronger than a human. The exposed skin was pale, and the facial expression was almost the same as that of a human. The only difference was that its ears were very long, with small horns on top of its head and a thick long tail behind its back. A humanoid creature appeared in front of him. He first bowed to Li Qing and said in a magnetic voice. It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness Li Qing from Human Civilization. I am the head of the 11th branch of the Lachim Interstellar Business Federation in the Milky Way. You can call me Kim 11. Li Qing also returned a salute. Human Civilization. Li Qing, it's an honor to meet Your Excellency Kim. At this time, it was beyond his expectation, and the unknown humanoid alien suddenly said to him seriously. It's Kim 11. Li Qing was a little stunned, but immediately called the opposite person Kim 11 again, and the face of this kind of person eased, and continued. I heard that His Royal Highness Li Qing wants to accept the mission of this business joint headquarters. The rules should already be known. Here is a sample essay. You can swear to the will of the universe later. As he spoke, an attachment popped up in front of Li Qing, and when he opened it, he found a very simple-looking paper page with an oath on it. When Li Qing saw this simple paper page and the oath, Li Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Then it took less than a minute to read the oath, and Li Qing's expression became a little strange. Looked up at Chim 11, Li Qing shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I can't do these tasks. The oath is simple, or this oath already includes the content of the transaction." The Lachim Business Federation divides the tasks from the headquarters into 3 levels. Each level has different rewards and corresponds to 3 different behaviors. The lowest first-class task requires sacrificing the immortal soul and will of an immortal. Each sacrifice will reward 10 destiny points, and there is no upper limit. The second level of missions requires sacrifice of a minimum level 5 conventional civilization, which can be sacrificed after plundering all the resources of the civilization and destiny points of civilization points, which means that it will not affect your income after defeating this civilization. Each sacrifice of a will of civilization will reward 100 destiny points and a mysterious gift. The third class, which is the highest level task, is to sacrifice a complete high-level civilization. It can also be sacrificed after plundering all the resources of the civilization and the destiny points of the civilization. Sacrifice the will of a higher civilization, reward 1000 destiny points, and a mysterious gift beyond imagination. At the end of the 3 missions, there is an oath, swearing to the will of the universe that these 3 missions will never be disclosed to any outsiders in any form. What surprised Li Qing was that the standard of this oath was very high. It's not the kind of oath you can't say after you swear, as ordinary people imagine, but you can't say anything about these 3 tasks after you swear. Cannot speak at the rule level, that is, even if you say it, others can't hear it. They can only see your mouth moving, but they can't hear what you said. Including writing, entering into chips, etc. in any form. Now that Li Qing has seen the content of the mission, he has to swear whether he is willing to accept the mission or not. But in fact, these tasks are not very difficult for him. It is not difficult to hunt down the next immortals with his strength. There are many immortals who have joined Adis Mentor Camp in the Battle of Heaven. Be diligent and careful to hunt 10 immortals. More than one is not difficult. The second-class task is not difficult, and he can still do it with his strength. Even the highest third-level tasks can be done. If he shows all his whole cards and puts all his eggs in one basket, he can destroy any high-level civilization. Although there is an extremely long cooldown period afterwards, this feat was indeed accomplished. Thinking about the temptation of third-class missions, I didn't know about the mysterious gift before it was opened, but the 1000 mandate points were worth the fare, and Li Qing was also moved. But, seeing the delicate lines on the plain paper at the bottom of the oath, and a strange imprint under the oath, Li Qing felt a turmoil in his heart, and he didn't dare to take these 3 tasks at all. For those who don't understand, this is just an ancient paper with a beautiful pattern and a normal task document plus oath. But for Li Qing, who inherited part of the ancient necromancy's civilized memory, he could understand the true meaning of this task document and oath. Let's put it this way, what ordinary people think is just the task introduction and the oath written in different civilizations on paper. But to Li Qing, he still recognized that the seemingly exquisite and mysterious lines on the quaint paper were actually written by a civilization that horrified him. That is to say, in addition to the normal writing, the real mission document also includes some additional conditions for writing in a certain civilization represented by the exquisite mysterious lines. The combination of the 2 is the real mission document. And this mysterious civilization that few people in this river system know about happens to be Li Qing, who also knows what this additional condition means. In layman's terms, no matter you accept any of the 3 missions, the additional conditions written in mysterious characters will take effect. And the translation of this additional condition is very simple. As long as you receive the task, you must go to a corner of the galaxy within the agreed time to jointly open an ancient super-star gate. Chapter 342 The Third General Who Suddenly Appeared. Yes, the point of Li Qing's horror is that he recognizes the civilization represented by this mysterious text, or in other words, recognizes the civilization of the Necrophobia, which is another peak civilization that defeated the Necrophobia in ancient times. Other pinnacle civilizations may not be clear. As the direct murderer of the destruction of the Necrophobia civilization, its civilization characteristics and various marks do not need to inherit the heritage of the Necrophobia civilization to obtain its information. This does not mean that this neutral organization called Lachim Interstellar Business Federation is the establishment of that peak civilization. But, well, unlikely. Either the Cross River System Neutral Organization established by members of that civilization, or the Cross River System Neutral Organization established by that civilization itself. Maybe it is absolutely neutral to the civilizations of other river systems, but it must have a special purpose. According to Li Qing's guess, there is a high probability that it is the minions and tentacles left by that civilization in the Milky Way after the destruction of the necrophobic civilization, monitoring the Milky Way with an absolutely neutral attitude. After all, when the Necrontyr civilization was about to lose the war and suddenly wiped out the capital and part of the fleet from the Milky Way, that civilization could not have known. Centipedes are dead but not stiff. They have never been able to find the disappearing capital of the Necrontyr, and they will not give up for a moment. They will definitely stay behind to monitor the Milky Way. Once they find traces of the Necrontyr civilization, they will definitely lead the fleet to expedition to the Milky Way immediately. According to what Yuan Ming said, this mission started 10 years ago, which means that they were already preparing to return to the Milky Way 10 years ago. Of course, it is not necessary to return to the Milky Way. The Battle of Heaven is an earth-shaking event for the civilizations of the Milky Way, but for a powerful civilization that has conquered an unknown number of river systems and defeated more than one peak civilization, the 6th-level advanced civilization, the battle in paradise wasn't enough to draw them over. Or they don't want to return to the galaxy, just want to do something. But no matter what he did, Li Qing didn't want to get involved with them. Fortunately, Chim 11 didn't insist on accepting the mission, but just expressed regret and disconnected. Li Qing didn't show any abnormal behavior either, and then continued to browse the market for a while, and bought some blueprints for warships, one set for a standard division, a total of 20 sets. Then I bought 10 more ancient relic level boxes, and I was going to go back and open the boxes for fun. Then, feeling that there was nothing to visit, he returned to the battleship and prepared to leave. The battleship slowly left the bustling and busy galaxy, but Li Qing looked back at the bustling and busy galaxy more than once, frowning and worrying. The universe is too dangerous. A 5th-level civilization is not safe enough in this river system, and it is even less safe at the cosmic level. Returning to the galaxy where the fleet is located, Li Qing didn't go out again, so he quietly stayed in the Battlestar and waited, occasionally entering the Palm universe to observe the internal development. Open the secret communication channel of the Imperial High Command from time to time to communicate with the commanders of other fleets in real time and exchange their respective strategic plans and next step plans to avoid misunderstandings. With the power of the Miracle Sentinel array in the Star Sea, the communications of Fianu's revived empire can cover the entire galaxy. Correspondingly, the Ada mentors also have Sentinel arrays, and they can do this too. Time passed day by day, and about 2 months passed quickly. One day, Li Qing suddenly received Li Qi communicating with himself in the mental matrix. Your Majesty, I have 2 messages for you. The first news is that the Xiuan has entered Yinpan Central, and it is still 2 days away from His Majesty. The second message, not long ago, the Siwan suddenly received a strange signal that had never been seen before. I have already translated it, and now I am sending it. Don't worry, we'll talk about it when you come over. At some point 2 days later, the fleet received a strong jump signal. Accompanied by a strong leap energy explosion, a huge mobile battle star appeared in front of them. Li Qing immediately moved the fleet headquarters to the Xiuan, and communicated with the Imperial Command to send the key to the high-level Stargate in the battle star. Soon received a response from the High Command, and the High Command agreed to include the high-level Stargate key in his mobile battle star into the external Stargate network of the Empire. It means that except that you cannot directly enter the inner core star field when the Empire fell through this Stargate, including the capital of the Empire, you can connect to the border circle outside the core star field of the Empire, and the Stargates in all other areas. Completed the Stargate connection. Less than 10 minutes after the connection, the Stargate in the battle star opened, and an ship flew out of it and entered the anchorage inside the battle star. Come over is a group of military observers from the Supreme Military Command of the Empire. The task is to stay in his fleet and be responsible for communication with the High Command of the Empire. This is not surveillance, but attention. After all, he is not a member of the Empire, and communication is very troublesome at ordinary times, especially when communicating with some departments within the revived Empire. The inertial arrogance and aloofness of some members of the Empire can easily lead to some misunderstandings, thus delaying the war opportunity. These military observers are responsible for dealing with those arrogant Imperial members. There are so many vassals in the entire Imperial camp, Li Qing is the third fleet to have this treatment. The other two have this kind of treatment not because they have this kind of advanced mobile battle star with its own stargate like him, but because those two civilizations participated in the Battle of Heaven too much, and the entire civilization almost came out. According to the information Li Qing has received so far, one of these two civilizations has assembled 7, and the other has assembled 11 mobile battle stars, and the regular fleet exceeds 20,000 standard divisions. Fleet support of this size must be taken seriously. Not only did they send a military observation team, but they also raised their designation levels and organized them into the 6th and 7th combined fleets, each responsible for a strategic offensive in one direction. Li Qing has not raised his designation level now, mainly because his fleet is too small, but if it reaches the size of more than 5,000 standard divisions, he will be given the name of the 8th United Fleet by virtue of the strategic advantage of this high-level mobile battle star head. You must know that this kind of high-level mobile battle star is not easy to build even for a high-level civilization like Fianu. The entire civilization has a history of several million years, and there was a peak period, and there were only about 6 or 7 in total. This is not just as simple as increasing the size of the battle star and installing a stargate. In other words, it is easy to install a stargate. Just install a stargate at random, but this kind of stargate cannot be connected to the Imperial Stargate network at all, let alone open the stargate to continuously send fleet support during battle. This is super technical. Generally speaking, it is only possible to master advanced civilizations in the later stages, and only the 7th level peak civilization can achieve that each battle star is equipped with an advanced stargate. This kind of movable high-level stargate has a very high strategic position in the war. It is completely possible to form a main fleet with a high-level mobile battle star as the core. The fleet will arrive wherever the fleet is. Moon and these two big guys can't wear them, and they can pass as many as there are regular fleets and even mobile fortresses. The greater the number of such movable stargates, the greater the strategic depth, and the more strategic and tactical methods can be used, so they cannot help but pay attention to it. After setting up the observers, Li Qing came to the Battlestar Central Command Hall, where Li Qi was waiting for him. When he came over, Li Qi stretched out his finger, and a new light curtain popped up among the many light curtains in the command hall. After some operations, the screen changed, and a robot that looked extraordinary in both its momentum and appearance appeared on the light curtain. Superior. This is a humanoid robot, which looks about 10 meters long, sitting high on a mechanical throne. The metal texture on the robot's body looks like some kind of high-strength alloy, and many special crystals are embedded on the surface. Many rays of light flew out of the robot, twisting and stretching into the air like wires. Circuit pulses surged out, and inserted into a huge crystal wall. Seeing this scene, Li Qing always felt that this robot looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head, and saw two generals, Cybertron and Cyrus, appear behind him with flashes of psychic energy. The two were looking at the robot on the light curtain in shock. Looking at each other, you can see the horror in each other's eyes. Why, do you know each other? Sephiel. The name Li Qing felt familiar again. Suddenly turned back to look at the light curtain again. At this time the huge robot in the light curtain sat upright at some point, turned its head slightly and made a loud voice. You guys recognize me? No, I can feel a familiar feeling from you, but I'm pretty sure I've never met you. Speaking of this, Li Qing's heart flashed, and he shouted in surprise. You are Lord Senluo's third General Sephiel. The robot head turned to Li Qing, two white lights in the pupils lit up, looked him up and down, and said a little. Nice to meet you, the successor of His Royal Highness Senra. Wait, are you still the leader of the 003 Neutral Galaxy? The bot responds. Yes. Li Qing understood why he felt familiar just now, because he had been to 003's Neutral Galaxy before, and participated in an auction. Although he had never seen 003's real body, he seemed to have seen this picture somewhere before. It is precisely because I have only seen that picture at a glance that I don't have much impression, but at first glance, it just feels familiar. After a little silence, Li Qing asked. Your Excellency General Sephiel, why are you looking for me now? The robot opened its mouth and answered. According to the previous agreement, any successor of His Royal Highness San Luo can get a final inheritance. Li Qing was overjoyed when he heard this. He has been to the 003 Galaxy, which is a powerful neutral force located between the United Empire of Mankind and the Bruven United. It is mainly composed of 003 mechanical planets, plus more than 30 super pirate forces between the two civilizations. The specific strength is unknown, but Li Qing saw 5 mobile battle stars and 30 war stars in the 003 core galaxy. Moon. This is obviously not its real strength. No matter which civilization garrison barracks will definitely not be placed near the planet. Just these 5 battle stars and 30 war moons are enough to make people envious, plus the huge conventional fleet. If you can get it, it will be really cool. At this moment, the robot spoke again. But this convention is outdated. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, and instantly felt that the 5 battle stars and 30 war moons seemed to be flying. He hurriedly asked, "Why are conventions obsolete?" Seife God General said, "According to the previous agreement between me and your majesty, when civilization collapses, the other half I take away will only be given to your majesty's successor. But I have inherited everything from Lord Senluo, including that mechanical battle star." Sci-Fi God General shook his head and said, "I'm talking about the successor of civilization. You only inherited His Majesty's power, but you didn't inherit our will of civilization. Your inheritance is incomplete." "I lost it." Li Qing was speechless for a moment. He understands what the so-called inheritance of the General Seife is. It means that he only inherited the power of Lord Senluo, but did not inherit their common will. And what was their common will? Treading horses is the civilization policy of the iron-hearted exterminator. According to Sci-Fi, after inheriting all the inheritance of Lord Senluo, he must complete the mechanical ascension and inherit their common philosophy, that is, become an iron-hearted destroyer. This is the complete inheritance before he can obtain Seife Wen's huge fleet. How dare he inherit this riding horse? It's no wonder that Seife Wenshan didn't contact him after he inherited everything from Lord Senluo. It stands to reason that he would definitely know when he inherited everything from Lord Senluo. Obviously, he was still hesitating. Speechlessly sighed, Li Qing let out a long breath and asked casually, "Since I haven't fully inherited His Majesty Sen Luo's ideas, and the inheritance is not complete enough, then what is Your Excellency looking for me now? Are you here to tell me that I have no chance?" The robot Seifuan God General was also silent for a while, and said, "You have another chance. Well, let's talk about it." Li Qing wasn't too excited at this moment, but just wanted to ask. He was afraid that he would be happy in vain. If he has to take the mechanical ascension route again to inherit, then forget it. At this time, the robot Seife Wenshan will speak again. "My original idea was to let you go back to the mechanical ascension route. As long as you complete the second stage of mechanical ascension, you can complete the inheritance. Sure enough. But since knowing that you have been promoted to an immortal psyker, I have dismissed this idea. It is the first person in the history of human civilization to be promoted to the immortal. Even the 3 sons of civilization in the first generation of human civilization are nothing more than peerless arrogance. You are the son of a new generation of civilization. Since you broke the core of the Bruin United East, I have been observing you since the fortress. You are the son of civilization who may lead human civilization to break the shackles and step into another level. I can give you a chance, as long as you can swear to the will of the universe and the will of human civilization, allow your people to freely choose the ascension route, and do not prohibit mechanical transformation and mechanical ascension. As long as you make an oath, you will immediately get everything I have now." Mechanical ascension. Li Qing smiled and shook his head. "I'm sorry, I'm taking genetic ascension and psionic ascension, and I will never take mechanical ascension." Chapter 343 The Third God General's Huge Assets. Seifuan paused for a moment, and asked again. "You have to know that I now have 20 mobile battle stars, more than 100 war moons, and 20,000 standard 6-level enhanced technology division fleets. As long as I promise you, I will have them immediately." The robot looked at Li Qing quietly, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you still refusing?" Li Qing also answered seriously, "Yes, I still refuse." The scene fell into silence, and it was quiet. Saphir fell into silence, and Li Qing didn't speak. At this moment, Cybertron suddenly spoke to the robot in the light curtain. "My brother, I think you can understand our current situation before making a decision. Maybe our current choice will be better than mechanical ascension." The robot's contemplation in the light curtain was broken. He looked up at Cybertron, hesitated a bit, and asked, "I feel a very familiar feeling from you, but you don't exist in my memory." Cybertron smiled slightly and said, "Because I have changed my appearance, if I change back to the original appearance." Following the words, the muscles and facial features of Cybertron's face began to change slightly, and soon changed into another look. Then seeing the 2 electronic eyes of the robot in the light curtain suddenly light up, the voice of the robot was obviously a little surprised. "Cybertron. Lord Cyrus." Cyrus also returned to his original appearance. You are here. Cybertron opened his hands, and the powerful spiritual energy condensed and turned into real spiritual energy to surround himself, slowly floating up in the robot's shocking eyes. As you can see, with the help of His Majesty Li Qing, we have been completely reborn. Now we not only have real flesh and blood, but also have powerful spiritual power. Saiboden looked at Sfeel, and said in a deep voice, "The era of His Majesty Sen Luo has passed, and history has proved that mechanical ascension has huge hidden dangers. You should know the current situation in the galaxy. Even if His Majesty Li Qing resumes mechanical ascension and inherits the other half, it will be difficult to find us in this chaotic galaxy, gain a foothold." At this time, Cyrus also spoke. His Majesty Li Qing has a treasure that can reverse our lives, reshape our physical bodies and awaken spiritual powers for us. Not only you and me, but even our sleeping people can reawaken, reshape flesh and blood, and awaken spirits able. The robot was silent, but from the constantly flashing electronic eyes, it could be seen that he was not at peace. Looking at his appearance at this time, Li Qing moved slightly in his heart, and said, "Your Excellency Sefil, although you have been staying in the Faust star field to maintain neutrality, you should understand the development of the outside world. I have already destroyed the eastern core fortress of the Bruven United. As long as it is less than 5 years later, human civilization will launch an all-out attack on the Bruin Union. With the power I have now, it can be said that Bruven's alliance is bound to fail. Once human civilization annesses the Bruin Union, the Faust star field between humans and the Bruin Union will become the internal territory of human civilization, and the current location of the 003 neutral galaxy of Lord Cephawin is in the floating. There will be no room for the Sheet star field at that time. Human civilization will never allow a powerful neutral force in the hinterland of its own civilization. At that time, Your Excellency will only have one choice, and that is to leave the 003 galaxy. At this time, the galaxy is in the battle of heaven, and it is in chaos. If you leave the 003 galaxy, where can you go? Facts have proved that I have the power to reverse fate. If Your Excellency Seifuan is willing to submit to me, I can reverse life for you and your subordinates, reshape the physical body and awaken very powerful spiritual power. After reshaping your body, you no longer need to be stuck in one place like before, but can go anywhere. You can return to human civilization openly without being rejected." The robot Sifin remained silent. Li Qing was not in a hurry, but just quietly looked at the robot in the light curtain, making him think seriously. I don't know how long it took. The robot slowly raised its head, and the light in its pupils was no longer flickering. He said in a deep voice, "Sorry, I can't break my promise to Your Majesty." Li Qing sighed lightly, shrugged and said, "That's a shame." Then the robot said again, "But according to His Majesty's order, anyone who inherits His Majesty's inheritance is eligible to receive the other half of the inheritance." Li Qing was stunned for a moment, thinking about the meaning of this sentence. The robot said again, "His Royal Highness Li Qing, you have fully inherited His Majesty's inheritance. According to the agreement with His Majesty Sen Luo, you will automatically inherit the other half of the inheritance. Please go to the 003 galaxy to receive it." After saying this, the robot suddenly disconnected, leaving behind Li Qing, who was amazed and surprised. Interesting. Li Qing instantly had a good impression of General Seifei. Act decisively, don't drag the water away, and give it when you say it. I didn't even need to give a mission or test a symbolic cover, I just voted with ready-made reasons. It is a good thing for Li Qing that the so-called test is omitted, as he really doesn't have much time for any test now. But there is still time to go back to the Faust star field and receive 003's huge assets. With such a huge fleet, all of which are equipped with 6-level enhanced technology, he even has the confidence to push the Solong Wanyu Enterprise, a 5-level giant civilization, head-on. The plan has to be changed again. Li Qing pinched his chin, unable to stop smiling. There is a saying that is good: the heaven and the earth have the same strength when transported, but the hero is not free when transported away. When luck breaks out, how to do it smoothly. Once the luck disappears, even the unrivaled heroes will have difficulty moving a single step. At this time, Li Qing's luck was indeed unprecedentedly high. As Sai Feiwen said, with complete dark matter technology, he also destroyed the eastern core fortress of the Bruin United, the 10,000-year-old enemy, and single-handedly led the 10,000-year-old enemy to weaken. At this time, Qing's luck in human civilization has reached its peak. Even in the thousands of years of human civilization, it is unique. At this time, what he does in human civilization is absolutely smooth, without any obstacles. In addition to civilization, there is also the will of human civilization, which turns danger into good fortune. The decisiveness of Seife Wenchen just now is definitely influenced by the will of human civilization. Quickly arranged for his subordinates to suspend the offensive. Li Qing teleported directly through the high-level star gate of the battle star Xiuan, and instantly traveled tens of thousands of light years to return to the core fortress of the central Yanmen Pass in the northern border of human civilization. Without alarming anyone, he left Yanmen Pass and stepped into the Sea of Stars in northern Xinjiang. In just 2 hours and several jumps, he came to the front of the 003 neutral galaxy alone. Open the door of the black hole, invite the general of Cybertron, and the two of them teleport into the 003 galaxy. As soon as he entered, Li Qing immediately received a communication directing him to the 003 mechanical planet. On the way, he found that although the galaxy was still as busy as last time, a large number of warship caravans were trading in the galaxy, but this time these caravans seemed to be a little strange, and many of them stopped halfway and didn't know what they were waiting for. Li Qing contacted the internal channel of the galaxy and watched it for a while, and soon understood what happened. Just an hour ago, 003 issued an announcement, announcing that the 003 galaxy will be relocated and evacuated from the local area, and all caravan chambers are requested to evacuate within a month. I like being so decisive. Coming to the 003 galaxy again, Li Qing was quite moved when he saw the huge 003 mechanical planet and the huge fleet that had assembled at this time. With this group of fleets, his strength directly became the number one in the entire human civilization. The strength accumulated by Seife Wenchen at this time is comparable to some weak 5th-level civilizations, similar to the Oba civilization, and not much different from Iko's, about half of human civilization. Well, to be precise, it is not much different from humans in terms of Battlestar and War Moon, but the size of the conventional fleet is quite far behind. But if Li Qing's own strength is added, it is already worthy of human civilization. Receiving the power of the 003 galaxy, the strength of the entire human civilization instantly surpassed that of the Bruven United, reaching the upper stage of a 5th-level civilization, which is inferior to that of the top conventional civilization dominated by Sarnor. The agreement has been reached, but it is still very troublesome to fully accept it. First of all caravans from different races in the galaxy must be evacuated. There must be a lot of people who are unwilling to leave, and they have to be driven away by force at this time. In addition, we have to deal with inquiries from other civilizations in the Perseus spiral arm, especially the ambassadors of the Bruin Union, who reacted most violently to this, not only strongly opposing, but also strongly condemning 003 for sabotaging the suspension, even he also called for forceful intervention to prevent it. They are at a disadvantage now. Once human civilization obtains the fleet of 003 neutral galaxies, they will not be able to resist the suppression of civilization artifacts after many years. But it is a pity that all these oppositions and threats are foreign powers. Even if it was in the past, it was not afraid, not to mention that it is impossible for the current Bruven United to send a fleet to interfere. It's too late. To reach the size of the fleet for military intervention, it cannot be mobilized in a month or two. The chaotic and noisy galaxy gradually calmed down after 003 mobilized the fleet to expel it by force. After the complete expulsion was completed and the entire galaxy was blocked, Li Qing began to receive the huge fleet of the 003 galaxy. First of all, the power of the fleet must be collected one by one. Up to all members of the entire fleet command, down to the captains of the battle stars and war moons, and then down to the entire fleet one by one. Li Qing did not transform everyone into servants of light, but it took him more than 10,000 civilization points to transform into servants of light from top to bottom. The transformation of the department has firmly controlled the entire 003 from the fleet to the planet. It was not until the end that the transformation of the Seife God General began. 003 Neutral Galaxy is a mechanical regime, similar to a bee colony, only 003 is an absolute ruler, and only a few advanced robots below control the entire regime. Directly transforming Seife Wenchen from a robot to a negative star, the following may lose control. You can only transform the following first, and finally transform the Seife God General. Luckier than Cybertron and Cyrus, the negative star that Sephi will transform is a mature static streamer, and it will be immortal at the beginning of transformation, unlike Cybertron and Cyrus, whose spiritual power is only 90 million now left and right. It will take some time to grow up to be promoted to immortal. It took about a month to fully master the fleet, with a total of 20 mobile battle stars, 100 war months, 1,200 large and small mobile fortresses, and 20,000 6-level reinforced standard divisions. and a super mechanical planet with a diameter of more than 100,000 kilometers, which is the mechanical battle body of General Sephiel, the mechanical battle star. This specification is much larger than that of Lord Senluo's mechanical battle star, but the combat power is not as strong as that of Senluo Lord's mechanical battle star. The reason is very simple. This is not a combat mechanical war body, but a planetary mechanical war body. Accurately speaking, the mechanical battle body of General Sephiel is the size of a normal mobile battle star, with a diameter of about 10,000 kilometers, and it is located in the core of this giant mechanical planet at this time. The huge mechanical part of more than 90,000 kilometers away from this 10,000 kilometers is a component module added by the modification of the mechanical combat body. To put it another way, the mechanical combat body of Sephiel God General is not a combat type, but a mechanical planet specially used to accommodate the survival of mechanical ascension individuals. In the huge mechanical planet with a thickness of more than 90,000 kilometers outside the core, there is a layers of super huge mechanical urban planning. At this time there are more than trillions of mechanical ascension survivors living in it. They are all mechanical ascension survivors of Lord Senluo's era, and they have been reproduced from generation to generation. That's right, they are descendants of the mechanical ascension survivors from generation to generation. Speaking of which, Li Qing was quite curious about the reproduction method of mechanical ascenders. After careful study, he felt quite novel. The two mechanical ascensionists intercepted a section of their own core code and merged it into one, using the unique technological means of the mechanical ascensioner to form a new core code, and then sent it into a super virtual world to let it grow. In the virtual world, the nascent code generates a newborn to experience learning and growth in that world. When it has grown to a certain level and has determined to have enough standard knowledge and life experience, it will re-download this code with memory and self-thinking into a customized robot body. So, an intelligent robot with complete life experience and knowledge came out. Li Qing can only say about this. Then, there is no more. Now he has no way to deal with these mechanical ascenders, so he can only send the server host of the super virtual game into the Palm universe, and send these remnants into the Palm universe one by one, and in the future, when he prepares for the genetic ascension of the whole people, he will mass produce flesh bodies for them and complete the gene together soar. As for Siphon's super mechanical battle body, he plans to transform it into a super mechanical battle star. If such a huge mechanical planet can be transformed into a battle star, how powerful would it be? However, this thing is not used yet. The metal structures over 90,000 kilometers thick are all urban structures, and they have to be rebuilt. It took Li Qing almost half a year to dismantle this thick metal structure into super large structures of nearly 10,000 kilometers, and send them into the super large mechanical planet together with the battle star core that no longer has shields, armor, or even a battle star shell. Universe in the palm of your hand. At that time, the battle star can be used as the core to directly expand and increase the volume. Chapter 344 Strength Soars, Heart Swells. It took about half a year to return to the galaxy where the fleet is located. The main time was spent receiving this part of the legacy, dismantling a large number of star cities in the galaxy, and various facilities, including a super dock array that can build mobile battle stars, and it didn't take too long to rush. Although the size of the fleet is too large, the speed of this transition cannot be fast. Such a huge fleet includes a full 20 mobile battle stars and 20,000 6-level reinforced divisions. There are as many as 4 billion conventional frigates alone, plus more than 1 billion other large and small conventional warships. The total number is the smallest. There are more than 5.5 billion ships. Such a large-scale fleet needs to readjust the jump frequency after a one-time jump, and this interval often takes more than one day. But it only took about 10 days to go back and forth, and it traveled tens of thousands of light years, and returned to a galaxy in the middle of the Milky Way, and joined the fleet that stopped there. Go out alone and come back with such a huge fleet. Li Qing reorganized and incorporated the original fleet of more than 1,000 divisions into the newly brought fleet, and formed a new fleet with the subordinates of General Sephiel as the main force. In this way, he now has a high-level battle star, 21 mobile battle stars, 109 war moons, 1260 large and small mobile fortresses, 20,000 6-level strengthened standard divisions, and 1565-level standard divisions group. Logistic ships are not counted. They are all temporarily stored in the Palm universe, and can be opened at any time when needed. In addition, after transforming Sephiel into a negative star, Li Qing also obtained another part of the inheritance that Sephiel once inherited from Lord Senluo. Includes a technology database, which contains a complete set of mother chips of 6-level enhanced technology that has been strengthened 10 times, ranging from flagship mother chips to frigate mother chips, and various weapon accessory mother chips. In addition to this, it also contains some mobile fortresses and blueprints of War Moon. Even Seyfei God is also a super designer himself, and has the ability to design mobile battle stars. Most of these 20 mobile battle stars were designed by himself, and they were slowly built during the 7,000 years. This is not what Lord Senluo did, but it was created by himself over the past few thousand years after Seyfei Wenshan will become 003. After being promoted to negative star, Seyfei Wenshan also presented that luxurious attribute in front of Li Qing. Name: Seyfuan, High Immortal. Race: negative star. Lifespan: immortal. Brain plugs: 100 pieces. Innate attributes: perception 66, memory, intellect 65, spirit 68, charisma 50. Racial trait: negative star. Innate talent: almighty designer, immortal, Great Wall of Steel, title God General. Promotion of light. Life skills: LV90 skills related to ship command, LV90 skills related to ship construction and design. Almighty Designer, Immortal, the basic attributes of the designed battleship plus 100%, shipbuilding speed plus 500%, ability, all-round designer. Almighty Designer. After satisfying enough basic skills, you can design your own super conventional ultimate war weapon without reference. Steel Great Wall, title God General. Promotion of light, the ultimate embodiment of the art of defense, the strongest defender. Effect: command experience plus 3000%, experience gained by fleet crew members plus 1000%, morale will not drop during battle. Effects: ship speed plus 300%, launch speed plus 300%, weapon damage plus 100%, weapon range plus 200%, hit plus 50, transition distance plus 1000%, transition penetration strength plus 5. Effect: sublimated black hole aura. All warships under the command will absorb the damage of all energy type S small weapons and energy type P slot point defense weapons. M medium weapons absorb 50%, L large weapons absorb 30%, above slot X is not affected. Unique ability of God General. Sublimated Great Wall of Steel. Seth Evans will covers the entire fleet, can link fleets under his command, share shield value to resist damage, ability, work together. Work together. After opening, the entire fleet can be fully linked together, which lasts for 1 hour and has a cooldown of 1 month. Note: the maximum number of links at one time is 1 million units. Other attributes. Li Qing just glanced at it. The additions of all negative stars are similar. What he paid attention to was the unique ability of Seyfei Wen. When his eyes fell on it, he froze for a moment, thinking carefully in his mind, and soon showed a look of shock. This is a bit perverted. This trick has the same effect as the literal meaning. It can link warships with up to 1 million units under its command, and share the shield value to resist damage. This means, you can link the shields of a large number of small warships to resist the blows of powerful weapons. The main guns of a battleship can easily kill a frigate, but if the shields of 100 frigates are connected together, the main guns of the battleship cannot be blasted. If the shields of 10,000 frigates and 10,000 battleships are connected together, even the Titan lance cannot destroy a frigate with one blow. If all the warships of an entire division are linked together, even a starburst may not be able to destroy a frigate. The Great Wall of Steel is indeed the Great Wall of Steel. Each mobile fortress is connected to a standard division, or a dozen mobile fortress shields are connected, and the shield value will be ridiculously high. In this way, the star blaster that poses the greatest threat to the mobile fortress and super flagship is useless. This trick is not limited to one link at a time, but many link bodies can exist at the same time, dividing the entire huge fleet into a large number of link bodies, greatly improving the fleet's bearing capacity. Not to mention the ultimate big move, work together, which links the entire fleet's shields together in an instant. In this state, it is almost impossible to be breached, and it can be called the real Great Wall of Steel. However, the best way to use this trick is not to go out to fight in the field. After all, the overall defense is strong after the fleet is linked, but there are too many battleships and they are also subjected to a lot of attacks, so the improvement is not big when shared. In Li Qing's opinion, the best way to use this trick is to defend the important fortress galaxy. Because this link is not only for battleships, fixed structures like star cities and planetary fortresses can also be linked. Linking a bunch of small ships has limited effect, but if linking a million star cities, plus a large number of planetary fortresses, gather indescribable shield value, and gather the shield regeneration of a million star cities, this line of defense is unparalleled. It's not a big problem, anyway, he has 2 field gods. It would be a good thing for him to have one more defensive god-like general. Not to mention the shock of the original fleet subordinates, and the inevitable leak of news. Li Qing reorganized the fleet after returning, and ordered all the reconnaissance fleet released before to come back. No need for reconnaissance. With his current strength, he can attack Seoul and Wanyu Enterprise head-on, and there is no need for tactics such as sneak attacks. After the reorganization of the fleet was completed, Li Qing opened the star map and pulled the map of the civilization of Suolang Wanyu Enterprise in front of him to enlarge it. While watching and meditating, he reached out his hand and tapped the right side of the center of Suolang Wanyu Enterprise. That location is located at the inner core of Solong Wanyu Enterprise, which is the capital of Solong Wanyu Enterprise. It is about 6,000 light years away from his current location. Given the current situation of the fleet, it needs at least 3 consecutive jumps. According to the jumping speed, it will take at least 4 days to arrive. But this is an ideal situation. In fact, when he jumped into the territory of Suolan Wanyu Enterprise for the first time, he would be found and intercepted. Deduce according to the normal process, the first time you jump in, you will be intercepted and warned. If you don't listen and continue to jump, Suolan Wanyu Enterprise will immediately start the suppression of civilization artifacts. Such a huge fleet jumped into the interior of its own civilization without saying hello, the purpose is self-evident. At this time, any excuses are useless. The suppression of civilization artifacts often lasts for several years, and it is impossible to break through during this period. This is a civilization's ultimate means of suppressing the bottom of the box, without any dead ends, absolutely no loopholes. No matter whether it is a normal transition or passing through the subspace. During the suppression stage of civilization artifacts, even an immortal like Li Qing could not jump in through subspace psionic energy. Unless you have the psionic strength to overthrow an entire civilization by yourself. But this is basically impossible, even if a Yamola's super immortality. Entering any 5th level civilization's civilization artifact suppression field is difficult, and it is also impossible to overcome the storm. However, Li Qing didn't think about detours or anything, and went straight to the point. Yes, it is to rush in directly, and then take the initiative to let Suolang Wanyu Enterprise start the suppression of civilization artifacts, and then. There is no more. The next step is to wait. If Soren Wanyu Enterprises mobilizes all the fleets of the entire civilization to take advantage of him being suppressed, and wants to use the power of civilization artifacts to besiege, just like the Eastern Core Fortress that was united in Bruven before, civilization artifacts suppress the enemy, but their own fleets can move freely, you can fly a kite. If Suolan Wanyu Enterprises thinks the same way, Li Qing will definitely teach them a profound lesson. If he didn't do this, but just suppressed it first, and then assembled the allied fleet to besiege, he was also not afraid. Li Qing even hoped that Suolang Wanyu Enterprise would gather a large number of allied forces of Adis mentors, so that he could catch them all in one go, and he could just use this battle to promote himself as a general. Don't be afraid of left and right, Win Num. After a short preparation, the huge fleet began to jump. With the Xiuan as the core, a circle of jump halo spread rapidly, and quickly extended to the edge of the huge fleet hundreds of millions of kilometers away like a lightning ring. Even at the speed of light, it takes nearly 10 minutes to reach the edge. Accompanied by invisible fluctuations, the huge fleet disappeared in an instant. Appeared again, it was already an uninhabited galaxy in the territory of Solong Wanyu Enterprise. It was discovered in an instant, and within an hour, it received a warning from the garrison of the nearest Solong Wanyu Enterprise. Please identify yourself immediately and evacuate from the territory of Suolan Wanyu Enterprise immediately, otherwise it will be regarded as a hostile act. Li Qing ignored it, but ordered the fleet to adjust quickly, and at the same time checked the star map to determine his position. There was no response to the warning, and the garrison of Suolan Wanyu Enterprise immediately determined that the visitor was not good, and the news was quickly reported to the capital's highest combat department. The entire civilization immediately boiled up, and countless people in power were alarmed and quickly gathered for a meeting. At the same time, according to the internal emergency response measures of civilization, the fleets located in 2 nearby theaters have begun to assemble, and at the same time all the interference and interception systems in the nearest galaxy are fully activated, and the nearest small garrisons immediately set off to approach the target direction. A Soren Wanyu Enterprise Division-level fleet entered the current galaxy, and quickly scanned more than 20 mobile battle stars in the huge fleet. From the commander to the ordinary captain, everyone was stunned. This is total war. To the Ministry of Defense immediately. A day passed in all kinds of chaos and noise, and when the fleet was ready, Li Qing immediately ordered the start of the second jump. The invisible leap light exploded, and the huge fleet disappeared. Made another leap, more than 2,000 light-years away, and appeared in an unnamed galaxy less than 200 light-years away from an important economic and transportation center of Soren Wanyu Enterprise. Li Qing didn't jump directly in the direction of Solong's main star, because the target would be too obvious. According to the direction of the three transitions, it is just facing this important transportation hub galaxy, not directly facing the capital galaxy. If you are angry at the capital galaxy, the second leap will immediately start the suppression of civilization artifacts. But if they were not directly facing the capital, they would hesitate for a while. And the result was just as he expected. Solange's defense department hesitated. No way, opening the civilization artifact is the last resort. Once it is opened, it cannot be temporarily suspended. It can only be automatically closed after the original power of civilization is exhausted. The next time it is opened, it needs to wait for the original civilization to accumulate again. It will take hundreds of years for the origin of civilization to accumulate at least one more year. During these hundreds of years, civilization is extremely empty. If there are other powerful enemies to attack, there will be no final trump card. When they are uncertain, or when it is not the most critical time, they do not have the courage to decide to open it. Not to mention the hesitation of Solange's Ministry of Defense, the noise of the Parliament, and the turmoil of the armies everywhere. At this time Li Qing is waiting for the next leap. Whether it stops to attack the transportation hub galaxy 200 light-years away, or continues to jump to the capital, Solong Wanyu Enterprise will open the artifact of civilization. So Li Qing is hesitating at this time, considering whether to continue to follow the original plan, or change the plan and really attack the transportation hub galaxy. His eyes fell on the huge star map in front of him. The nearby transportation hub galaxy is called Kaluz, which connects the capital of Soren Wanyu Enterprise and the surrounding provinces, as well as the border military fortress. Attacking here will immediately face the entire civilization of Solong Wanyu Enterprise fleet. Although there is not much difference, this is what you will encounter anyway. It is just the difference between fighting in the wild and fighting in the enemy's important galaxy. Can we destroy their traffic hub first? Having experienced various battles with the two generals for so many years, Li Qing's strategic vision has already been cultivated at this time, and he can see the enemy's strategic fulcrum at a glance. Destroy this transportation hub galaxy, and when the suppressing effect of the civilization artifact ends, he can jump at will at that time, and the enemy lacks this stargate, and it is not as easy as him to deploy troops. Okay, that's it. Li Qing made up his mind decisively and ordered the fleet to turn around. In order to paralyze the enemy, he did not jump, but the huge fleet took the hyperspace channel, traversing one galaxy after another. Determining his purpose, the Solan Defense Ministry will naturally not activate the artifact of civilization. Chapter 345 The Space Annihilation That Sweeps Everything. In the third month, Li Qing's fleet finally crossed a distance of less than 200 light-years slowly, and arrived near Kaluz, the central transportation hub galaxy of Solan Wanyu Enterprise. With more than 3 months of preparation, Solan Wanyu Enterprise has enough time to transfer troops from all over the country. The first batch of reconnaissance ships, like death squads, entered the galaxy next to Kaluz, and they saw heavy soldiers gathering in the next galaxy. However, to his surprise, the enemy did not intercept the scout ship, but instead sent a message when his scout ship passed by. Fleet from an unknown civilization, your current behavior has been deemed as a declaration of war against the Soren Wanyu Enterprise, but the Soren Wanyu Enterprise has always loved peace and advocated transactions. If you are willing to give up the attack and retreat, the Soren Wanyu Enterprise is willing to offer a great gift to show our sincerity in forming a friendship. Tisk tisk, that sounds really good. Li Qing clicked his tongue, and said to Li Qi next to him. In the name of Fianuo's revival of the empire, send a war letter to Solan Wanyu Enterprise. Li Qi also nodded excitedly. No problem, I will write wonderfully. Li Qing smiled and said. Then it's up to you to play. The official war letter was sent quickly, and Li Qing immediately ordered the fleet to start passing through the hyperspace channel regardless of what the other party saw or thought. Cyrus quickly copied 5 mobile battle star reflections to lead the battle, and then Sci-Fi One used the ability of the Iron Great Wall God to link divisions one by one, and each division began to leap as a unit. The first batch of forwards started with the reflection of 5 mobile battle stars. Just after they came out of the hyperspace channel, they faced the concentrated fire of 16 Solong mobile battle stars plus 100 war moons and countless flagships. Countless attacks bombarded the reflection of one of the battle stars like the sky was pouring. The indescribably terrifying artillery fire gathered, and the dazzling spears and beams of light complemented each other, directly submerging the huge battle star. And this mobile battle star didn't take any evasive actions at all, and rushed forward directly against the fierce focus fire. Although Solong's commander didn't know why the battle star was so brave, it didn't prevent him from continuing to focus his fire to destroy the battle star. Although the mobile battle star is strong, it is not completely invincible. Even the mobile battle star cannot withstand such a large-scale concentrated fire bombardment for a long time. When the first Vanguard fleet of about 1,000 standard divisions also crossed the hyperspace channel and appeared in this galaxy, the focused battle star shield was defeated, revealing the thick alloy armor. The Doomsday Light and the Titan's Light Spear filled the sky, and all kinds of powerful and terrifying electric arcs bombarded the surface of the battle star, and the hard alloy armor was torn off. Horrible. Li Qing on the core battle star couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this scene. In the Battle of Civilizations, a single mobile battle star is still too weak. Without the fleet supported by General Safeyuan, the fleet before him really couldn't attack any civilization head-on. The size difference is too big. It is still possible to sneak attack some places, but if it is a battle with the main force of civilization, it is still not possible. Unless you use your trump card. But that is the ultimate hole card, just like other civilizations to open civilization artifacts, and they will not use them unless they are absolutely necessary. After all, there is at least 1 year of CD after use. If the annihilation range is too large, it will take years or decades to cool down, which is too long. As Soren's command wished, Li Qing did not let Cyrus control the reflection of the battle star to evade. It was brave beyond their imagination. He carried the indescribable concentrated fire to attract all the firepower, and crossed the hyperspace for the main force the fairway bought time. Boom! A starburst tore apart the unknown thickness of the alloy armor on the surface of the battle star and a part of the hull. The aftermath poured into the interior along the cracks in the hull, and the flames overflowed along the cracks in the hull and sprayed tens of miles high. After an unknown number of rounds of bombardment, the armor layer of the battle star reflection was completely pierced, leaving only the hull structure layer to withstand the next attack. Generally speaking, the battle star loses its armor layer to expose the hull structure, and many functions of the battle star will be affected, such as the jump engine, and many battle star halo force field effects will be affected. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the sinking of this mobile battle star is inevitable. For the Solon High Command, sinking a mobile battle star at the start of the war is a very big tactical victory. This can greatly increase the morale of one's own side and greatly reduce the morale of allies. Premise: this is a real mobile battle star. Too bad it's fake. But Suoleng's side didn't know it was a fake, so although it couldn't hurt the morale of Li Qing's side, it was true to boost the morale of Solong's coalition forces. Of course, Li Qing will not let the enemy do what he wants. When the battle star hull structure was forcibly blown away, revealing the huge cabins inside, and when the battle star was emitting flames and billowing thick smoke, Li Qing turned his head and glanced at Cyrus. He understood in seconds, and with a thought, he cancelled the existence of this reflection. So in the eyes of the Soren fleet, this mobile battle star that was on the verge of being destroyed by them for several hours suddenly began to become illusory, becoming transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon became extremely transparent. Just disappeared out of thin air. All the officers of Solong Command were stunned for a moment, and then their faces became extremely ugly. Everyone already knew that after fighting for so long just now, he was only fighting a phantom. The wasted passion and wasted firepower are not the point. The point is that the main force of the enemy has taken the opportunity to enter this galaxy. Your Excellency Saul, it's time to make a decision. In the General Command Hall, all the senior Solange officers looked at a man of a different race standing in the center with an exquisite coat of arms on his shoulders. The commander-in-chief known as Saul did not hesitate, and almost immediately gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Tell those guys in the capital to start the suppression of civilization artifacts now." The command hall is silent, but the order has been uploaded. Less than 10 minutes later, Li Qing, who was sitting on the battle star Siwan, suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction, muttering to himself. Coming. As soon as the voice fell, an indescribable force swept across the entire galaxy like a tide, and the entire galaxy was instantly frozen. Civilization artifact suppression. There was no trace of surprise on Li Qing's face. He had expected it and had a countermeasure. The method is very simple. Open the door of the black hole in the universe in the palm of your hand. A black hole with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers traverses the starry sky, and then a force field that is almost exactly the same as the suppression of civilization artifacts flies out of the door of the black hole, and passes away like lightning. Soon it will cover a spherical space with a diameter of 10 million kilometers centered on the gate of the black hole. Li Qingchao had expected this a long time ago. Except for those few reflections and the pioneers of the first batch of about 1,000 divisions who were slightly ahead, the main force passing through the hyperspace channel did not disperse, but concentrated in this area, within a spherical space of 10 million kilometers. There is no solution to the suppression of civilization artifacts. The suppression of the cosmic artifact in his palm is also unsolvable. That's right. It is almost invincible within the suppression range of its own civilization artifact. The star witnesses suppress the halo, prohibiting transitions, prohibiting sub-light speed, and prohibiting electronic communication. Star witness suppression aura. Except for the basic naval command skills, the following talents and skills of the Golden Myth are prohibited from taking effect. Star witness suppresses aura. The following relics are prohibited from taking effect. Star witness suppresses aura. All auras and force fields are invalid. Star witness suppression aura. All ship modifiers are invalid. Not to mention the buff halo. This is also unusable under the suppression of the civilization artifact of Solong Wanyu Enterprise. The suppression effect of everyone is similar. It will only suppress each other, and there will be no situation where the two sides resist each other. So, at this time, Li Qing's fleet was restricted within the range of 10 million kilometers, and the main force was all shrunk within the innermost 2 million kilometers area. The enemy couldn't get in, and they couldn't fight out either. However, the halo suppression is only aimed at the ship, not the main cannon. The radius of a diameter of 10 million kilometers is 5 million kilometers. Without the correction, even the Titan's light spear and the Fortress railgun can't hit this far, but the Starburst can. Hit so far. The enemy has a total of 16 mobile battle stars, and after a few years of bombardment by 16 star blasters, they can be blasted to pieces no matter what. So, at this time, Li Qing's whole card big move can come in handy. Space annihilation. Inspire the release of the power of the universe in the palm. Annihilate everything within 1 light year to 10,000 light years around. The cooling time depends on the scope of annihilation, at least 1 year, and the longest 10,000 years. This trick is Li Qing's absolute trump card, and he dare not use it at all, just like the suppression of civilization artifacts. But at this time, Suolang Wanyu Enterprise has activated the artifact of civilization, and he is destined to be trapped here for several years, so he is not afraid at this time. Anyway, it will be trapped for several years, so what is a 1-year cooling time? As long as you destroy the main force of the Suolang Wanyu Enterprise in front of you, and wait for the suppression of the civilization artifact to dissipate, then. Li Qing made a thought without hesitation. In an instant, the entire galaxy, whether on Solange's side or on the human fleet's side, felt the entire universe vibrate violently. Then, there was a terrifying muffled sound that shook the soul, and everyone lost consciousness at this moment. Then, with the cosmic suppression aura in the palm as the boundary, the starry sky beyond the boundary shook for an instant. Then, Li Qing just blinked his eyes, closed his eyelids, opened them, and the vast starry sky just disappeared. It's like changing the map in the blink of an eye, leaving only the area of the cosmic suppression halo in the palm hanging alone in the endless nothingness. Everything in the huge galaxy disappeared. The huge fleet, the stars in the center of the galaxy, the planets surrounding the stars, and the meteorites and comets in the planets all disappeared in this instant. At this moment, Li Qing suddenly discovered that the suppression of the artifact of Suolang civilization had loosened. But this loosening didn't last long, and it became stable again as the universe repaired itself. Li Qing felt that at the moment when he loosened just now, if he activated the fixed-point teleportation function of the universe in the palm, he could teleport away from the territory of Suolang Wanyu Enterprise in an instant. But he hesitated for a moment, the opportunity was fleeting, and it was already too late. But the problem is not big. At least 80% of the main fleet of Bo Suolang Wanyu Enterprise has been annihilated by him just now, and it is impossible for them to mobilize a fleet that can pose a threat to them. It is also impossible to ask allies to take action. There are no allies in the suppression of civilization artifacts. As long as they are not their own civilization, they will be suppressed. Next, there is waiting. When the suppression of the civilization artifact of Suolin Wanyu Enterprise is unsustainable, it is the time when he sweeps this civilization in an all-round way. Ordering several generals to be on duty, the fleet stopped in this area, and Li Qing turned around and entered the universe in the palm of his hand. It will take at least 5 years, and it will take nearly 10 years at most. It is impossible for him to sit in charge forever. Backing to Palm Universe, Li Qing thought for a while and came to one of the super livable areas. The super server removed from 003 Mechanical Planet has been moved here, including the whole set of consciousness downloading equipment, but the supporting robot production line has not been brought here. Now that we are here, we can't continue mechanical ascension. He uses genetic technology to artificially cultivate a perfect gene modulation clone, and when the population cultivated in the virtual world matures, it will be directly downloaded into the gene modulation clone, thus having the same body as a normal person. This gene-modulated clone is not the kind of cannon fodder clone, but a clone prepared with advanced civilization technology. It is directly obtained from human embryo genes and started to be modulated. The natural lifespan is exactly the same as that of a normal reproductive human being. In other words, this advanced clone is actually no different from a natural person. Except that players cannot be born. Everything else is exactly the same as human beings, including learning professional skills and so on. Li Qing's plan is to download all the ancient survivors in this super virtual world first, and then start preparing for the genetic ascension of the whole people. At this time, a large-scale genetic biological cabin has been placed inside the super giant cabin. After the battle to exterminate Solong Wanyu Enterprise is over, the configuration of the supergiant cabin has already been completed, and the genetic ascension of the whole people can start immediately after returning. As long as the genetic ascension of the whole people is completed, coupled with the dark matter technology fully mastered by Li Qing, he will be no different from a real advanced civilization at that time. Theoretically, he was already a high-level civilization at that time, but he was just born, and his strength was far inferior to those of senior high-level civilizations. But it's all a matter of time. There will be a period of stagnation when the strength of any civilization develops to a certain level, especially these degenerate civilizations have been stagnant in terms of technology and strength. This is his opportunity to catch up. The upheaval of Suolong Wanyu Enterprise spread quickly, and most of the civilizations in the galaxy knew that there had been a major change in Suolong Wanyu Enterprise. At the same time, Li Qing's identity was slowly revealed as the incident spread. But this has no effect on the current situation. The suppression of the artifact of civilization is that the relatives do not recognize it, and no one else can help. At this time, the Suolong Wanyu Enterprise began to search for allies all over the world, asked for help from the leader of the suzerain Ada, and spread coins all over the world, hoping to raise a fleet that could resist the enemy after the suppression of the artifact of civilization was released. At the same time, Suolong Wanyu Enterprise has also made preparations for the Spark project. A large batch of materials and population were gathered to leave civilization and sent to an unknown corner of the galaxy. Chapter 346: The Last Struggle of the Bruin Union. As time goes by, the galaxy is surging, and two powerful advanced civilizations lead many vassals to start a fierce competition with the entire galaxy as a chessboard. Li Qing's direct attack on Suolong Wanyu Enterprise seemed to be a trigger, and Fianuo's other coalition forces no longer kept a low profile, and began to look for targets, and began to attack the original Sarnuo devouring bee swarm, which belonged to Adis Mentor civilization. Adis Instructor was not to be outdone, and assembled a huge fleet to start a counterattack. At the same time, the Zinner Star Group civilization at the entrance of the Shield Spiral Arm swept the surrounding civilizations with the support of Adis Instructor, and then assembled a huge fleet with the support of Adis Instructor. The Spiral Arm goes north and begins to conquer the road to the Shield Spiral Arm. The Kezan Council, located at the northern end of the Shield Spiral Arm, frantically asked for help from the suzerain, but the Kezan Council was located at the northern end of the Shield Spiral Arm, and the entrance of the Spiral Arm was blocked by the Zenner Star Cluster, so they couldn't send troops there if they wanted to support it. However, although the Kezan Council is facing a crisis, it is still far away from the crisis. The Zenner Star Group is located at the head of the Spiral Arm, and the Kezan Council is located at the end of the Spiral Arm, with a distance of more than 150,000 light-years. There are many civilizations in the middle of the Spiral Arm, and there is also a harsh environment similar to the Zutar Nebula. Even if the Zener star cluster has the support of Atis Mentor and is strong, it will take at least a few decades to threaten the Kezan Council. After all, any civilization has the last trump card of the civilization artifact, which can persist for a few years even if it cannot be defeated. At the same time, the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, which is located at the border of the Perseus spiral arm, is not willing to be lonely. After signing an agreement with Bruin, while a large number of fleets support the war of the suzerain country, they also unite with the nearby Holy Land. Grand Besset Monarchy and Lutarian Star Sea Empire. The three fifth-level civilizations sent out a fleet each, and assembled a large-scale coalition army to go north, preparing to join forces with Bruin to attack on both sides, and at the same time attack the United Empire of Mankind. Obviously, this is the means by Bruin United to break the situation. Unwilling to wait for death, the only way for the Bruin United to save themselves is to unite with other allies to besiege humans. Whether it is the fleet that consumes a large amount of human civilization, or the threat from the south that forces the United Empire of Mankind to send a large number of fleets south, this can ease the current situation. Even if the coalition forces can defeat the main force of mankind on the battlefield, they can also take the opportunity to cooperate with the outside world and directly attack the hinterland of the United Human Empire, dismembering and annexing human civilization in one fell swoop. There is no way for this kind of conspiracy against human civilization, and there is no way to ask the suzerain country. Now, several large combined fleets on the side of Fianuo's revival empire have war missions, and they can't spare to support them. They can only rely on themselves. Li Qing, who is presiding over the final commissioning of the super cabin in the palm of the universe, thought a little after receiving the proposal from the Senate. Because the Zutar Nebula is not only the southern barrier of human beings, but also a barrier that restricts human civilization from going south. If the Zutar star field is captured by the coalition forces can invade the hinterland of mankind anywhere along the southern border of more than 10,000 light-years to the south. You must know that human beings do not have a serious defense system in the southern border. They can attack from any place, and there is no defense at all. Whether to win by that time is another matter, and the entire southern province and planet will definitely be gone. The battle of civilizations is so cruel, and the planet is so fragile. If any Titan blasts the planet with a Titan arc, it can easily crack the planet's crust, causing irreparable and terrible damage to the planet. They cannot afford the loss. Li Qing looked at the time, and it was the 4th year that he was trapped in Suolin Wanyu Enterprise. If he did not miscalculate, the civilization artifact of Suolin Wanyu Enterprise would soon be unable to hold on. They are not like Bruin, who stayed in the Perseus arm together for thousands of years without opening the artifact of civilization, and there is no other war except fighting with human civilization every 1,000 years. The Sorin Wanyu Enterprise located in the Yinpan area faces more enemies than imagined, and the origin of civilization accumulated by their civilization artifacts is definitely not as good as that of Bruin United. Li Qing's instruction to the Senate was to allow them to defend against the enemy outside the borders and persist for 2 to 3 years. If it really doesn't work, you can open the artifact of civilization. As long as you persist until he comes out, everything will be solved. The agenda was passed quickly, and no one had any objections, including other Star Sea Lords. This is not because of how correct or reasonable he said, but purely because of his strength. Continuing to accumulate Seife Wenshan generals for more than 7,000 years, at this time Li Qing's superficial strength is close to 80 to 90% of the entire human civilization, and he is already the #1 lord of human civilization. At any time and anywhere, strength is the most important thing. He alone is stronger than the other 13 Star Sea Lords and more than 200 army lords combined. Who else can oppose him? Who dares to oppose him? And his proposal is also very reasonable. As long as it does not harm their interests, it is impossible for them to object. Palm Universe, Super Giant Cabin. The super giant cabin with a diameter of 5 million kilometers looks like a bird's egg wrapped in countless giant nets, surrounded by densely packed spaceships of various sizes, constantly transporting materials into it, and looks like a super huge ant nest from a distance. The interior of such a huge star sea miracle is enough to accommodate trillions of people. Now there are more than 1.5 trillion people in the habitable areas of the Palm universe, plus the trillion people in 003, and the hundreds of billions of people in the 5-star regions of the Jalan territory. The total is about 32,000, population of around 1 billion. Now the super giant cabin has entered the final finishing work. After the completion, First, use the ready-made population in the POM universe to debug, and then you can start to transport people over and start the genetic ascension of the whole people. With the addition of this star C miracle, and the biogene technology they now master has far surpassed conventional civilization. Using the biogene technology of advanced civilization for the first genetic ascension, the success rate will definitely be very high. All is ready except for the opportunity. Time passed again, and 2 years later, Li Qing received the news that the allied forces of Kairzaka Xinghai Empire had broken through the Jinmen galaxy. But it's not a big problem, because the Jinmen Yu clan had already started to retreat 2 years ago, and now Jinmen is an empty planet, and all the population and resource fleets have moved away. This is a situation that can't be helped. The Jinmen galaxy has no natural dangers, and there is only one Stargate. It is not convenient for defense or logistical support. It is too disadvantageous to fight the coalition forces there. So after 2 consecutive meetings of elders were held to discuss, it was finally decided to move Jinmen away. Of course, the Yu family must be compensated for paying such a high price. Li Qing made the decision and drew a large circle within the territory of the Bruin Union, promising to wipe out the Bruin Union in the future. The star domain within this large circle with a diameter of about 3,000 light-years will be owned by the Yu family. The scope is not very large, but it is a star field that has been operated for more than 100,000 years within the Bruin United Civilization. There are several living planets alone, plus an unknown number of modified habitable planets, which is definitely bigger than Yu's original planet. Jinmen is much better. The coalition forces broke through Jinmen and established a transit base in Jinmen, where a large amount of materials were transported from the rear and concentrated here. At the same time, a large number of fleets gathered here, confronting the human coalition forces more than 2,000 light-years away. It is worth mentioning that the transfer base between Jinmen and Zutar was also dismantled, and even the transformed planet was smashed to prevent the Kelzaka Xinghai coalition from using the transfer base as an outpost. The coalition forces did not continue to advance after capturing Jinmen, but waited in place. At the same time, Bruin in the north united to re-emphasize a super-large fleet going south, and began to gather in front of the Yanmen Pass on the middle road. When Bruin's all-powerful force was dispatched, the coalition forces of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire in the south began to attack. A great war involving 5 civilizations has thus begun. The main force of the remaining human fleet in the north gathered at Yanmen Pass. As a large number of fleets were transferred to the south, the size of the defenders at Yanmen Pass was only about 1/5 of that of the Bruin coalition forces, and they could only defend the fortress. The gap in troop strength is too large. Even if Yanmen Pass is the core fortress, it is very dangerous to fight until the end, and there is a danger of being forcibly exhausted. But it has been many years since the end of this war. Even if they don't do anything, just turn on the suppression of civilization artifacts in Yanmen Pass and prohibit all teleportation jumps, it will take decades for them to fly from the portal on the edge of the galaxy to the core fortress in the center of the galaxy. Unless, they also have a general like Cybertron who can ignore all suppression and forcibly teleport. After a few decades, the Bruin Union may have perished. So the North need not worry. The fleet in the south is about 70% of human civilization, which is about half the size of the 3 kingdoms' allied forces. But in the absence of a super field-clearing weapon like Li Qing's Light of God's domain, it is still no problem to persist for a few years. And the fact that they don't have to last a few years at all. Just half a year after the main forces of the allied forces of the 3 kingdoms and the main forces of the allied human forces officially fought at the junction of the Zutar star field and the Tianjin star field, Li Qing discovered that the suppression of civilization artifacts in Suolang Wanyu Enterprise began to loosen. Is it over? Li Qing carefully felt that the suppression in the void was obviously looser than a few days ago, so he called the main members of the fleet to prepare for a meeting and formulate a battle plan. To be precise, it is to change the original battle plan. A few years ago, a battle plan was drawn up, and the plan did not change quickly. Now that human civilization is facing a crisis, it is impossible for this side to slowly annex Suolang Wanyu Enterprise. When the suppression of civilization artifacts is over, immediately attack the capital of Suolang Wanyu Enterprise, and then destroy the major star regions to complete the actual extinction of civilization. In addition to several generals and Li Qi, there were also observer representatives of Fianuo's revived Empire fleet. Several generals were originally members of Ironheart Extermination. Fianuo's revival of the Empire is an extremely xenophobic idea. There is no Virgin Mary in it, and they have no objection to his civilization extinction plan. As for the representative of the observers of Fianuo's revived empire, He asked Li Qing to distribute 25% of the origin of civilization to the suzerain country according to the default rules after destroying the Suolan Wanyu enterprise. This is still the case that the suzerain country did not participate in the war. If there is a Fianuo revived empire fleet participating in the war at this time, at least 50% of it must be divided. Li Qing has no opinion on this. Or it doesn't matter whether he has opinions or not. Now he has to pull the tiger's skin of the suzerain country. It's nothing to pay now. They will have to turn their faces when they are fully genetically promoted to a higher civilization in the future. Yes, Li Qing has complete dark matter technology. Once he completes the comprehensive genetic ascension, he will be a real advanced civilization. By that time, there is no way to hide it. The step of being promoted to a higher civilization is similar to that of a god conferrer in a fantasy world who raises his throne and ascends to the astral world. At that moment, the entire multiverse will know. In this world, there may be no movement in distant galaxies, but there will definitely be huge movements in this galaxy, and all civilizations will know it, and there is no way to hide it. Until then, the birth of a new advanced civilization will definitely have a huge impact on the existing political environment of the Milky Way. How should the relationship between human beings and the suzerain state of Fianuo's revived empire be handled? Should I continue to be a vassal, or choose to be independent? How should other fallen advanced civilizations deal with the newly born advanced civilization? Is it goodwill, or hostility? Will they feel threatened and wake up one after another? What if the threat is awakened one after another, if the newborn human civilization is regarded as a threat? This is one of the main reasons why Li Qing decided to exterminate several civilizations. He needs to exterminate several civilizations, and try to promote the universe in the palm of his hand before he can't hide it. Li Qing roughly speculates that it will take at least 10 years for the Suolang Wanyu enterprise to be wiped out, and then go back to destroy the Bruven United, start the genetic ascension of the whole people, and then succeed. 10 years plus 10 or 20 years, the accumulated power can barely protect itself. At that time, stick to the Perseus spiral arm and not go out. First keep a low profile for decades, and then you can speak loudly when the Star Fortress comes out. The suppressing effect of the civilization artifact of Suolang Wanyu enterprise is almost the same every day, and the suppressing effect is rapidly weakened. By the 11th day, he can already tear open the space and enter the subspace, and teleport within a small range. By the 17th day, the hyperspace engines for moving planets and ships could be activated, but the 5th level jump engines could not be used yet. Li Qing was not in a hurry, and the fleet quietly stopped in place. After waiting for about a month and a half, the suppression of civilization artifacts completely disappeared, and then he ordered the fleet to start the jump, targeting the capital star of Suolan Wanyu enterprise. 2 jumps, the fleet came outside the main star system of Soren, the capital of Soren Universe Enterprise, and the fleet received a letter of surrender from the Supreme Council of Soren Universe Enterprise. The letter of surrender was signed by all the members of the Supreme Council of Suolan Wanyu Enterprise, willing to break away from the vassal of Adis Mentor and submit to the United Empire of Mankind. There is also a vassal clause below. Suolang Wanyu Enterprise is willing to pay an extremely large amount of war indemnity in exchange for Li Qing's mercy. 100 destiny points, 100,000 civilization points, 10 billion cubic meters of refined steel, 10 trillion cubic meters of rare minerals, 100,000 trillion tons of grain, 10 ancient relics. Even though Li Qing is well informed and has no shortage of money, he still feels a little stunned after seeing this list of war reparations. But, destroy them, isn't this all mine? Li Qing smiled slightly and ordered the fleet to attack. P.S. Recommend a friend's new book Invincibility starts when I see the Boss Blood Bar introduction and link are below. This book is updated 5 times a day, supervision is welcome. Bad news. I met a boss at the beginning. Good news. I can see the health bar, the boss is disabled. Chapter 347 God General Talent, 0, and the Last Hope Fleet. Suolan Wanyu Enterprise did not find an ally willing to support them, and the suzerain country did not send too many fleets to support them. When Li Qing entered the capital galaxy, he only saw a 6th-level dreadnought fleet with a scale of about 100 divisions. This should have been sent by Adis instructor due to the obligation of the suzerain country, and did not send the main force. The main reason is that there is not much room for a full-scale battle with Fianuo, and the vassals can no longer be more important than themselves. This is the tragedy of a vassal. Li Qing shook his head, not feeling any sympathy in his heart. Let me see if you have ambushed. With a thought in his mind, Li Qing turned on the mode that comes with the universe in his palm, ready to observe the entire galaxy. The population of the capital has all moved away, and there are still some defenders left. He doesn't believe that Solong Wanyu Enterprise will not do something in the capital. The moment God mode was turned on, Li Qing's consciousness rose rapidly. It is not the kind of ascent as imagined, but an ascent in dimension, as if jumping from 3-dimensional to 4-dimensional level, overlooking the galaxy from a higher dimension. Sure enough, observing from a higher dimension, Li Qing found that the entire capital galaxy was empty. Most of the civilians in the main star and surrounding satellite planets, as well as the residence station, had been evacuated, but the defense system was still there, and there was still a large garrison in the galaxy. There are densely packed unmanned floating forts everywhere. He observed that the horizon moved up and came to the center of the galaxy. He saw the burning main sequence star in the center, and at a glance saw that the star in the center protected by the super shield seemed to have unusual fluctuations. You also want to blow up the stars. To be honest, this method is not very good, but it is very practical. Whether it can hurt the opponent or not, the star explosion can flood the entire galaxy, which can prevent the opponent from obtaining supplies in the capital galaxy that are too late to move. Then he looked around the galaxy and confirmed that there were no other means of concealment, so he ordered the fleet to attack. The troops were divided into 4 groups, one of which attacked the remaining defenders in the galaxy, and the other 2 went to other locations in the galaxy, and Li Qing went all the way to the center of the galaxy. There is nothing to say, the remaining defenders only have a standard 5th level division of less than 2,000, and a battle star. How could it be possible to stop them? All the way, it stopped at about 100 million kilometers away from the central star, and then the door of the black hole opened, and the light of dimensional convergence opened. An hour later, an invisible force field quietly opened a large hole in the super barrier around the star, and then a starburst that had been charged early blasted into it, blasting into the interior of the star with one blow, and the star began to lose control in the next second. Raging high-energy ions rushed out along the gap like a tide. At the same time, 2 battle stars of the other fleet sent a starburst each, smashing the main star of the capital of Suolin Wanyu Enterprise. A huge beam of energy hit the main star, and unimaginable energy blasted into the crust, and the terrifying energy overflowed. The crust with a thickness of more than 10 kilometers was lifted up, cracked, and flames gushed out along the cracks in the crust thousands of meters wide. Rapidly extended to the depths of the planet. From a high altitude, it is a thick beam of light hitting the planet. The crust on the surface of the planet was lifted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and countless cracks extended in all directions centered on the beam of light. Fiery energy and lava spewed out along the cracks. Optical network. Boom. The cracking of the planet's surface crust is just the beginning, and the more terrifying energy penetrates deep into the ground, violently tearing the planet apart. It can be seen with the naked eye that the space in the huge area centered on the planet began to distort, and an unimaginable energy exploded after being cultivated, and the planet suddenly cracked. It wasn't that the crust was cracked, but the entire planet was cracked. The hot energy tore apart the planet and turned it into several thousands of kilometers of giant planet fragments that were pushed away by the energy of the explosion. Dazzling, yet cruel. And this is just the beginning, and then one after another planets in the capital galaxy are blown to pieces by starbursts. At the same time, the star completely collapsed, turning into a terrifying tide of high-temperature ions rushing in all directions. It's spectacular. Li Qing stood in the center of the bridge command hall. The 360-degree sensors around the hall scanned the entire galaxy. Standing in the center felt like standing in the cold starry sky. Witnessing the spectacular destruction of distant galaxies and seeing the fleet bathed in fiery ion storms, he remained expressionless. This is how the battle of civilizations ends. No one is right or wrong. If human beings are defeated by the coalition forces of Bruin and Kair-Zaka Star Sea Empire, they will also end up in the same end. After destroying the main galaxy of Solong, Li Qing was faintly aware of the existence of the will of Solong Wanyu's corporate civilization. But because they had prepared to evacuate all their people early on, and there are still a large number of colonial stars in the territory that have not been destroyed, it is not considered to be annihilation of this civilization. Brothers, cheer up and carry on. But then he didn't do it himself, but divided the fleet into 4, besides himself, plus Seife God will stay in the middle, Cybertron, Cyrus, and Li Qi. The 3-star losers each led a fleet to set off and began to attack other major provinces of Suolin Wanyu Enterprise. The territory of the Suolin Wanyu Enterprise is still quite large. When a fleet is clear, he will make a quick decision and return to the Perseus arm immediately after destroying the Suolin Wanyu Enterprise. The three fleets each have 3 mobile battle stars, 20 war moons, more than 200 large and small mobile fortresses, and 5,006 level reinforced standard divisions. Any one of them is enough to deal with the remaining fleet of Suolin Wanyu Enterprise. After the three-way fleet left, Li Qing asked Sai Feiwen to lead the fleet to wipe out the remnants of the galaxy near the capital galaxy of Solin. Commanding the hall, Li Qing wanted to open the attributes, and he could see a vortex slowly rotating on the light curtain. He knew without explaining that he had fulfilled all the conditions and could be promoted to God General. This vortex is the unique ability of the God General who is gathering. It will be based on Li Qing's own innate characteristics, as well as the many battles he has commanded, especially referring to the key battles in which he has been certified as a general, so as to condense a special ability that belongs to him. Li Qing was looking forward to this. The vortex did not condense for too long, and within 10 minutes, the vortex took shape, and soon a choice naturally appeared in Li Qing's mind. Well, choose one of the two. It means that according to his situation, he can condense 2 kinds of general abilities, but he can only choose one of them. The ability of the first general, Dimensional Change, your will covers the entire galaxy, and pulls all warships under your command into a higher dimension, thereby causing dimensional suppression to the enemy. In the state of dimension change, all warships under the command will not receive damage and effects from another dimension, and all attacks must hit, which lasts for 1 hour and has a cooldown of 30 days. The second will ability, Zero Type, your will covers the entire galaxy, prohibits any talent or a force field of the enemy in the galaxy from taking effect, prohibits any form of teleportation, transition, and sublight speed, lasts for 24 hours, cooldown time is 30 days. Note: this effect is fully effective for the technology below the God-level civilization, and cannot take effect for some abilities above the God-level civilization, and the ability of the general cannot be disabled. Li Qing. Interesting. The unique abilities of these 2 generals are really interesting. Li Qing thought about it for a while, and chose the second supernatural ability without hesitation. Although the first one is quite strong, it is much less capable than the second general. The key is that the duration is too short and the cooling time is too long. 30 days have an hour of invincibility. If the duration is extended to more than 24 hours, it is almost the same. And zero formula. Li Qing squeezed his chin, showing a perverted smile on his face. Once the God General's ability is activated, all the enemy's buff bonuses and auras will be invalid, and they will not be able to teleport or leap. What is the difference between this and the suppression of civilization artifacts? And my own fleet has the super buff bonus of the negative star, and the gap is instantly stretched to an outrageous level, which is not much different from high-dimensional crushing. The most important thing is that this zero type can last for a full 24 hours. Although it cannot take effect on some technologies above the God-level civilization, this problem is not a big problem. To deal with the God-level civilization, he uses the universe in his hand and does not expect a talent. Moreover, isn't there still a part that can take effect? 24 hours of suppression of civilization artifacts. Li Qing guessed that the emergence of this zero-style general's ability is most likely related to the suppression of civilization artifacts in his key battles. Especially in the battle to break the core eastern fortress of the Bruin Union, he broke through the eastern core fortress head-on under the pressure of the civilization artifact of the Bruin United. To be honest, this is a very incredible feat. It is impossible to do this with any other superstar. Or it is impossible to find 100 generals to do this. That's it. Li Qing chose zero form without hesitation. After making the choice, Li Qing couldn't wait to find an opponent. Soon locked on to the provincial capital of Soren Wanyu Enterprise, which was more than 2,000 light-years away, the fleet jumped directly to the capital galaxy, and directly jumped to a place less than 10 million kilometers away from the capital star. The sudden arrival of the fleet caused a strong reaction from the few defenders in the galaxy and the fleet that was moving. The battle star immediately scanned the signal that a large number of transport fleets moored on the capital star were about to jump. Li Qing smiled and thought. Type 0. An invisible wave swept across the galaxy like lightning, and the fleet that was making the transition went out instantly. Although few fleet defenders could not see this suppression effect with their own eyes, judging from the current situation, it is indeed quite powerful. Withdrawing his thoughts, Li Qing stood in the Battlestar Command Center, looked at the busy relocation scene in front of him, pondered for a while, then turned around and summoned Fianuo's observers, and said, Please contact the Supreme Command. I need to find the location of the fire fleet of Suolin Wanyu Enterprise. The observer immediately nodded. It will be as you wish. Li Qing nodded and did not speak again. Originally, he didn't want to do this, but if the Suolin Wanyu Enterprise ran too much, even if it destroyed all the living planets, it would not be able to judge the extinction of civilization. Fianuo's revived empire has a Star Sea Miracle Sentinel array, and it may be possible to find their escape location. Time flies. 3 months later, Li Qing, who had rejoined the Cybertron fleet, received a message from the Supreme Command of the Renaissance Empire. After 3 months of searching, the Sentinel array found 2 fire fleets of the Sorin Wanyu Enterprise. A branch appeared near Orion's spiral arm, which is 20,000 light-years away from Solong Wanyu Enterprise. Another branch appeared near the shield's spiral arm, probably looking for the shelter of Adis Instructor. Li Qing checked the star map, and the shield spiral arm is fine. It is too close to the Ada Guide and the Xenoer star group, and the risk of intercepting it in the past was too great. Tapping lightly on the star map with his finger, Li Qing gave orders to Li Qi and Cyrus, who were still on mission. Let them continue to carry out the mission, gather in a certain galaxy after completion, and then personally lead the fleet to the target location jump. The Perseus spiral arm is located in the northern part of the Milky Way, and the Orion spiral arm is located in the southern end of the Milky Way, which is a large spiral arm. Obviously, Solong Wanyu Enterprises did not fully place their hopes on the suzerain country, so they divided it into 2 shares, one to find shelter in the suzerain country, and the other probably wanted to seek refuge in the depths of Orion's spiral arm, hoping to find an unowned galaxy rise again. It's a pity that the Star Sea Miracle Sentry Array can monitor the entire river system, and they have not escaped the detection of the Sentry Array. After jumping 7 times in a row, the huge fleet came to the south of the Milky Way, near the Orion spiral arm. About 200 light-years away from here, it belongs to the site of another giant civilization, Bear United Industrial Group. According to the situation given by the command, they have entered the territory of Bear United Industrial Group. After thinking for a while, Li Qing opened the door of the black hole and let the huge fleet enter it. No way, he has already destroyed Suolin Wanyu Enterprise, and now he is bringing such a huge fleet. Bear United Industries Group will definitely not let him pass by. It is also not good to jump over directly. He is afraid of causing a stress response from the Bear United Industries Group. After all, they are now in the war phase. People don't know what you are here for. With such a huge fleet of yours suddenly jumping into your own territory, the normal reaction is to gather the fleet to prepare for battle. Putting away the huge fleet is different. Although more than 10 mobile battle stars are still outrageous, but there is no huge fleet to follow, and at most a fleet is sent to intercept it, and the civilization artifact will never be activated to suppress it. It took almost 10 days to put away the fleet, and then waited for more than half a month, waiting for the fleet of Solong Wanyu Enterprise to leave the territory of Bear United Industrial Group and enter the Orion arm. Li Qing immediately ordered the fleet to jump. The first leap into an unnamed galaxy within the Bear United Industrial Group, and soon received warnings and inquiries from the Bear United Industrial Group. Li Qing didn't explain too much, so he replied with 2 words. Passing by. Then close the communication, no longer respond. In order not to irritate Bear United Industrial Group, he jumped away from the main star of Bear, so as not to be misunderstood. Several leaps in a row, landing in the unmanned starry sky, the nervous Bear United Industrial Group breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, they also hesitated whether to take the opportunity to keep the 10 battle stars, but after careful consideration of various possibilities, the think tank felt that the success rate was not high, and it would offend human beings, so forget it. During the 14th jump 2 days later, Li Qing positioned himself through the Sentinel array of the Fuxing Empire headquarters, and directly jumped to a certain galaxy where Suolin Wanyu Enterprise wanted the fleet to stay temporarily, and intercepted it on the spot. It's just a group of remnants of civilization, not even a very large scale. It is not so easy for a group of civilizations that are on the verge of extinction to stay away from the Milky Way. How is it possible to pass through the territory of other civilizations without leaving some money to buy the way? Facing the entreaties of the remaining fire seeds, Li Qing ordered to destroy them with a straight face. This is the fate of most civilizations. There is no right or wrong, and weakness is the original sin. At the moment when this fire of civilization was destroyed, Li Qing somehow raised his head, fell silent for a while, and nodded. The next second, an invisible power descended from the void, and he opened his arms to carefully sense the descending power. At a level that ordinary people can't see, The phantom representing the will of human civilization rises from the Persean spiral arm, and instantly spans tens of thousands of light years and appears in the original star field of Suolan Wanyu Enterprise. To fall, to tear. After Li Qing destroyed the Fire Fleet, the civilization of Suolang Wanyu Enterprise naturally perished. There are still many civilized individuals scattered in other corners of the galaxy. There is also a fire fleet on the side of Adis Instructor. The civilization has not been completely extinct, but it has perished. Destruction and extinction are two different concepts. Li Qing didn't consider spending time to completely exterminate them, that would be too troublesome, and it is very difficult to completely exterminate a civilization with preparation. In the universe, the extinction of civilization in most cases refers to the extinction of the main body of civilization, the inheritance of civilization, technology, and culture, so it is considered extinct. The remaining individuals have lost their own culture, inheritance, and technology. They can no longer call themselves civilizations, and can only be regarded as survivors. After the Suolang Wanyu Enterprise was destroyed, Li Qing successfully harvested the remaining civilization will and origin of the civilization of the Solong Wanyu Enterprise, the huge destiny points and civilization points, and the spoils of this civilization fire fleet. Among them, the will and origin of civilization were divided into a quarter by Fianuo's Revival Empire, human civilization was divided into 2 quarters, and the remaining quarter was taken away by Li Qing. In addition to this, there are up to 741 destiny points and up to 265,420 civilization points. And the fire fleet of Suolang Wanyu Enterprise has a large number of treasures related to civilization inheritance, including a complete set of 5-level technology mother chips, and all of them have been strengthened more than 10 times. This is the harvest of a quarter of a civilization. The Suolan Wanyu Enterprise was destroyed. Ada guides the isolated star field, and Fatigra, who is becoming more and more powerful, looks expressionlessly at the huge galaxy star map in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "This is a very threatening opponent, you should pay more attention." Behind him stood a dozen or so figures who were not much different from him, they were all the Star Sea Lords of the Zinner Star Group civilization. Although he has mastered a high-level civilization, Fatigra did not distance himself from the Zinner Star Group, but used the power of a higher civilization to enter the Supreme Council of the Zinner Star Group, and overwhelmed all the Star Sea Lords and military leaders with absolute strength. First High King of the Zinner constellation. You Star Sea Lords of the Zinner Star Group are already convinced of Fatigra at this time, and those who are not convinced have already been convinced. The Lords of Xinghai saw that Fatigra mentioned Li Qing more than once, and one of them suddenly said, "Since your majesty is so afraid of human civilization, why don't you just send a main fleet to destroy it?" Another Star Sea Lord said, "Yeah, anyway, the deadline you agreed on not to shoot each other has already passed, and it is not a breach of contract to do it now." The High King Fatigra shook his head and said, "Of course it is not a breach of contract to act now, but our biggest enemy now is Fianuo's revival of the empire. He will be our biggest opponent in the future, but our biggest opponent now is not him. Moreover, I have a tacit understanding with him, and will not shoot at the opponent until the winner of the Battle of Heaven." The demise of Solong Wanyu Enterprise set off a great storm among the civilizations of the galaxy, but it did not cause too many storms. The Battle of Heaven. The civilizations have long expected that a large number of civilizations will perish in this Battle of Heaven, but many civilizations did not expect that the first normal civilization to perish will be a giant civilization rather than some extreme xenophobia or extreme militaristic civilization. After confirming that the Suolan Wanyu Enterprise was extinct, Li Qing ordered several other fleets to go to an outpost galaxy occupied by the Renaissance Empire in the northern part of the Yinpan Outer Ring to rendezvous. He first went back to the High Command to accept the Imperial Award and honor. The Empire also gained a lot of benefits from the destruction of the Suolan Wanyu Enterprise. The Supreme Emperor of the Empire specially sent an envoy to express his commendation. At the same time, he ordered to use his current fleet to form the 8th United Fleet, and promoted him to be the Commander-in-Chief of the 8th United Fleet. Considering that human civilization is facing the siege of several civilizations, the High Command deliberately divided his war zone into the northern part of the outer ring of the Silver Disk, including the entire Perseus spiral arm. It took 2 weeks to complete the commissioning ceremony of the joint fleet, and Li Qing led the fleet northward. He did not directly send back to the Zutar star field. The information obtained from the Senate showed that the coalition forces are not monolithic. Although the offensive is strong, it is not the kind of reckless The human coalition forces have been on the defensive for the past few years, and have suffered huge losses, but they can still hold on. Coupled with the impact of the demise of Seoul and Wanyu Enterprise not long ago, the front line clearly felt that the offensive of the coalition forces was not as fierce as before. Without the ability to clear the field, a battle like this is a long-term consumption of national power. It is difficult to capture in a short time when one side does not have a desperate and comprehensive attack. Since this is the case, Li Qing doesn't need to rush back immediately. There are many ways to clear the siege, and besieging Wei and saving Zhao is a very common tactic. Li Qing's fleet went all the way north, and soon approached the border of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire in the Yinpan area. Having already selected his target, he jumped directly to a fortress galaxy called Hoda in the south of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. The huge fleet appeared before the Yoda Fortress Galaxy, which immediately attracted the attention of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. The fleet stationed in various galaxies near the fortress immediately began to gather to support the Hoda Fortress. The Yoda Fortress itself has a huge fleet guarding it, but the scale is far smaller than Li Qing's current fleet. The regular division is about 10,000, but only has 4 battle stars and 36 war months, far less than the 8th combined fleet. The fleet stopped 10 jumps away from Hoda Fortress, and Li Qing began to adjust the fleet. A total of 22 mobile battle stars, 109 war months, 1252 large and small mobile fortresses, 19,540 standard 6-level reinforced divisions, and 1510 standard 5-level divisions. He divided the fleet into 4, and the left and right wings were led by the gods of Cybertron and Hanels respectively. They were equipped with 4 battle stars, 30 war moons, 300 large and small mobile fortresses, and 5,000 standard 6-level reinforcement divisions. Group. He himself is the main force of the Chinese army. Li Qi led a battle star, 10 war months, 100 large and small mobile fortresses and 2,000 standard 6-level reinforcement divisions as a reserve team. The task he gave to the 2 generals was to split into 2 groups when his main force attacked the Hoda Fortress, to attack the satellite systems on the left and right of the Hoda Fortress, to intercept the reinforcements of the Hoda Fortress, and to provide support from the other 2 directions if necessary. Chinese Army. The reserve team is guarding outside the Hoda Fortress to prevent the fleet from the Yinpan Star Field and the Ada Instructor Camp from coming to support. Before doing anything, Li Qing first entered the Palm universe, and released all the 7th Order Star Dreadnought fleets accumulated over the past 10 years. It has been more than 10 years since he responded to the Battle of Heaven, and the Dreadnought fleet in the universe in his hands has never stopped building, and has accumulated a number of large-scale fleets. Based on his current calculation of 10 7th-level Group Star Dreadnought fleets a year, there will be a total of 120 in 10 years, plus the original 76 7th-level Dreadnought divisions on hand. There are a total of 196, and most of them are equipped with Level 6 dark matter technology. In addition, he also has 3 6th-level Fearless divisions a year, a total of 30 divisions in 10 years, plus the original 7, a total of 37 6th-level Fearless divisions. In addition to this, there are more than 200 6th-level Fearless divisions belonging to other Star Sea Lords. According to the gap between the 7th-level Fearless division and the 5th-level Standard Warship, a 6th-level Fearless division fully equipped with dark matter technology weapons and accessories can easily beat 105-level Standard technology divisions. 7th-level Group Star Fearless division plus dark matter technology weapons and accessories, picking 200 should not be a problem. That is to say, the Fearless divisions he has now alone can be used as more than 20,000 5th-level Standard divisions. Still not enough, but it can come in handy. Moreover, this time, destroying Seoul and Wanyu Enterprise will gain a full 741 destiny points, which can be strengthened once. First of all, the 3-piece set of advanced civilized dreadnought ships or ships, dreadnought battleships and lost titans, and each enhancement requires 8 destiny points. In addition, a full set of dark matter weapons plus accessories needs a full 26 points to strengthen. That is to say, it takes a full 34 mandate points to strengthen a complete set of ship weapon systems. Without any hesitation, Li Qing spent a full 680 mandate points to strengthen the 3-piece suit of Tier 7 Star Dreadnoughts and the dark matter weapon system 20 times in one go. In this way, all of his 7th-level Dreadnought ships have been strengthened 29 times. With the addition of this, a full 37th-level Dreadnought divisions can be built in 1 year. The remaining 61 destiny points are reserved for the time being, and will continue to be strengthened when more are accumulated next time. Enhancing 29 times is still not enough, at least 100 times of strengthening is barely enough. If he wants to fight against the unknown Seventh Order peak civilization that may destroy the Necrontyr civilization, he must prepare more. And the civilizations of the Milky Way are the sacrifices for his rise. This is the normal state in the universe. The rise of any advanced civilization is accompanied by the demise of a large number of civilizations. One will be successful, and it can be applied at any time. It is worth mentioning that, over the past 10 years, hundreds of star destroyers plus tens of thousands of servants of light have studied higher-level dark matter technology based on the Pioneer database of Ada guides. Now there are no small achievement. Although dark energy technology has not yet been broken through, great achievements have been made in the research of dark matter technology. First of all, they are already trying to design advanced mobile battle stars with advanced star gates. Although it has not been successful yet, the ability to start trying means that the technology has matured. In addition, there are a series of technologies that only advanced civilizations have matured, including the design of some star sea miracles and giant structures. It's a pity that he has been outside for the past 10 years and has not returned, and the design drawings of many star sea miracles are unusable. When he came out of the universe in the palm of his hand, he also came out with a group of more than 200 7th level and 6th level fearless divisions. This time he attacked the Hoda fortress, and he was going to let the fleet participate in the battle, just to verify the actual combat effect. Anyway, the galaxy is very chaotic now, and there are only more than 200 fearless divisions that will not attract much attention, and will not let the suzerain have any ideas. After all, the Milky Way is so big, and many advanced civilizations were born and died in ancient times. It is not uncommon for ordinary civilizations to be lucky enough to obtain ancient battleships. As long as there is no formal promotion to a higher civilization, it is nothing to have a group of higher civilization warships on hand. Of course, all of this was done without telling the observers of the Empire, and as before, it was covered up with a space-type relic. Get ready, Li Qing ordered without hesitation, and the huge fleet slowly started to enter the transition state. Instead of directly jumping into the Hoda fortress, they jumped to the nearest galaxy of the Hoda fortress, and then took the hyperspace channel to attack the Hoda fortress from the front. The moment the fleet crossed the hyperspace channel and entered the Hoda fortress, Li Qing sensed that there was a feeling in the center of the fortress that was exactly the same as the core fortress in the east of the Bruvan Union, and immediately concluded that this fortress was the core of the southern part of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. One of the fulcrums. Although Cybertron was not there, Li Qing was not afraid, but continued to order the fleet to continue attacking the center of the galaxy after destroying more than a dozen star cities stationed without fleets at the entrance of the hyperspace channel. There is no communication. Now the coalition forces of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire are at war with the coalition forces of human civilization. They have long been in a state of actual combat. It is completely reasonable for him to come to attack the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. There is no need to ask. Contrary to Li Qing's expectation, after entering the Yoda galaxy, the defenders did not activate the civilization artifact suppression, but let the fleet enter superluminal speed. But after the fleet entered the super light speed state for a period of time, the civilization artifact suppression was suddenly activated, forcing the fleet out of the sub-light speed state in one fell swoop. The position is stuck very well. The fleet is in the center of the galaxy, more than 4 billion kilometers away from the center of the star system, and more than 3 billion kilometers away from the hyperspace channel. This distance is extremely embarrassing. You can't go up or down, you can't reach the front, and you can't run for a while. Then, there is a long wait. Kelzaka's defenders did not appear, except for a small number of reconnaissance fleets that occasionally appeared in the extremely distant starry sky. Their main force was not found. Li Qing guessed the other party's intentions. It was nothing more than trapping him here first, and then dispatching troops to defeat other branches. But the other squadrons are not in the Hoda galaxy. Li Qing communicated with the two generals, Cybertron and Cyrus, through the mental matrix, and ordered them to cross the border, abandon the Hoda Fortress star area, and directly enter the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. In addition to disrupting the strategic rhythm of Kaerzaka Star Sea Empire, this move is mainly to force Kaerzaka Star Sea Empire to make a choice as soon as possible. Chapter 349: The Battle with Kaerzaka Star Sea Empire. Now the Kaerzaka Star Sea Empire is fighting on three fronts. One side is the Battle of Heaven in the Silver Plate area. As the civilization of two advanced civilizations fighting in the Battle of Heaven, the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire could not send only one battle star and 1,000 standard divisions to fight soy sauce-like human civilization. They must send a fleet of a certain size to participate in the Battle of Paradise. The second side is to unite several other civilizations and Bruin to attack human civilization on both sides. The size of the fleet assembled in this wave accounts for about 1/3 of the domestic strength. The third side is the internal defenders of the civilization, accounting for about 1/3 of the total strength. With the strength of Kairzaka Qinghai Empire, even 1/3 of the scale is not inferior to Li Qing's current fleet. Of course, Battlestar is not counted. But these troops are seriously scattered. There are 2 core fortresses in the north, plus the capital, and troops stationed in various places. Now the total strength of Hoda Fortress and surrounding troops is only slightly stronger than Li Qing's Chinese army. Moreover, it was Li Qing who gave them the time to dispatch troops and generals to transfer the surrounding troops. Now, unless they mobilize the fleet of the capital or another core fortress, they will not be able to gather more fleets in another year. So now comes the problem. The 2 fleets of Cybertron and Cyrus have directly invaded the hinterland of the empire. How should the emperor and the noble senate located on the main star of the capital of Kelzaka choose? Is to transfer fleet support from the capital and another core fortress. Still transfer the fleet back from the other 2 sides. Or directly turn on the suppression of civilization artifacts, and then assemble the fleet to encircle and wipe out the 2 fleets that invaded the hinterland, and finally deal with the main force trapped in the Hoda fortress. Li Qing is forcing them to make a decision. Whether it is to transfer the fleet back to aid from other combat directions, or activate the civilization artifact to suppress him, he can accept it. Even if it may cause heavy losses to the other 2 fleets, he will not hesitate. Deploying troops and returning aid can directly reduce the pressure on the human side, and opening the artifact of civilization directly forced out the final trump card of Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. As long as the whole cards are used, the rest will be easy. He is waiting in the presence of the old god, and the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire is arguing a lot. The emperor and the noble senate hold 2 meetings a day, arguing about how to deal with it. But although it was waiting, it didn't really wait in place. The fleet continued to fly towards the target direction. Just according to the fleet's flight speed, I don't know how many years it will take to fly to the target location. But Li Qing didn't really fly down, he was just looking for a suitable distance. Time passed day by day, and a month passed without knowing it. The huge fleet was still flying in the vast starry sky in the galaxy, and no enemy came to intercept or attack, and there was no more support. Although he has not received any more news from the 2 subordinates, Li Qing knows that the main strategy of Kairzaka Qinghai Empire is probably not his own. After all, it's been a month, and it's time to make a decision any longer. Didn't make him wait too long, and after another week or so, Li Qing suddenly received the news from the mental matrix that Cybertron's fleet was intercepted and besieged by a super large fleet that far surpassed the fleet of that route. Without an order, Cyrus, who was attacking another location, quickly adjusted his fleet to approach there. At the same time, Li Qing didn't wait any longer. After confirming that the enemy's main force was not in the galaxy, he decisively stopped the fleet, then opened the door of the black hole to aim at the center of the galaxy, and turned on the light of dimensional convergence. Level 1 alert. The dazzling red made the commander of the Yoda Fortress defender stand up suddenly, and looked at the other senior officers left behind in the command center with a look of shock. What's going on? Check it out. Not very clear, just know that they stopped suddenly, don't know what they were doing. It must be their fault. Immediately order the remaining fleet to go out and intercept them. This wait is half an hour later. Li Qing saw the defenders who came late and were not as strong as himself, he laughed. Late. Boom, boom, boom. A series of 10 starbursts shot across the sky, kicking off the melee. During this month and a half, the Kairzaka Qinghai Emperor and the Noble Senate have made a decision to mobilize the main forces to encircle and suppress the 2 smaller fleets that entered the civilization. A fleet was also dispatched from the capital Galaxy Circle, Hoda Fortress, and another core fortress. The size of the defenders of Hoda Fortress itself is not as large as that of Li Qing's fleet. This will transfer part of it, and the rest will not be comparable. The 2 sides are fighting head-on. Even if there is a civilization artifact to suppress it, they can't beat it. Under the effect of Li Qing's supernatural ability Zero Type, Kairzaka Qinghai Empire defenders can not only receive the buff bonus from the artifact of civilization, but all other talent effects and auras will be invalid. But more importantly, they cannot stop the light of dimensional constriction. Just uniting with the former Bruin, they never thought that Li Qing would have such an ultimate weapon, and Kairzaka Qinghai Empire did not know that Li Qing would have this trick. Insufficient strength can only watch the enemy defeat the defenders head-on, and the warning from the will of civilization is getting stronger and stronger. But there is no way, it is completely irresistible. I could only watch helplessly. After the time was pushed to the 6th hour, an invisible wave flew out from the black hole gate, and then the space where the entire star is located disappears in a certain moment, as if it is suddenly erased. With the current level of repair of the high-dimensional fortress, 6 hours of charging is enough to take away the entire star and the surrounding super defensive barrier. The moment the star disappeared, Li Qing immediately sensed that the suppressing effect of the artifact of civilization suddenly loosened for a moment. Although it has not completely disappeared, with the disappearance of the supporting stars of the galaxy, the collapse of the galaxy, and the disappearance of the fulcrum of the artifact of civilization, the suppression effect will naturally gradually disappear, just like the defeat of the core fortress of the Eastern Union of Bruin. This sudden change made the defenders of the entire galaxy dumbfounded, as did the Emperor and the noble Senate far away on the capital star. This time they reacted very quickly, and it took only 2 hours to make a decision to transfer the main force from Zutar and return half of the fleet from the Yinpan area. Still haven't opened the artifact of civilization. This surprised Li Qing, but it wasn't surprising. It's like the big move space annihilation of the universe in his palm has already been cooled down and can be used, but it has been useless in previous battles. A final hole card like this is generally not used casually unless it is a last resort. Li Qing used it before mainly because he wanted to try the power and effect, so he knew it well. Now that I have tried the effect, I will not use it casually. As time went by, the galaxy collapsed, the effect of civilization artifacts completely disappeared, and the fleet could jump freely. He decisively led the fleet to support Cybertron. At this time, Cybertron was besieged by a fleet twice the size of his own for less than half a month, but with his unique ability to teleport throughout the galaxy, he teleported every half an hour, and the enemy could not intercept it at all. Not to him. It has been less than half a month since the start of the war, and he has been in a state of hiding. Not only did he have no losses, but the enemy, in his state of constant teleportation, from time to time, a small fleet was caught and singled out to form a counter-siege, and the losses were even greater than him. To be tall. As Li Qingyu came over, the fleet size surpassed. Kel'Zaka Star Sea Empire fleet retreated immediately, and far away from this star field. Li Qing joined Cybertron, and waited for half a day to join the Cyrus fleet. The huge fleet waited in place for a short time. At this time, Li Qing also received the news of the withdrawal of the Kel'Zaka Shanghai Empire and the other two civilization coalition forces through the artifacts of human civilization and the several star-negative people he had left in Jalan Collar. He pinched his chin and pondered for a while, and finally decided to be more stable and not to wave. Quickly issued a series of instructions, and then ordered the fleet to prepare for battle. About a day later, Li Qing, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and whispered in the command channel. Ready to fight. Mind-to-mind communication. Li Lai and Hong Changfeng, who have already rushed from the territory to the junction of the Zutar star field and the Tianjin star field, use the two of them as coordinates to activate the teleportation ability of the universe in the palm, and teleport to their two at a fixed point. Location. The invisible halo swept across the galaxy like lightning, and wherever it went, the fleet disappeared instantly without any warning. It reappeared, and it was an unnamed galaxy at the junction of Zutar and Tianjin starfield, which was more than 14,000 light-years away. Two beams of light flashed in the command center, turning into Li Lai and Hong Changfeng. Without any nonsense, Li Lai first bowed to Li Qing and said in a deep voice. They just jumped over and couldn't jump again immediately. Li Qing nodded, looked at Cybertron next to him, he also nodded, with a thought. God activated the ability to cover the fleet, and the huge fleet that had just been transmitted disappeared instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The melee started again with the 10 consecutive starbursts. Through Cybertron's God general talent, it is directly transmitted to the face of the United Fleet that has just jumped to this galaxy and is resting. A series of 10 starbursts, which had already been charged up, knocked the coalition forces into a daze. Then, the coalition forces that reacted were startled and anxious to launch a counterattack, fighting with the sudden human fleet. From the beginning of the battle, the coalition forces have been suppressed, even though the fleet is much larger than Li Qing's fleet. After all, one side is caught off guard, and the other side is prepared. Moreover, Li Qing's 200 fearless divisions were all dispatched in this battle, plus nearly 20,000 standard divisions with 6-level enhanced weapons. The combat effectiveness of the conventional fleet was quite ferocious. Although the Kelzaka-Qinghai Empire's Three Kingdoms alliance has nearly 40,000 standard divisions, of which about 20% are 8 or 9,000 6-level reinforced divisions, they are still far behind. As soon as the two sides came into contact, the conventional battleships were completely swept away, and the losses were so great that the commander wondered if he had misread it. Li Qing sits at the high-level battle star, pinching his chin to observe the battle of the fearless division. I have to say that advanced civilization is advanced civilization, and the combat effectiveness of its warships is really terrible. Fighting conventional civilization is like a father beating a son. The power of weapons built with dark matter technology is 10 times that of the 5th level civilization at the same level. The main gun of a battleship has a power of 70,000 neutron light spears, and the power of dark matter light spears replaced by dark matter battleship main guns is 700,000. What is this concept? The most common Ranger-class cruiser has only 60,000 basic hull armor and shields, which adds up to 180,000, which is not enough for one shot. The strongest Vigil-class cruiser has only 150,000 basic hull armor and shields, and a total of 450,000. Any star-negative talent can increase the damage by more than 200%, what can be used to block the damage of more than 2 million. No cruiser can stop a shot, even if it is also equipped with dark matter accessories. Let's look at battleships again. The basic hull armor and shields of the Knight-class battleship are 1.2 million. Fully equipped with level 5 accessories, the shield can be increased to 4 to 5 million. If various corrections are calculated, about 4 guns can sink a level 5 technology battleship. The 7-tier Group Star Dreadnought battleship has 9x slot main guns and up to 800L slot weapons, which means that any Group Star Dreadnought battleship can instantly kill 2 conventional battleships plus N ships at the same time. Battleship one-sided rolling. The moment the battle line composed of 107th tier fearless divisions came into contact with the enemy, it was directly crushed in by a wave. It was as if the red-hot chopsticks were inserted into the solidified lard, and they slipped in like silk without any force at all. This one-sidedness continued until the opposite side sent a battleship group with 6-level enhanced technology configuration before it eased a little. But it's just a little more relaxed. The battleships with 6-level enhanced technology are indeed much stronger in terms of combat effectiveness and hull durability, but they can only hold on for a while, slowing down the rout, and can't change the situation. Less than an hour after the battle, the coalition command was horrified to find that the gap between the two sides was shocking. Retreat immediately. We are not opponents. At the headquarters meeting, the 3 civilization representatives reached an agreement to withdraw almost instantly. But when they turned on the LEAP engine with the battle stars as the core, Li Qing suddenly activated the suppression that comes with the universe in the palm, with a diameter of 10 million kilometers around the black hole gate as the center. The halo of the witnesses of the stars, which is equivalent to the suppression of the artifact of civilization, extinguished the vibration of the LEAP engine on the battlefield on the spot, causing chaos within the coalition forces. Think about it, how terrifying it is to suddenly have the suppressing effect of civilization artifacts on the field battlefield. Under the halo of the witnesses of the stars, even mobile battle stars cannot jump. It can fly normally, and it can fly away from this range of tens of millions of kilometers and jump again. But the aura of Li Qing's star witnesses can be moved. Moreover, taking advantage of his illness and killing him, this is a good time to encircle and suppress. The fleet is divided into 4, intercepting the coalition fleet breaking out from 4 directions. And Li Qing quickly discovered the alternative usage of the halo of the star witnesses. You must know that after this thing takes effect, it can directly interrupt the transitioning engine, and when the interrupted engine is suddenly stopped, it will suffer a severe impact and cannot be used for a short time. At this time, he can temporarily put away the halo, and then use his own psionic teleportation or Cybertron's general teleportation ability to go to another area and expand the halo again, so as to intercept enemies in a wider range at the same time. As long as the transmission speed is fast enough, no one in the same galaxy can escape. Chapter 350 The Idea of Unifying Human Civilization. The fierce interception battle on his side was in full swing, and it didn't take long for the human coalition forces to rush over. Li Qingchao communicated well with them early, and did not give up after the 3 kingdoms' allied forces made the leap, but continued to chase. When Li Qing stopped them for more than 4 hours, they finally rushed over. With this human coalition army, some stretched troops were greatly relieved, and the encirclement was officially completed under his command. Unable to escape, they could only stop and fight, and what followed was a brutal siege. Although the big move of space annihilation is no longer used, the light of divine judgment can be used, and after so many years, 11 combat areas have been repaired in the light of divine judgment, and the ability to clear the field has greatly increased. 1 round per hour. Each round can complete the clearance of small and medium warships in a huge area. It was already 27 hours later when he finished roughly clearing the scene. At this time, more than 70% of the small and medium warships of the Three Kingdoms' allied forces have disappeared, and more than 30% of the battleships have been killed. At this time, the allied forces of the Three Kingdoms had already disintegrated and split into 3 groups to break through in 3 directions, but they were firmly blocked by the fleet led by the 3 generals, and Li Qing led the main force of the Chinese army to annex them one by one. No accident, this is just a fleet of conventional civilization. No matter the size, quality, or commander, he can't match him. How can this be stopped? None of the other main forces could escape, except for a small number of warships fleeing from other directions. This could not be completely stopped, but the main force did intercept them all. It took a total of 35 hours from the leap to the face to the end speed. Li Qing completed the complete annihilation without using the bottom card of the box, and commanded a brilliant battle. His Royal Highness Li Qing. Xiao Bili saw the heroic Li Qing on the communication light screen, and his mood was extremely complicated. It's only been a long time, less than 10 years, Li Qing's strength has swelled like a balloon to an unimaginable level. He watched Li Qing's rise, and it was because of this that he was in a complicated mood. But more fortunately, human civilization has given birth to a new genius. If it was a time of peace, he might be unwilling, but in the current chaotic galactic situation, human civilization really needs a son of civilization to lead human civilization to stand in the galaxy. Only, this son of civilization seems to be too strong, and the speed of his rise is too fast, so fast that they are not yet mentally prepared. Facing the human star sea lords and army lords, Li Qing is as humble as ever, but the power contained in his actions and words is not comparable to that of the same day. Great strength gave him great confidence, and at the same time made his words contain a force that ordinary people could not resist. There is no agreement, he is naturally the center of everyone. This change is natural, no one said anything, but everyone has already tacitly agreed. This change made Li Qing very satisfied, and it saved him a lot of trouble. He didn't want to have to deal with some messy little things in the civilization today. It took less than 40 years from becoming a pioneering commander to being able to easily sweep away conventional civilization. At this time, Li Qing was only in his 50s, and he was considered very young and strong. This encounter began to come to an end when the commander of the Holy Besset monarchy surrendered first. After Li Qing promised not to kill them, and promised to cease war with the 3 civilizations after the war, the remaining fleets of the 3 civilizations announced their surrender one after another. Li Qing did not break his promise, and indeed let them go after they put down their weapons and came out of the battleship. No way, the remaining elite fleets of the 3 civilizations are quite attractive. Those who can persist until the end are basically large ships above battleships, all of which are the main force, plus a large number of flagships and mobile fortresses, and the most attractive are the 14 mobile battle stars, 26 war moons, and 147 mobile fortresses. The fortress, as well as tens of thousands of flagship superflags, and a total of more than 32 million battleships. It is equivalent to a battleship of about 4,000 standard divisions. If he can capture 14 mobile battle stars without damage, let alone let them go, even if he promises a truce for 10 years, he will agree. It took too long to build this thing. Even if he built it himself, it would take more than 80 years. Up to now, the dozen or so ships built in the Superstructure Assembly Center in the Palm universe are still just a basic frame, and they are still 100,000 away from being formed. 8,000 miles. And as his strength grew, he revised the design drawings of the dozens of battle stars and war moons a few years ago while he was still building the framework. The original size is 10,000 kilometers in diameter, which can just be released from the universe in the palm of your hand. But after the Suolang Wanyu Enterprise was destroyed, he obtained a large number of civilization origins and destiny points. He felt that the scale was too small, and asked the negative stars to redesign and increase the size. With such a civilization origin plus destiny points, it is completely possible to repair the universe in the palm again, and then the passage will increase a lot, which can accommodate larger mobile battle stars to enter and exit. It is worth mentioning that before the annexation of a quarter of the civilization origins of Suolang Wanyu Enterprise, these civilization origins have been integrated into the Palm universe and there has been no major movement. It is not that he has not done anything, but that the Palm universe is slowly disappearing. The remnant will of civilization in the origin of Suoleng Wanyu's corporate civilization. The current star-negative civilization is not strong enough to have a strong civilized will like a real large-scale civilization, and it can quickly wipe out its will, but the speed is a bit slow. Wait until it is completely wiped out. The origin of civilization is integrated into the Palm universe, and there will be another qualitative leap in the Palm universe. From the first time I got fate points, just a little fate points repaired a large part of the Palm universe. From now on, it is the first time to obtain the origin of civilization, and it is still an extremely large source of civilization. It can be predicted that a large part of the Palm universe will be restored by then. Li Qingxin expected that the restoration of the universe in the palm of his hand will be greatly improved by then, and there will most likely be a qualitative improvement. But he can't tell when that time is. It may be a year later, or it may be 2 years later. A month later, Li Qing forcibly passed an agenda at the meeting of the Human Senate, and then entrusted His Royal Highnesses Yi Kangchong and Xiao Bili as envoys to Kayrzaka Xinghai Empire, the holy gift of Besit Xinghai Empire, and other one empire signed a 20-year unconditional armistice agreement with the 3 countries. No accident, the 3 major civilizations that had just suffered a defeat and suffered a great loss in strength did not have the courage to continue to fight human civilization to the end, and all signed this armistice agreement. Especially for the Kelzaka Xinghai Empire, one of their 2 core fortresses in the north was breached by Li Qing, and there was a big hole in the northern line of defense. More troops needed to fill the hole, and there was no extra fleet to continue fighting. It is worth mentioning that Li Qing broke through the Hoda core of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, and also gained a lot of destiny points in the favor of human civilization. In addition, there is an additional condition in the truce agreement with Kayrzaka Star Sea Empire, that is, Kayrzaka Star Sea Empire is required to send Shatta Emperor Lotai over. The powerful enemy that could not be caught even after all the efforts, is now just a small bargaining chip. Kayrzaka Star Sea Empire sent Luotai over without even asking why. What awaits him is that his wife will take his soul as a sacrifice to the Void Realm, so that he can be promoted to the second-order son of the Void Realm, gain more Void Realm authority, and prepare for the future spiritual advancement of the whole people. To be honest, the so-called benefits of the son of the virtual realm have no effect on Li Qing now. Even if you don't have the authority of the children of the virtual world, it won't affect the spiritual ascension of the whole people. Just having the authority of the Son of the Void Realm, which can increase the speed of spiritual ascension of the whole people, that's all. After the armistice agreement was signed, the human coalition forces went north one after another, preparing for the demise of the Bruin Union. Li Qing's idea is that after the Bruin Union is eliminated, human civilization will continue to move north along the Perseus spiral arm, annexing the entire Persephone spiral arm in one go, and making it the main site for human civilization to advance to a higher civilization. As his strength continues to increase, the genes of the whole people will soar in the near future, and the process of advancing to a higher civilization cannot be stopped, and he will not stop. At that time, how should humans deal with the suzerain state of Fianuo's revived empire? How to get along with other advanced civilizations in the galaxy? The so-called plan has always been changed with changes. Even the best plan, as time goes on, the situation changes and will have to change to suit the situation. Li Qing originally planned that the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire would be destroyed, but with changes in the galaxy situation, his own changes, and possible other threats, he had to change his original plan. Now the new plan is to complete the genetic ascension of the whole people in the 20th year and advance to a higher civilization. He must unify the Perseus spiral within these 20 years and remove the threat from the rear, so that he can concentrate on targeting other higher civilizations because human beings have advanced to a higher civilization. Unpredictable changes. It's worth mentioning that Li Qing's original plan for national genetic ascension was only aimed at his own territory and the universe in his hands, but the new plan will include the entire human civilization. He wants to try to complete the genetic ascension plan for all mankind. Of course, this is just an idea, and it hasn't even been communicated with other Star Sea Lords and military leaders. This consideration is mainly due to the gradual changes in the interior of the Palm universe as the universe slowly digests the civilization origin of Solong Wanyu Enterprise. This change gave him a new understanding of the origin of civilization. In other words, this change allowed him to gradually understand some of the essence of civilization, thus changing his original thinking. If the original idea is changed, when he completes the genetic ascension of the whole people and promotes to a higher civilization, it will not be human beings who will be promoted at that time, but the human beings where the entire Jalan collar is located. By that time, they will be forcibly separated from human civilization and become a new race based on human civilization. That is to say, they are no longer human beings after the ascension of the whole people. Maybe they still consider themselves human beings, but at the cosmic level, they are already another race. In this situation, as time goes by, the sense of separation will become stronger and stronger, until both new races and normal humans think that the other party is a race different from themselves. It's very simple. One side is just an ordinary conventional civilization, and the other side is a powerful advanced civilization. Individuals are many times better than the other civilization at birth. Over time, class divisions will naturally occur. This is an inevitable process and will not be changed for any reason, at most postponed. But what's the point of postponing? But this is not the key point. If it is just to become a new civilization, Li Qing will not care. I have the ability to create a new powerful civilization out of thin air, which is something to be proud of. However, the memory of the star-negative civilization told him that if he separates a new civilization from human civilization, it will leave a fatal weakness for his newborn star-negative civilization in the future. Because the newborn stargazer civilization comes from human civilization after all, they are born from the same source. This is an unchangeable fact. Even if the newborn civilization becomes stronger in the future, it will not change. At the 6th and 7th peak civilizations, this is no problem and will not have any impact. But after they are promoted to God-level civilization in the future, the problem will come. The technology of God-level civilizations is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The war between God-level civilizations is not simply destruction, but involves time and space, dimensions and concepts. Let's put it this way. If he is promoted to a God-level civilization in the future, he will be able to manipulate time and space, dimensions and concepts. Their weapons can relate to time, past, present and future. At the moment of being promoted to a God-level civilization, the past, present, and future of the entire civilization will be converged into one point. That is to say, the moment any civilization is promoted to a God-level civilization, they will protect their weak past timeline. So here comes the problem. They can only protect and restrain their own civilizations, but they cannot protect and restrain civilizations that are not their own. That is to say, if Li Qing does not accidentally promote to a God-level civilization in the future, when he closes his own civilization timeline, he will stop at the stage of the soaring gene of the whole people, which does not include the current United Empire of mankind. The human civilization at that time was separated from the United Empire of mankind, and he only protected himself, not the United Empire of mankind. If they fight with other God-level civilizations in the future, as long as other God-level civilizations follow the timeline to the stage where they are not divided, they will directly wipe out the United Empire of mankind from its roots, which means maybe the star-bearers who have been staying in the Palm universe can survive, but all the star-bearers outside the Palm universe will be wiped out instantly. This is the main reason why Li Qing wants to incorporate the entire human civilization into the national genetic ascension, to fix this loophole and protect himself. To do this, the first step is to complete the unification of human civilization. The whole people is promoted to a higher civilization. At that time, the current form of government cannot be continued, and there must be a unified government. Otherwise, I have worked so hard to complete the ascension of all people, so that everyone can become a member of a higher civilization. However, each civilization still plays its own game, and any military leader is qualified to ignore me, so how can I do it? It is not necessarily a monarchy, but it must be unified. The reason why he didn't announce this right away is mainly because his current strength is not strong enough to overwhelm all voices. Convinced orally, and dissatisfied orally are two different things. In terms of current strength, Li Qing can beat the entire United Human Empire, and his voice can be so loud that it can suppress all Star Sea Lords and military leaders. Theoretically, such a large gap in strength is enough to convince all Star Sea Lords and military leaders. The reason why he was almost there was because he was too young. It's only been a few years, and they have such strength, which has kept these old antiques alive for hundreds of years, and their mentality has not changed. If the strength of one of the original Star Sea Lords has gradually increased to his current level, then it goes without saying that everyone has already expected your strength to grow to this point. One day you suddenly said that I want to be unified. This will not appear abrupt, and it is easier to accept. Li Qing was going to destroy the Bruin Union again, and showed his ability to sweep everything in front of the Star Sea Lords and Army Lords of human civilization, so that they would be impressed and convinced. By that time, he brings up the matter again, and the objection to exclusion disappears. By that time, even if there are still those who are unwilling, he no longer needs to be scruples, and directly suppresses them. In the following days, Li Qing attacked Bruin in an all-round way and jointly held several temporary imperial councils of elders. At the meeting, he changed his previous low-key attitude, and became high-profile in his behavior and speech, without hiding some of his thoughts. Including high-profile orders to certain military leaders. Mobilize other lords' fleets in their own name, including garrison and so on. This is a test for the lords and military masters of the Qinghai, and it is also for them to adapt to see how they will react. Soon, in the third month after returning, after another temporary meeting of elders, Li Qinggang announced the end of the meeting and was about to leave when Lord Xiaobili suddenly stopped him and said via voice transmission. Your Highness Li Qing, do you have time to talk? Li Qing glanced back at him, then glanced at the other Star Sea Lords who did not leave. They all looked at him solemnly, he knew it well, nodded and said. Available. Xiaobili nodded. Follow me, please. He opened a private meeting room in the Lingxiao Palace, and all the Star Sea Lords walked in. When the army leaders saw this scene, they all discussed in low voices. Fengyan Army Lord stood beside Lingji Army Lord and whispered. It seems that the lords can't bear it anymore, and they have to have a frank and honest talk. I don't know how the talk will go. Will Li Qing restrain himself? Lingji glanced at him, shook his head and said. Impossible. Both of them were silent for a while. Feng Yun sighed and said. Yeah, it's impossible, and it's impossible for me. Lingji took a long breath and said. I have a strong premonition that the loose state of the United Human Empire that lasted for tens of thousands of years is estimated to be coming to an end. Whether it is proclaiming the emperor or other methods, it will definitely centralize power and concentrate the power and strength of the entire civilization to develop together. Doesn't that mean later? In the conference room, everyone was seated one by one, but no one spoke. All the Qinghai lords had complex expressions and remained silent, including Xiaobili who called him to stop him. Li Qing looked at it for a while, tapped on the table lightly, and said. Let's be smart and don't talk dark words. I know what you want to ask me when you ask me in private, so I will tell you that my goal is very simple, to end the loose state of human civilization that has lasted for tens of thousands of years, and to establish a unified centralized system, regime. Everyone looked up, but they were still speechless. But it didn't last long, and His Royal Highness Chong Yongchun said. Actually, we had expected this matter a long time ago. When we suddenly discovered that His Highness Li Qing's strength had reached such a level, this matter was inevitable. It's just a matter of when it started. Actually, we are not very repulsive. This kind of thing will come one day. Either you, or another son of civilization in the future. We just changed too fast and didn't adapt. In addition, we are also worried. I don't know what kind of centralized government Li Qing wants to establish, an imperial system, or... Everyone looked at Li Qing. He understood the meaning of inquiry contained in the 13 gazes. Without hesitation, he said in a deep voice. Actually, I haven't decided which centralized regime to use, but it is nothing more than those types, monarchy, dictatorship, parliamentary system, etc., but I know which one you don't want. Li Qing smiled slightly and said. Actually, I can promise you now that I will never implement an imperial system, and will only choose between dictatorship and parliamentary system, or other non-imperial regimes. Everyone looked at each other, and it was obvious that their faces had eased a lot. Li Qing understood their thoughts very well. He was nothing more than worried that once the imperial system was taken away, they would lose their power and status forever. After all, once the monarchy is implemented, power must be collected. Of course, all unified power systems must withdraw military power, and any centralized power system will not allow vassals with independent military power. But the main reason they oppose the imperial system is actually the inheritance method of the imperial system. The son inherits the father's business, which means that they have to live under others all the time, which is what they are not happy about. You Qinghai lords have held military and political power for thousands of years, and have long been accustomed to their current positions. If they are suddenly asked to hand over their military power and status, they will live under others for the rest of their lives. They will definitely not be happy. Li Qing understood their concerns very well, explained them personally, and promised never to leave the imperial system, and would definitely use other methods to ensure their power and status. A verbal agreement was reached, and the Star Sea Lords bid farewell one by one. This is just a verbal agreement. When he is ready to implement the Grand Unification Plan and officially take over the power from the Star Sea Lords and military lords, he will still need to make a formal oath. Seeing the last lord leave, Li Qing let out a sigh of relief. It seems to be very talkative, but this is based on his absolute crushing strength, whether it is the strength of the fleet or his personal strength. Today, it is no secret that he has been promoted to an immortal level psyker. The strength of the fleet can beat everyone. Personal strength, one person can beat everyone. Whether they are willing or not, the unification will definitely continue. Their collective opposition will only slow down the process, but cannot change it. The Star Sea Lords who understand this will discuss with him so calmly. As for what they were worried about, Li Qing did not lie to them. He would not leave the imperial system. It's not that the imperial system is outdated, it's a reverse of civilization. He doesn't consider the imperial system mainly because he thinks it's unnecessary. The most attractive point of the monarchy is the absolute centralization of power. All the power in the world is concentrated in itself, and this power can be passed on from generation to generation, and has been passed on to your descendants for thousands of years. One thing to say, Li Qing doesn't think he can resist this temptation. But the main reason why he didn't consider this point was that this temptation was useless to him. The reason is very simple. With his current strength and the current state of his wives, it is very difficult for them to give birth to more offspring. As a member of the Masters of the Negative Star, they are also the Negative Star, and it is very difficult to combine and give birth to offspring. He is definitely diligent in procreating offspring, and the frequency of cultivation is extremely intensive, but until now, except for Yu Yuyao who is pregnant with one of the wives, the other stomachs have not responded at all. He knew very well in his heart that according to the current life essence of himself and his wives, if he wanted to have offspring, he would have to work hard for tens of thousands of years, and the number of offspring must be very small. In this case, it is meaningless to engage in an imperial system. He never thought that sitting in that position for eternity would make him tired. It is very cool to be the emperor for 10 years. Being the emperor for 30 years will become a habit. Being emperor for more than 100 years will become a task. The ancient emperors wanted to seek immortality because the emperors did not live long and wanted to live longer, but if it really made you live longer, you would gradually lose interest in power. There are ready-made examples. Emperor Qianlong, who has been in power for the longest time, is not tired of it later. He voluntarily passed the throne to his son and became the supreme emperor himself. Li Qing's idea is to form a new centralized system with parliamentary system and dictatorship. The parliament is used to accommodate the lords and military masters of the Star Sea. In the future, some outstanding members born in human civilization can join the parliament. Dictatorship means that the ruler has absolute power, not inferior to the emperor, but cannot pass the position to his descendants like the emperor. And this so-called dictatorship is just a dictatorship of power, and the term of office does not last until death. It is also impossible to be left to die. In the future, the rulers of civilization must be immortal, and theoretically they can live until the end of the universe. Therefore, a unique political system will be formulated according to the situation. For example, the term of office is limited to 10,000 years, 100,000 years, etc. The 100,000-year-old head of state is probably tired of being a head of state, so there is no need to worry about anyone wanting to monopolize power. Besides, Li Qing, as the ruler of the negative stars, can supervise the power, and anyone who wants to make trouble can't pass him. With the acquiescence of all Star Sea Lords, Li Qing's next series of orders were well executed, and the fleet assembled in an orderly manner. In order to allow everyone to adapt better and adapt in advance, he deliberately mobilized the fleet indiscriminately, separated the fleets recruited by the lords and military lords, and reorganized them into a new mixed fleet. It took nearly a year to reorganize the mixed fleet alone, and then there were various drills to integrate resources one by one, and the time passed unconsciously. He was not in a hurry at all, and he was not afraid that Bruin would escape jointly. They can't escape. Human civilization now spans the Emperor Seat star field and the Zutar star field. It is impossible for them to cross 3 or 4 star fields without hiding the truth from human civilization. There is no other way but to flee to the north. But fleeing to the north can only escape for a while, not for a lifetime. Wait for humans to prepare to sweep all the way north. No matter where they escape, they will be caught. More importantly, the sentry array that Li Qing built at Lock Fortress is about to be completed. Construction started a long time ago, and after so many years, it will be completed. By the time sentinel arrays cover the galaxy, they'll have nowhere to run. No matter how long the preparations are, there will be an end. In the 4th year, when the Sentinel array was officially completed and other civilizations in the galaxy were notified, Li Qing officially started Bruven after building another 1087th level Fearless divisions. The combined battle of annihilation. Building a sentry array has no major problems other than causing some shock among conventional civilizations. The higher civilizations did not have any vigilance against them because of this, and there were no other restrictions except that they were not allowed to use sentinel arrays to observe the territory of the higher civilizations. Of course, this may be on the surface, and perhaps the civilizations within each civilization mark human civilization as dangerous. In this battle, human civilization did not come out in full force, but reserved about 1/3 of the fleet to stay on the southern border to prevent other civilizations from attacking while they were attacking the Bruin Union. Although this possibility is not great, it must be guarded against. The entire human civilization dispatched more than 40 mobile battle stars, 200 war moons, 2,000 large and small mobile fortresses, and more than 10,000 standard 6th level divisions and 30,000 standard 5th level divisions. The troops were divided into 3 groups, and the northern expedition began from the 3 core fortresses in the northern border. Li Qing did not go out with the army this time, but took command of the general headquarters at Yanmen Pass. Have already completed the initial centralization of power, with so many subordinates working for him, how can he do everything by himself? If Bruven's United Civilization artifact has not been used yet, and there is still a trump card in his hole, then there is no way, he has to do it himself. But now Bruven's joint ultimate killer is gone, and its strength is not comparable to that of humans, and there are no reinforcements yet. In fact, the most important thing is that Li Qing made a promise in order to obtain the consent of the lords and military leaders and to gain the hearts of the people. This time he captured the Bruin United Territory. Personally owned. This can also be regarded as an exchange of interests. Time flies, the sun and the moon fly by. Humanity's battle against the Bruin United is going very well. Using the Sentinel array to accurately capture the remaining main force of the Bruven United, defeated it in 3 battles and 3 victories, and the rest is to slowly occupy the territory, clean up the remnants, and plunder resources. Li Qing also took the opportunity to slowly expand his influence to the middle and lower levels in this carnival feast of the whole civilization, gradually forming an established fact. Ordinary people in the lower class may be slow and unclear about the news, but some smart players have gradually discovered the changes in human civilization. A carve-up feast that has lasted for many years, the upper echelon of the United Human Empire has always been the provisional military government headed by Li Qing. It looks like a temporary military government, but the smart and far-sighted know that this is only temporary, and when the time is right, it will be a formal government. Everyone who knows the inside story is guessing when Li Qing will announce when the new centralized government will be formally established, but Li Qing has never announced it, even if he completely defeats the Bruin Alliance and annexes its territories one by one. There is no surprise in the annexation of Bruin United. Today's Bruin United may not be their opponent. In addition, they have already begun to transfer the elite of civilization. A large part of the elite has already been transferred, and the remaining troops are even less likely to be opponents. But unfortunately, as Li Qing said, it is impossible for them to sneak through the human territory and enter the Yinpan area, they can only go north. It might be difficult to catch them in the past, but with the Sentinel array, it is different. It took a few years to scan up the Perseus spiral arm, and found their hiding place in the 6th year. An inconspicuous galaxy located at the extreme northern end of the Perseus spiral arm, north of the 12th Azsuna star field of the Perseus spiral arm, that is, the Pharosa Union that occupies the Tianju star field and most of the Azsuna star field, the north side of the body. Ran far enough. Star C Calendar 10059, Li Qing issued a decree in the name of the Senate of the Human Empire to start the preparations for the genetic ascension of the whole people. All provinces and administrative regions of the entire civilization have begun the construction of large-scale biogenetic hospitals. At the same time, a large number of civilians began to migrate, from the Emperor Seat starfield in the hinterland of the United Empire of Mankind, to the Zutar starfield, Faust starfield, Bruin starfield, and the 5 Emperors starfield north of Bruin. So far, the United Empire of Mankind has completed the unification of the 5 major star fields, and its forces have radiated south to the 2nd Tianjin star field of the Perseus spiral arm, and radiated to the north to the 8th Asar star field. Migrant development, centralization of power and change of political system are in this large-scale immigration. One day in the midst of the turmoil of immigrants, the Senate suddenly announced that, as the united empire of mankind defeated the old enemy Bruin united and unified the 5-star fields, in order to better maintain the rule, the Senate of the Empire, the Star Sea Lords and the military masters jointly after discussion, it was decided to restructure and establish a new united empire of mankind. The United Empire implements the system of heads of state, under which there is the Federal Senate. The head of state is naturally Li Qing. The Senate of the Federation is divided into upper, middle and lower houses. The upper house tentatively has 17 members. In addition to the original lords of Qinghai, there are several additional people, namely the former Qinghai old patriarch of the Li family, the Jinmen Yu family, and Yu Fei and Yu Yuyao are two sisters. The middle court is composed of more than 200 former Star Navy masters, as well as some core members of Li Qing's subordinates. The House of Commons is the original Small Lords, as well as some important members of the original Jolin Collar. All outstanding federal citizens are eligible to join the Federal Senate after passing the assessment, and join the upper, middle and lower houses respectively according to merit and ability. In addition to the Senate, the new government also includes many positions, some of which are concurrently held by the Senate, and some are not members of the Senate. For example, some professional administrative officials, this must not be the military lords of the Senate. With the centralization of power in the new empire, the training method for new players cannot be the same as before. Li Qing has established a large number of academies dedicated to training players. After completing the basic studies, the students can choose to join the army, start from the grassroots, or go out on their own to take risks, or serve their own families. If there are those who are unwilling to set up their own family, Li Qing will not restrict it. As long as you have the ability to be promoted to the new Star Sea Lord on your own outside, and become independent from the united empire of mankind, Li Qing will not mind. Because this will not affect his future. He now has the legal system of the main body of human civilization, and he is the main body of human civilization. He will be promoted to a god-level civilization in the future, and the timeline of convergence includes the main body of the entire human civilization. And these split new human civilizations are just branches, and the branches cannot affect the main body. Even if there are hostile god-level civilizations that come to this stage along the timeline, they can only see the separated descendants. No matter what they do to the descendants, they have no choice but to be protected by humans who have been promoted to god-level civilizations in the past subject of human civilization. Li Qingfei's thoughts are only to ensure his own safety. He has no interest and no obligation to protect these separated offspring. In the 8th year after the founding of the new united empire of human beings, Li Qing quietly left the capital of the empire, and quietly went to the Centaur arm in the west of the Milky Way by himself. According to the coordinates obtained after activating the brilliant star map, the hiding place of the lost capital of the Necromancer dynasty, the 7th-level peak civilization, is in the westernmost part of the Milky Way, in an isolated star field hundreds of thousands of light-years away from the Milky Way. It can be said that it has broken away from the Milky Way, and it should be regarded as a miniature dwarf galaxy around the Milky Way. It is precisely because the distance is far enough that it can escape the search of the old enemy who was once the 7th-level peak civilization. Li Qing is going to go to see the situation of the lost capital of the Necrontyr first to determine whether the remaining power of the Necrontyr dynasty is strong enough, and then decide whether to directly inherit it. With the comprehensive advancement of the national biogenetic hospital system, even the preparations for the national genetic ascension of the entire united human empire are getting more and more adequate, and the national genetic ascension is getting closer and closer. He has to determine these unexpected factors earlier. But this is not the point. Perhaps this was the key point in the past, but as he defeated the Bruven United, the long-standing enemy for thousands of years, and then completed the restructuring of the United Human Empire, as the head of the first unified regime of the United Human Empire, he was also the leader of the Star Civilization. The ruler of the planet, the human civilization and the civilization of the Star-bearers naturally began to merge into one. Can also be called coverage. The negative star is both a race and an inheritance. Regardless of any race can be promoted to be a star negative, which also means that a negative star can cover any civilization and become a new star negative civilization. The previous generation of negative stars was the civilization of the Siwan Empire. This generation of star negatives is now human civilization. They are all star negative people, which can be called the Siwan Empire or the United Empire of Mankind. It's as simple as that. So from the day when Li Qing officially announced the establishment of the new United Empire of Humanity and formally established his own legal system, the universe in the palm of the hand, an artifact of civilization inherited by the Star Bearer, once again experienced some kind of mutation. A certain kind of change that has already been scheduled will happen when the new star negative person is officially born. The universe in the palm incorporates the light of the negative star, all the relics in Li Qing's hand, all the destiny points and civilization points, and the most critical artifact of human civilization, the Daluo Tiangong, and has entered a stage of transformation. At the moment of transformation, Li Qing knew that when the transformation was completed, there was no obstacle between human civilization entering the 7th level peak civilization. He is very clear that when this transformation is over, human civilization will be the official Stargazer civilization and the orthodox successor of the Siwan Empire, so the technology of the Siwan Empire will naturally be inherited by him. That is to say, after the transformation is over, he can obtain a complete set of 7th order dark energy technology. Then, when the full set of 7th level dark energy technology is fully mastered, you can start to master the 8th level God level civilization technology without any conditions. And Li Qing is now looking for the lost capital of the Necrontyr dynasty, mainly to see if the legacy left by the Necrontyr dynasty is strong enough. Because there will be a long gap between entering the 7th level and then reaching the 8th level, the human civilization at this time was only a 5th level civilization not long ago, and the span between the 8th level civilization is too large, and the strength is too big. Even if one obtains God level civilization technology immediately, it still needs to be digested and developed. It will take time for human civilization to digest and understand. It is impossible to understand God-level civilization with the current IQ of human beings. It is like writing out the problem-solving ideas, steps and answers of a Riemann hypothesis in front of a primary school student. No matter how detailed your answer is, elementary school students can't understand it. He has to learn a series of pre-mathematics, such as geometry, algebra, advanced mathematics, and a series of subjects before he is qualified to look at this topic. The current situation of human civilization is like this. The answers have been given to you, but they can't understand them, and they need to spend time growing up. It's hard to say this growth period, and this growth period is when human civilization is weakest. When they advance to advanced civilizations, they will receive the attention and vigilance of several advanced civilizations. If they show that they have surpassed dark matter technology and find that they have 7th level dark energy technology, there will only be one result. Group up and attack. The major advanced civilizations will immediately wake up and declare war on human civilization in order to seize the 7th order dark energy technology that they have not mastered for millions of years. He needs enough strength to survive this stage. According to the star map, the lost capital of the Necrontyr of the Death Dynasty is located in a dwarf galaxy west of the Milky Way, 380,000 light-years away from the westernmost end of the Sagittarius spiral arm, and there is no Stargate connection, so you have to go through it by yourself, the void past. This is difficult for other civilizations even if they know the coordinates, but it is not a big problem for Li Qing. The fixed-point teleportation function of the universe in the palm can ignore the void teleportation. The maximum teleportation distance is 100,000 light-years at a time, and he has to teleport 4 times to reach it. But in fact, in order to minimize the possibility of being discovered, Li Qing did not leave the Centaur spiral arm, but entered the void at the edge of the Centaur spiral arm in the west, and was directly teleported to somewhere in the endless void 100,000 light-years away. The Immortal's powerful strength allows him to appear in the void without the protection of a battleship. It also affects immortals. Li Qing carefully felt the ubiquitous power of decay in the void, and estimated in his mind that if the spiritual energy strength of the next immortal cannot be replenished, it will be exhausted after wandering in this boundless void for about 20,000 to 30,000 years, and finally perish. But this estimate is meaningless. Not to mention that psychers can use up more psychic energy to teleport in this corrupted void, and they can also locate the spiritual energy world and enter the void. Basically, there is no such thing as an immortal being lost in the corrupted void. Unless you are being hunted down all the time, that is, you cannot replenish psionic energy, nor can you enter the subspace and return to the void. After 6 consecutive ultra-long-distance transmissions, Li Qing came to the corrosion void, which is 380,000 light-years away from the Milky Way. Standing in the endless pitch-black void, feeling the invisible corrosion more than 10 times stronger than the edge of the Milky Way, Li Qing looked back. At this moment, in his eyes, the huge Milky Way is a huge disk standing obliquely in the pitch-black starry sky with a thin edge and a thick middle. It is this disk that he feels can be grasped with only one hand, which contains countless civilizations and stars, and the splendid human civilization is in that disk. Turned around and looked in another direction. There was nothing in the pitch-black void, and no difference was found from the void in other directions. But holding the bright star map of the relic of the Necrontyr in his hand, Li Qing could clearly sense a hidden dark galaxy in that direction. The so-called dark galaxies refer to galaxies in which the light of stars cannot be transmitted due to special reasons, and various electromagnetic waves and particles cannot be transmitted out, so they cannot be discovered naturally. The necromancy civilization of the original Necron dynasty used this feature to hide from the old enemy and survive. According to the special induction in his heart, he kept teleporting all the way forward. After teleporting for about 5 or 6,000 light years, the last teleportation appeared outside an invisible barrier and was intercepted. Li Qing understood in his heart that this is the dark galaxy where the Necrontyr is hiding. This invisible barrier can block all kinds of teleportation and jumps, but it does not prevent you from passing through normally. It felt like passing through a thin film of light, and Li Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out that there was nothingness in front of him, and now a galaxy that seemed small in scale appeared in front of him. It looks small from a distance, but it is still small when you get close to it. Li Qing did not go directly there, but went around the invisible light film, counted the miniature galaxy carefully, and found that its total size was no more than 100,000 stars. It is much larger than the isolated star field of Adis Mentor, but it is too limited. It took almost 4 months to go around and then return to the original position. Li Qing stood motionless on the edge of the galaxy. He knew very well in his heart that no matter whether he was willing to inherit the legacy of the Necrontyr civilization, when he entered this isolated star field where no one had entered for tens of millions of years, the Necrontyr civilization living in the isolated star field would reawaken. If he is willing to inherit the inheritance, everything in the star field will quickly awaken for him to accept. If he is not willing to inherit the inheritance, but from the moment he enters the star field, the legacy of the Necrontyr in the galaxy will inevitably be affected. The legacy central system will use the information he brought to judge the current situation of the Milky Way. Whether he is willing to inherit it or not, this galaxy is no longer a secret. No matter what happens to Li Qing, whether he escapes, walks out safely, or is imprisoned here, the Necrontyr civilization will slowly wake up. This is an irreversible process. After pondering for a long time, Li Qing let out a breath, his eyes gradually became firm, and he stepped into another layer of light film wrapped outside the isolated star field. The moment he stepped into the isolated star field, he immediately felt a faint sweep of will. The next second, the weak will swept over again, and Li Qing clearly noticed that the strength of this will was stronger than the previous round. Then, the will swept over for the third round, and its strength directly increased several times, and it was not swept away, but directly positioned on him. Li Qing didn't continue to move forward, but stood there motionless, with a hint of surprise on his face. Awakened a long time ago. This Necrontyr civilization is not in a deep sleep as he imagined, but has already awakened, but has been in a dormant state. The activity level of this huge will is not like it just woke up. But it's normal to think about it. The time when the Necrontyr civilization was active was tens of millions of years ago. No matter how long it took, it was enough to sleep. In just 10 seconds, that huge will woke up from a semi-sleeping state, a super will not inferior to Imora woke up in the center of the distant star field, and the indescribable will condensed into a huge eye in front of him. Chapter 354 Deal with the Necrontyr. In this miniature river system, fleets of extremely large scales are moored. These fleets have a star fortress as the core, and each is surrounded by about 100 super battle bodies, as well as a total of 10,000 standard fearless divisions. Fleets of this size are moored around this miniature river system, with stars as their bases. That is to say, there are as many fleets as there are small star systems around this miniature river system. Li Qing crosses this circle and does not know how many micro-river systems enter the interior of the micro-river system. Every 2 or 3 billion kilometers, he will enter another orbital ring system. There will be another small star system in the distance. But the star system within the outermost layer has no garrisons, but a large number of sealed facilities. Such as a warehouse, various super docks, various ancient creations, some megastructures he's never seen before, wonders in the stars, and more. He even discovered ring worlds in some large star systems that are about tens of billions of kilometers away from the most core gravitational source, and some super habitable worlds with a diameter of more than 1 million kilometers. But these are not the key points. The key point is that in the very center of this galaxy, there is a strange building that covers the central supermassive black hole. It is a supergiant frame built outside the event horizon of a supermassive black hole. The frame encloses the entire supermassive black hole. There are dozens of huge structures extending into the event horizon of the black hole to continuously extract energy and matter from the black hole. A superstructure whose specification is measured in astronomical units extends out of each of the 10 directions in all directions of the superframe. The extracted energy gathers upwards along the edge of the supergiant structure, and directly flows into the superstructures whose specifications are measured in astronomical units. It looks like this from the outside, but he doesn't know what it looks like inside, but Li Qing looks at it from a distance, and can feel a wave from there that makes his heart palpitate. This is most likely the ultimate weapon of the Necrontyr civilization, and it hasn't been activated yet. Just as Li Qing was about to get closer, he suddenly remembered the loud voice that hadn't appeared for a long time. Do not approach within a radius of 10 billion kilometers from the center of the galaxy. Do not enter the ring world, and do not enter the giant structure. Li Qing spread his arms and stopped. Up to now, basically everything that can be seen with the naked eye has been seen, and Li Qing basically has a clear understanding of the existing strength of the Necrontyr. This strength is not outrageous. It is estimated that a dozen small galaxy garrisons can easily sweep all civilizations in the Milky Way, including all advanced civilizations. But the more he understands, the less he dares to easily inherit the legacy of the Necrontyr civilization. With such a huge strength, they have clearly awakened, but they still obediently stay in this isolated dark star field and dare not show their heads, and even dare not send some scout ships out, which shows how deeply they are afraid of their old enemy. This shows that even if they have such strength, they still think that they can't be the opponent of that old enemy. With such an outrageous strength gap, if faced with the attack of the unknown old enemy, it is estimated that it will not be able to persist for 100 years. If this is the case, it would be meaningless for him to inherit the inheritance of the Necrontyr civilization. He needs a force that can persist until he completely digests the civilization of the Star-Bearer. If he can't do it, it's meaningless. Pity. Li Qing shook his head and sighed softly, turned around in disappointment, and prepared to leave this galaxy. But when he just turned around, a voice sounded in his ears. Young race, I can feel the disappointment in your heart, can you tell me why? Li Qing paused, remained silent for a while, and said, I am disappointed that the Necrontyr dynasty is not as powerful as I thought. The voice also paused, probably a little surprised by this answer. After a long silence, the voice sounded again. Then what kind of strength do you think is the strength you imagined? It doesn't matter how powerful I imagined it to be. The important thing is that you are too far from your old enemy. If the Necrontyr reappears, how long can you last under the blow of your old enemy? The voice fell silent again. This time the silence was longer, until Li Qing got impatient and started to send. Open the hyperspace network, look at the teleportation star map, and touch a galaxy that has not been seen before on the network around this miniature river system. But he was surprised to find that he did not have enough authority to enter this galaxy. Hidden power. Then he clicked a few more in a row, and found a large star field around the central miniature river system, some of which could be entered, and many of which were not authorized to enter. But what's the point? Li Qing shook his head, but did not continue shopping. No matter what hidden power the Necrontyr still has, it doesn't make much sense. As long as it is not an opponent who was once an old enemy, it doesn't make any sense to him, and he will definitely not inherit it. What he wants is a force that can protect him, not a force that needs to be protected by himself. He has no shortage of technology. At this moment, the voice sounded in his ear again. The fact is that we are indeed not their opponents yet, but any civilization has its ups and downs. When they decline or fall, it is time for us to rise. Li Qing shook his head and said, so you will be stuck here until tens of millions, billions of years later. This time the voice did not answer, it should be the default. Pity. Li Qing didn't say anything, just shook his head. Because he also has nothing to say. This kind of predicament can only be broken unless the Necrontyr suddenly obtains a powerful creation of a god-level civilization, or his own technology suddenly makes a breakthrough, and enters the 8th level god-level civilization from the 7th level. Apart from this, there is no other way to break the game. Then, it's time to get out of here. Li Qing looked up and looked around, and communicated with the hyperspace network with his mind, and sent it to the outermost galaxy in the dark star field. Shortly after the transmission ended, He appeared at the edge of the galaxy, at the edge of the dark star field, which was also the edge of the galaxy that came in before. The mysterious voice came from his ears. You want to leave. According to security regulations, you can't leave, and you can't leave. Li Qing looked up with a smile on his face. What if I could leave? Impossible. Before he could finish his words, the space around Li Qing began to distort, and then the void around an unknown number of billions of kilometers also began to distort. A dazzling light suddenly exploded around him. It was the power of the universe in his palm and the seal of the Necrontyr. A strong reaction to a conflict of forces. God-level civilization creation. The moment the sound disappeared, the space where Li Qing was located exploded, and the indescribable force distorted the space, shaking a large area of the surrounding space to form substantial space wrinkles. But he has disappeared, passing through layers of seals in an instant, and appearing in another starry sky. Looking back at the dark star field where the Necrontyr lived in seclusion, it was pitch black and there was nothing there. No. The next second, a spot of light suddenly appeared in the darkness, and then quickly expanded to form a familiar face. Li Qing subconsciously prepared to leave, but heard the familiar voice. Please wait. Li Qing looked at the metal face vigilantly. I've come out, you can't do anything to me anymore. Dear ancient successor, maybe we can make a deal. Li Qing's eyes moved slightly, he shook his head and said. If you want me to inherit the Necrontyr civilization, then forget it. No, you don't need to inherit the Necrontyr civilization, I believe you don't like it either. I may have guessed your reason for coming. You may need a force that can protect your growth. I can provide it. You only need to make a promise. Li Qing knew what the necromancer had guessed, and it might not be what he imagined, but strictly speaking, there was no difference. He thought for a while and said, Tell me. The voice responded quickly. Before we evacuated the galaxy, some leftover assets and power were hidden in some isolated star fields around the galaxy without hyperspace channels. Any one of them can easily resist the advanced civilization you mentioned. I will tell you these coordinates. If you can successfully dig out a galaxy that still exists, our agreement will be reached. If not, the agreement will be invalid. Li Qing thought for a while, and expressed his scruples. I know that there are still tentacles of your former enemy in the galaxy. If I use the battleship you once left behind, will it attract their attack? Voice immediately denies. There are many such hidden powers, not only in the Milky Way, but also in other river systems we have conquered. Many of them have been found by other civilizations by accident. If you dig one, it will definitely attract their attention and observation. But it's just an observation, as long as you don't inherit our inheritance. So what commitment do you need? When asked this sentence, Li Qing agreed. Being able to obtain a force capable of resisting any advanced civilization without much risk actually fits his idea. I need, if you have the opportunity to be promoted to the civilization of God in the future, come back and help us once in our fateful confrontation with our old enemy. This promise was still expected by Li Qing. He thought carefully about the problems that this promise might encounter, and said, In principle, I can agree, but you must wake up after 100,000 years. Before that, if I feel that I am not strong enough, I will not make a move. It's natural. Then the agreement is established. In addition, I also need a complete star map of your Milky Way, including the possible location of the super stargate that can be sent to the galaxy outside the galaxy. Soon a small chip flew in front of Li Qing. He reached out to take it, checked it carefully and began to load it. There was no problem with the star map. After unfolding it directly covered his current star map. Li Qing immediately found that his star map had included the entire Milky Way and a large number of extragalactic galaxies around the Milky Way, including hundreds of dwarf galaxies affiliated to the Milky Way, and hundreds of extragalactic galaxies similar to the Milky Way once occupied by the Necrontyr. However, Li Qing found that there was no information on the Necrontyr's former enemy in the star map, so he asked immediately, and the voice replied, Until you grow up, it's best not to know that name. Sometimes knowing more is not a good thing. Li Qing shrugged, but did not ask further questions. There is no oath, just a promise. Then, Li Qing began to return. Not long after his figure disappeared, an invisible light film slowly emerged in the void, a strange face emerged on the invisible light film, and a voice seemed to be talking to himself. Can you tell which one it is? Then another voice answered. Not sure, never seen. It doesn't matter which one it is, as long as it is determined to be a creation of God. At this time, a third voice sounded. Hopefully he can grow up. Hardly. It's hard, but it's a hope after all, isn't it? Yes, the sound gradually disappeared, and soon the invisible light film also disappeared, and the starry sky returned to calm. Half a year later, Li Qing returned to the Perseus arm. Has not returned for nearly 3 years, and nothing major has happened to the United Empire of Mankind. In addition to the fact that the Imperial Expeditionary Force has begun to build an outpost on the border of the 8th star field ASAR, it is preparing to conquer several star fields at the northern end of the Perseus spiral arm. According to reliable sources, with the United Empire of Mankind defeating the long-standing enemy Bruven United and completing the unification of the 5-star domains, the Sirius Star Empire located in the Galanoin Star Domain at the northern end of the Perseus arm and the Sky Pillar Star Domain, the Pharosa Federation has let go of its hatred, stopped the war that lasted for many years, and has a tendency to unite against the United Empire of Mankind. In addition, the Aisha civilization located in the ASAR star field has defeated more than a dozen large and small civilizations in that star field, completed the actual occupation of 1/3 of the ASAR star field, and completely controlled the ASAR star field. Complete the claim. This means that the Aisha civilization has not given up on this star field, and decided to fight against the United Empire of Man here. In response to this, Yi Kengchong, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Empire, has already gone to the suzerain of Fianu, ready to test the attitude of the suzerain towards the civil war between the two vassals. Regarding this matter, Li Qing only instructed the expeditionary force to build an outpost first, and increase the size of the outpost to prepare for future expeditions. They had originally planned to conquer the Perseus arm, not to mention that now that Li Qing has obtained the Necronter's star map, he already knows the place where the ancient star gate occupied by the Aisha civilization in the Perse arm is located. Not a spiral arm of the Milky Way, but an extragalactic galaxy. To be precise, it is a large dwarf galaxy located nearly 1,000,000 light-years away from the Milky Way. This dwarf galaxy is on the star map of the Necrontyr. It is a disk galaxy not much different from the Milky Way, but its diameter is only about 20,000 light-years. That is to say, the direction that the Aisha civilization fled through this ancient stargate was another river system, and now their headquarters is not in the Milky Way. This is where it gets interesting. No matter how the Aisha civilization is doing in that dwarf galaxy now, Li Qing is planning to attack this dwarf galaxy. After he finds a galaxy left by the Necrontyr and obtains a fleet not inferior to any advanced civilization, he can attack that dwarf galaxy. If possible, human civilization can also be moved there in the future. It's not that all of them are moved there, but only a part is moved to share the risk. If something happens in the future, find a way to destroy that ancient stargate, which can prevent the enemies under the peak civilization from passing through. Civilizations above level 7 cannot be stopped, but it is not easy for them to cross the river system, and there will be enough time to transfer part of the population. The empire developed in an orderly manner. For the next 6 months, Li Qing did not leave again, but stayed in the empire, spending most of his time supervising the construction of biological gene capsules in various places and observing the promotion of the Palm universe. The main reason is that the universe in the palm is about to be promoted, and he wants to wait for the promotion before looking for the legacy of the Necrontyr. From the last integration of part of the civilization origin of the Suoleng Wanyu Enterprise, to the destruction of the Bruven Union, and the most critical moment when Li Qing completed the regime restructuring of the United Human Empire and the centralized dictatorship, the universe in the palm of his hand has begun to integrate mankind, the origin of civilization. Well, to be precise, it is based on the origin of human civilization, combined with the light of the negative star and the universe in the palm, and then fused with several other relics. It took several years, and finally the fusion is about to be completed. Li Qingxin expected that after this fusion, there would be some qualitative changes in the palm universe. About the 7th month after he came back, Li Qing, who was dealing with government affairs, suddenly sensed something. Immediately afterwards, his own spiritual energy began to surge uncontrollably. He turned around and entered the universe in his palm without saying a word. Entering again, he immediately sensed a strange change inside the universe in his palm. In the core space of the Star Witness Fortress, he slowly closed his eyes and began to experience the changes of this promotion. The next second, Li Qing's eyes opened quickly, revealing a trace of surprise and ecstasy. So many unlocked. Among other things, first of all, the repair progress of the power furnace inside the high-dimensional fortress has been greatly improved. The giant attractor located in the center of the river system inside the power furnace has awakened and is emitting a strong gravitational force to pull the entire river system, to further stimulate the awakening of the stars in the galaxy. In addition, Many areas inside the witness of the stars are unlocked one by one. There are so many, I won't go into details one by one. Anyway, there are very many, thousands of times more than the last unlock. A large number of battle areas around the Star Witness Fortress have been unlocked. Although they are basically damaged, they can already be repaired. Most areas need no introduction, only a few newly unlocked areas, and some special changes need attention. First of all, several new types have been added, and the existing beam of dimensional light has also been repaired by the witnesses of the stars, and its power has been greatly improved, and the repair has been more perfect, and new functions have been added. Now with the light of dimensional convergence, there are a total of 4 ultimate weapons, namely: Ultimate Weapon, the light of converging dimension. Type: W slot, ultimate weapon. Effect: after inputting enough energy, it can freely cut and seal within a certain range, converging within a square inch. Effect: the constricted space can be unsealed again through the reverse operation of the ultimate weapon system. Range: depends on input energy. Range: depends on input energy. Ultimate Weapon, dimension erasing beam. Type: W slot, ultimate weapon. Effect: after enough energy is input, a temporary wormhole is created, and a terrifyingly powerful erasing beam is launched, destroying all non-high dimensional matter and existence. Charging time: 15 minutes. Cooling time: depends on the distance of the target, theoretically the farthest is across the river system. Range: depends on input energy. Range: depends on input energy. Ultimate Weapon, the light of creation. Type: W slot, ultimate weapon. Effect 1. Emit a light of creation to transform any planet into a preset planet. Effect 2. Emit a light of creation to change any species into a preset species, which can give species wisdom or deprive species wisdom. Charging time: 30 minutes. Cooling time: 24 hours. Range: depends on input energy. Range: depends on input energy. The Ultimate Weapon, the light of dimension shrinkage and expansion. Type: W slot, ultimate weapon. Effect 1. Emit a light of dimension shrinkage, reducing the world dimension within the influence range to a lower dimension. Effect 2. Emit a light of dimension expansion, expanding the world dimension within the influence range to a higher dimension, up to 4 dimensions. Recharge time: depends on the affected area. Cooling time: 24 hours. Range: depends on input energy. Range: depends on input energy. 4 ultimate weapons, each from a super god level civilization. The power can only be described as unpredictable, and it is a dimensionality reduction blow to conventional civilization. Compared to the fact that civilizations below the level are still stacking numbers, the fighting methods of civilizations above the level have surpassed space and dimensions, and have begun to be conceptualized. Not to mention the light of converging dimension. Li Qing has used it many times. This upgrade repairs the function that the converging space can be unlocked again. The second ultimate weapon, the dimensional erasure beam, according to the introduction of the weapon, can theoretically strike at a super long distance across the river system. And its power is not determined by numerical value at all, so according to common sense, it means that as long as it is hit by this dimension erasing beam, basically non-high dimensional matter will be directly erased in seconds, including mobile battle stars, which have strong hull durability. Ridiculously big guy. To put it more generally, as long as ordinary people in the universe can see with the naked eye, everything can be seen in seconds. Because the naked eyes of ordinary people can only observe 3 dimensions, the higher 4 dimensions cannot be seen anyway. The third ultimate weapon is the light of creation, which is a non-combat ultimate weapon. As the literal meaning of the introduction, this thing can transform any planet into a preset planet. The barren planet can be transformed into a livable life planet, or the life planet can be changed into a lava planet or a highly poisonous planet, etc., as long as it is preset. The second effect is that any species can be changed into a preset species, which can give species wisdom or deprive it of wisdom. To put it simply, it is possible to turn all human beings on a planet into beasts such as wolves or bears, or to endow a group of wolves with intelligence into wolf-shaped intelligent creatures. The combination of the 2 effects is the authority of God in myths and legends. Technology has developed to its peak, and there is no difference from God. The fourth ultimate weapon is the light of dimension shrinkage and expansion, which is an ultimate weapon between combat and non-combat. The effect is the same as the literal meaning: it can reduce and increase the dimension of a star field. Can be understood as an infinitely usable and reversible 2-phase foil. The 4 ultimate weapons alone will not surprise Li Qing too much. He is even more surprised that after this repair, the Star Witness Fortress can be pulled out and used. Although there are not small restrictions on its use, it can indeed be pulled out to fight. After this promotion, the Palm universe has added a new ability called High Dimensional Projection, which can project the Star Witness Fortress in the Palm universe to fight in the real universe. Although it can only last for 1 hour, and the cooling time is as high as 1 year, it can indeed be pulled out to fight. The high dimensional projection of the witnesses of the stars finally began to show attributes, which is the popular bright blood bar, which means that they can be destroyed. However, after Li Qing looked at the high-dimensional projection attributes of the witnesses of the stars, he felt that the only thing he encountered now was enemies that arrive are basically impossible to destroy. Star Witness, High-Dimensional Projection, the high-dimensional base of super god-level civilization. Basic hull, 50 billion trillion. Basic armor, 50 billion trillion. Basic shield, 50 billion trillion. Movement speed, none. Default tactics. High-dimensional projection default tactics. Battleship slot size. Component. Weapon slot. General slot. Star Witness suppresses the halo. Prohibition of transition. Prohibition of sub-light speed. Prohibition of electronic communication, and the scope of action is the current galaxy. Star Witness suppression aura. Except for the basic naval command skills, the following talents and skills of the Golden Myth are prohibited from taking effect. Star Witness suppresses aura. The following relics are prohibited from taking effect. Star Witness suppresses aura. All auras and force fields are invalid. Star Witness suppression aura. All ship modifiers are invalid. Star Witness gain aura. Jump freely in the aura. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Can enter sub-light speed at will. Preparation time -75%. Star Witness gain aura. All skills plus 20 levels. Can temporarily break through the upper limit. All talent effects plus 100%. Star Witness gain aura. Cooldown time of all ship weapons in the aura -50%, range plus 1000%. Unique features of Star Witness. High dimensional creation, ignoring all technological effects below dark matter. The unique characteristics of the Witness of the Stars. The suppression of the Witness of the Stars. The moment the Witness of the Stars arrives, it will instantly cause a dimensional impact of 100,000 points to all enemy ships in the current galaxy range, ignoring corrections and damage reduction, and all ships will be destroyed within the next day. The attribute is reduced by 20%, and each ship will only be affected by the dimension impact effect once in a year. Unique characteristics of Star Witness. Every second, it deals 10 points of damage regardless of correction and damage reduction to all technology creations below dark matter in the current galaxy range, 5 points of damage to dark matter technology ships, and 1 point of damage to dark energy technology ships. Shish, don't talk. This attribute no longer needs to be evaluated, it is not at the same level as the civilization he encountered now. The civilizations he encounters now, including the Necrontyr civilization, are still playing with values, and the Negative Star civilization is already playing with dimensions and concepts. Each of the unique characteristics and the power of the ultimate weapon are conceptualized, and they are dimensional crushing for low-level civilizations, which cannot be resisted at all. Except for high dimensional projection, the other 3 abilities of Palm Universe have not changed much. God mode is no different from before. The fixed point teleportation distance has increased tenfold. The upper limit of coordinate-free teleportation used to be 100,000 light-years, but now it is 1 million light-years. It can already be teleported directly from the capital of the United Empire of Mankind to the dark star field where the Necrontyr lives in seclusion, as well as the surrounding areas of the Milky Way. Most dwarf galaxies. If it is a fixed point transmission, as long as there are coordinates, the maximum transmission distance can be as high as 1 billion light-years. As for the space annihilation, it is still the same as before, except that the maximum annihilation range has changed from the original 10,000 light-years to 100,000 light-years, and it is easy to annihilate a river system. Well, it is more thorough to die together. In addition, the size of the exit of the Palm universe has finally soared again, from the original 10,000 to the current 30,000 kilometers in diameter, which can basically accommodate most of the battle stars. If you can't put it into the Palm universe, don't worry, you can use the light of dimensional convergence to put it away first, and then untie it inside the Palm universe. It is also worth mentioning that, with the restoration of the Palm universe, a large number of areas are unlocked, including some shipbuilding-related packages. Now, both the shipbuilding speed and the construction speed of super ships such as mobile battle stars have been greatly improved again, which is roughly the same as before, increased by 50%. That is to say, it would take at least 8 or 90 years for a big guy like Mobile Battlestar, and it would take nearly 100 years if it was delayed. Now it only takes no more than 50 years to build. This is good news. But it's not too good. When the construction speed of a Mobile Battlestar is compressed to about 10 years, it's almost the same. But it is a good thing for the regular fleet, which means that he can now build 2 batches of Fearless divisions a year, originally 30 a year, and now he can build 60 a year. It is also worth mentioning that with the completion of the restructuring of the United Empire of Mankind and the centralization of power, Li Qing's original deal with those 6-level dreadnought ships of the Lords of the Star Sea has been revised. Li Qing spent 15 mobile battle stars, exchanged with 10,000 standard 6th-level strengthened divisions and more than 5,000 standard 5th-level divisions, bought out the transaction of the batch of 6th-level dreadnought ships from Lord Zhu Xinghai, and built them in the future. The Tier 6 dreadnoughts don't need to be given to them anymore. After returning, these Level 6 dark matter technology ships have been strengthened 26 times in total. According to 2 batches a year, now 54 Level 6 dark matter ships can be obtained every year. This is ready-made. Li Qing now has a large number of destiny points remaining after the demise of the Bruin Union, which can be strengthened later. These dark matter ship mother chips Li Qing did not merge with the 7th level dark energy ship mother chips in his hand, although they can be merged. It is mainly used to cover up. In the future, it will be promoted to a higher civilization, and it just needs a ship with dark matter technology. Otherwise, you will not be able to advance to a higher civilization. All the ships under your command are all level 7 dark energy technology ships. This will be exposed immediately. All dark energy ships built in the future will be stored in the universe in the palm of the hand, while dark matter ships can be displayed openly. Of course, he will redesign these dark matter ships so that their appearance is consistent with that of the 7th level group star dark energy ships, which is more suitable for fishing in troubled waters. Destruction Bruin united with this long-standing enemy, and Li Qing once again gained 855 destiny points. The original remaining 61 destiny points, a total of 916 destiny points. A full set of dark energy or dark matter technology mother chip needs 26 destiny points. After thinking about it for a while, Li Qing spent a total of 858 destiny points to strengthen dark matter technology 13 times and dark energy technology 20 times. In the end, the full set of dark matter technology mother chips was strengthened 39 times, built at the rate of 2 batches a year, and 80 standard division level fleets can be built every year. The dark energy technology mother chip has been strengthened a total of 49 times, and a full 100 standard division level fleets can be built every year. There are 58 destiny points remaining, and up to 610,000 civilization points. Chapter 356 True God Level Technology and New Artifacts of Civilization. After the major restoration of the Palm universe, a change appeared that Li Qing hadn't expected. The technology exchange table of Palm universe has changed. 2 identical technology exchange tables appeared, but the exchange conditions and prices are completely different. First of all, the original technology exchange table is still exactly the same. And the price is also exactly the same, but a line of detailed explanations suddenly appeared for many technologies and ships exchanged. The technology exchange table I saw was not the real God-level civilization technology, but the shrunken version. The exchange table that appeared after the Palm universe was repaired this time, but with completely different exchange conditions and prices, is the real God-level civilization technology. In other words, the technology on the original exchange table is the technology of the God-level civilization. It is just a shrunken version after excluding a series of technologies that can only be used by many God-level civilizations. It cannot be compared with the real God-level civilization of. In the past, Li Qing might not have understood it very well, but now he can understand it without explaining. It's very simple. Many technologies require corresponding materials and unique technologies at the current level to be built. It's just like the Star Guard warship of the negative star on the original exchange list. The basic attributes are as follows. Star Guardians. The regular fleet of the Star-Bearer civilization, responsible for patrolling, escorting, reconnaissance, guarding, and supporting landing operations. Basic hull, 80 million. Basic armor, 80 million. Basic shield, 80 million. Basic speed, 600,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactic, escort tactic. Hull slot size, 10. Star Guardian Central Core, Energy Core, Stellar Furnace, Star Guardian. Superluminal Component. Stellar Tidal Transmission Engine. Thruster. Star Tidal Thruster. Sensor. Star gravity sensor. Combat computer. Secondary matrix interface. Weapon slots. X1, L100, M200, S400, P400. General slot. L2000, A30. Corrections. Hull regeneration. 2000 points per second. Armor regeneration. 2000 points per second. Shield regeneration. 2000 points per second. The above attributes are the shrunken version of the Star Guards. The materials used are all materials that can be obtained by the 7th level civilization. With the addition of technology, the combat power crushes the technology of the 7th level civilization, but it is far behind the technology of the 8th level God level civilization. A notch bigger. But now that Li Qing has greatly restored the universe in his palm, coupled with the rise in technological level, although he is still far away from the God level civilization, the distance is no longer indefinitely. Now there is no threshold for him to inherit the God-level technology of the negative star, and it takes time to digest, so these God-level technologies can be fully open to him. Li Qing looked at the list of real star negative technology, and his eyes fell on the real Star Guard. Star Guardians. The regular fleet of the Star-Bearer civilization, responsible for patrolling, escorting, reconnaissance, guarding, and supporting landing operations. Basic hull. 2 billion. Basic armor. 2 billion. Basic shield. 2 billion. Base speed. 1.5 million km per hour. Default tactic. Escort tactic. Hull slot size. 10. Star Guardian Central Core. Energy Core. Stellar Furnace. Star Guardian. Superluminal Component. Stellar Tidal Transmission Engine. Thruster. Star Tidal Thruster. Sensor. Star Gravity Sensor. Combat Computer. Secondary Matrix Interface. Weapon slots. X1, L100, M200, S400, P400. General slot. L2000, A30. Corrections. Hull regeneration. 50,000 points per second. Armor regeneration. 50,000 points per second. Shield regeneration. 50,000 points per second. Suppression of halos by technology. It is forbidden to use sub-light speed, electronic communication, halos and force fields of technologies below the 8th order within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Yes, this is the attribute of a real Star Guardian, a Star Guardian built after possessing complete God-level civilization technology. The basic attributes of a single ship are already stronger than the Titan super banner of conventional civilization. If equipped with 8th level weapon accessories of the same level, I am afraid that it can easily single out a Titan super banner of conventional civilization. The shrunken version of Star Guardian only needs 10,000 civilization points to unlock, while the full version of Star Guardian needs a full 1 million civilization points, or 100 destiny points, a full 100 times the difference. In addition to this, other technology exchanges are 100 times the shrunk version. It looks exaggerated, but it is actually exaggerated. In the past, it felt like an astronomical figure, but after the destruction of 2 civilizations, Li Qing suddenly felt that this exchange list was nothing. Randomly destroying a regular 5th level civilization has at least a few hundred destiny points, destroying a few more, or destroying a high level civilization by hand is estimated to be able to gain thousands of destiny points in an instant. It's not a big problem. Li Qing gritted his teeth after reading the technology exchange form, and reluctantly closed it. There is no need to exchange it now, although the existing civilization points and destiny points can be exchanged for Star Guardians, Star Hunters, and Star Avatars. But what's the use of that? Only the ship doesn't have matching weapons and other accessories. And according to the current situation, even if it is made, it dare not be taken out. The Star Dreadnoughts can still cover up. How can the Star Guards cover up? It's better to spend a few hundred years first, collect a large sum of destiny points, and directly exchange a complete set of God-level technology in one go in the future, directly in one step. Close the panel. Li Qing let out a long breath to calm his excitement, stretched out his right hand, the palm began to twist slightly, and then countless stars gathered in front of him, forming a huge star map. Bright star map. No, there is no bright star map now. That thing has been integrated into the light of the Star Bearer together with other treasures including the artifacts of human civilization, and then the light of the Star Bearer merged with the universe in the palm, recasting a new negative star civilization artifact. Embryo. The integration has ended, but human civilization has not yet completed the final ascension of the whole people to a higher civilization. But although this thing has not been officially completed, it is already in effect at this time, and he can already see the attributes of the recast civilization artifact, the light of the negative star. Light of the negative star, miraculous relic, an artifact of civilization from the newly born negative star. Passive effect. Master, all power increases by 200%, cohesion plus 1000%. Passive effect. Civilization, civilized individual experience acquisition plus 100%, skill level upper limit plus 10, output plus 100%, efficiency plus 100%. Passive effect. War, civilized individual ship movement speed plus 100%, range plus 100%, attack plus 100%. Active effect. Dominance, which can enchant infinite servants of light, and can enchant one immortal level negative star every month. Active effect. Infinite. After activation, individual civilizations will gain unlimited freedom, unlimited field of vision, last for 100 years, cool down for 100 years, and consume 1 star energy each time they are activated. Active effect. Space. After consuming enough energy and civilization points, a permanent hyperspace network can be established in any river system. All civilization individuals can go to any corner of the river system through the hyperspace network. Active effect. Dimensional. Temporarily enter the high dimensional state after activation, you will be omnipotent. Active effect. Detachment. This is the paper data of the new light of the negative star, which is basically an enhanced version of the attributes of the fused civilization artifact. In addition, there are several functions that do not appear on this data panel. For example, the Daluo Tiangong that comes with the artifact of human civilization has not disappeared, but has been integrated into the POM universe. In the future, human civilization will hold a Senate meeting again, and their consciousness will directly enter the POM universe. In addition, the civilization artifact suppression is still there, but it is not displayed on the attribute panel, and it can be activated at any time if necessary. Because Li Qing has already obtained the highest legal order of the United Empire of Mankind, only he is qualified to use this trick now, and other Star Sea Lords are not qualified to do so now. It is worth mentioning that most of the functions of the civilization artifact can be used, but only the last detachment active effect full of question marks is still unavailable. He doesn't even know how to use it, how to activate it. But the problem is not big. Even without this function, the power of this artifact of civilization is just as powerful, and this function will always be unlocked as it inherits the legacy of the Siwan Empire one by one in the future. Coming out of the universe in his palm, Li Qing immediately activated the space ability of the artifact of civilization. In the next second, he felt that the internal power furnace of the star witness in the palm of the universe began to continuously extract energy to power the artifact, and then an indescribable force spread out around himself, directly sinking into the universe starry sky. This is the POM universe as building a hyperspace network, but the energy required to establish this permanent hyperspace network is very outrageous, of weaving. But the problem is not big. Take your time, anyway, there is no rush to use it now. Li Qing's current strategic policy is to hang on first, and stay within the arms of the Persean. Stay quietly on the Persean arm, sit and watch the changes in the Milky Way outside, and sit and watch the major civilizations fighting you to death there. 1 year there will be 107th level group star fearless divisions and 86th level fearless divisions. There will be 1,810 years, and 18,100 years. This speed cannot be said to be fast, but it cannot be said to be slow either. According to this speed, it is estimated that it will take 400 to 500 years of accumulation to be compared with the current Fianuo Revival Empire. Not bad. Li Qing is not too greedy. The current strength of other advanced civilizations is at least tens of thousands of years of accumulation. It only takes a few % of the time for others to achieve it, which is already very fast. Placed on the scale of civilization, hundreds of years are really fleeting. Time flies, time flies. Unknowingly, 20 years have passed, and Li Qing has been stuck in the Persean arm without going out. Even when the truce agreement with Kairzaka Qinghai Empire ended, there was no change. He has no intention of going south. Even if the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire is on the verge of extinction at this time. Affected by his previous defeat of the core fortress of Hoda, as the war expanded in the past 20 years, a fleet of Fianuo's revived empire attacked nearby, and used that loophole to break into the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. It has been 11 years since the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire was forced to open the artifact of civilization. According to the strength of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, it is estimated that it will take another year or two for the artifacts of civilization to be unsustainable and disappear. At that time, it will be the end of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. But even so, Li Qing didn't go out, and stayed at home. He has done 3 things in the past 20 years. The first and most important thing is to prepare for the genetic ascension of the whole people. As early as the 17th year, the construction of the biological gene capsule covering the entire human civilization, covering all the provinces of the 5 major star regions, including the newly occupied area, has been completed, and the debugging has been completely completed. Just wait for his order to start the whole nation. Gene soars. But Li Qing has been holding back and not giving orders. He still wants to prepare again, prepare more. Once the genetic ascension of the entire population is completed, human beings will be promoted to a higher civilization immediately. This is a higher civilization recognized by the will of the universe. By that time, all the civilizations in the galaxy will look at it. He will not know the attitude of other higher civilizations. But take precautions. Civilizations can never expect other civilizations to show kindness, and their own destiny can only be controlled by themselves. The more prepared you can be, the better. The second thing is naturally the reserve of force. All shipyards in the entire civilization started early and have been building warships of all levels in full swing, from star-rated dreadnoughts to ordinary 5th-tier warships, all of which are built at full capacity. Even Li Qing has started to copy the Pioneer database now, preparing to copy a new set of Pioneer database, including a full set of dark matter technology. The Pioneer database can be copied every 100 years, and will be kept as a backup at that time, just in case. If there are irreversible changes in the future, these copied Pioneer databases can be handed over to other Star Sea Lords, and then everyone will fly separately in the face of disaster. Whoever can escape can use this set of Pioneer databases to rebuild civilization. But this is the last resort. It is of course best not to use it. The Supreme Command of the Empire ordered the 8th Combined Fleet to prepare for assembly, and the 5th Combined Fleet of the United Empire to besiege the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. The Imperial High Command, which had not had any orders for many years, suddenly issued an order to Li Qing more than 20 years later. It is estimated that he has been taking advantage of fish. In addition to this order, there is also a second order. Also, order the 8th Combined Fleet to adjust its strategic focus, and cooperate with the 5th Combined Fleet to clean up the civilizations in the northern part of the Silver Plate. Li Qing stretched out his hand to cover his face. Go had touched fish in the Percy arm for decades before. He had been using the strategic slogan of dealing with the feud to stabilize the Percy arm. The Luan United Rebel Army is ups and downs and needs to be suppressed. But fishing is fishing after all, and the Empire is not a fool. In the past, the battle situation was not intense, and he could be tolerated touching the fish. With the fierce battle now, all the civilizations located on the Silver Plate have come out one after another. Each of them can easily make up a standard division fleet of more than 20,000 to 50,000. Civilization is feeling some pressure. Of course he can't be allowed to continue fishing at this time, he has to work. Li Qing responded very simply to this, and then ordered to gather all the remaining 5-level technological fleets of the United Human Empire, and assemble in the Jinmen Galaxy rebuilt in the southern part of the Empire. Chapter 357 The total number of civilizations that perished in the sneak attack of Ada's Guide. Li Qing ordered the General Commander of Cybertron, and 3 Star Sea Lords plus 30 or 40 military masters participated in this combined fleet. This kind of fleet that is clearly sent to death, Li Qing, will not go. This fleet is to deal with the consumption of the overlord country. When the time comes, I will show you that I have lost so much. I am desperate enough. The rebuilt Jinmen no longer belongs to the Yu family, but has been changed into a huge military base directly under the Empire. The Yu family has now occupied a very large territory in the Bruven star field, and is now busy operating a new territory, and has no interest in returning here at all. The newly assembled fleet is still the designation of the 8th Combined Fleet, but the size and strength of the fleet are far less than before. In the past, the 20,000 divisions were all level 6 enhanced technology, but now they are all equipped with level 5 technology, and a small number of level 6 enhanced technology is the backbone, not to mention the Fearless Division. The entire fleet consists of 10 mobile battle stars, 50 war moons, 1,500 large and small fortresses, and 45,000. Most of them are 5-level standard divisions. The total size has doubled compared to before, but the combat power is much weaker. The battle star Xiuan did not go, and Li Qing responded to Fianuo's headquarters that it was severely damaged in the previous battle and is now under repair. But in fact at this time, the battle star Siwan is parked in the Palm universe, and is starting the 8th evolution. Evolution has already started 10 years ago, and Li Qing has prepared a large amount of dragon-scale alloy to integrate into it, ready to evolve to the extreme in one step. In addition, Sci-Fi-One's mechanical battle star has also been fully refitted and strengthened in the past 20 years. His mechanical battle star is a proper high-level battle star foundation, and because it is the battle body of a mechanical ascendant, it can be quickly and comprehensively changed under the control of Sci-Fi-One. The original conventional civilization's highest strength compression alloy was replaced with a dragon-scale alloy embryo, which greatly increased its attributes. It is also worth mentioning that the total number of mobile battle stars currently under construction in the POM universe is 136, of which 13 were built before, and more than half of them have been built. The other 123 are the Battlestar blueprints that have been designed successively over the years, and construction will start one after another. And 10 of these newly designed Battlestars are advanced Battlestar versions, all equipped with advanced Stargates. At this time, the Star Negatives have deduced advanced Stargate technology from the database left by the Star Negatives in the mental matrix, and this technology is even better than the 6th-level advanced civilization of Fianuo's Revival Empire. At least the suzerain country is still unable to build high-level battlestars on a large scale. The earliest frames of this batch of battlestars have been built, and the latest ones have started to build the foundation site. Besides, affected by the Necronter's trip to civilization, Li Qing didn't build any Moon of War and mobile fortress. He plans to use the battlestar first for the big guys, and then directly use the 3 sets of regular dreadnoughts. After the reverse development of the 7th-level technology of the Star Negativer in the future, it will directly build the unique combat unit of the Star Negativer. Just like the unique combat body of the Necrontyr civilization, the Star Lower once had its own unique super combat unit in the 7th-level peak civilization stage, but it has not been reversed yet. It is also worth mentioning that Li Qing did not stay in the Persean Arm all these years, during which he quietly left many times to go to every corner of the galaxy, including the 4 major arms, looking for the treasures given to him by the Necrontyr. Hide galaxy coordinates. It's a pity that all the galaxies went in a circle and found nothing. The galaxy is still there, but it's empty, with nothing in it. Some galaxies have even been destroyed directly, and now there are only remnants to prove their existence. Obviously, after tens of millions of years, no matter how deeply these galaxies are hidden, they cannot escape the excavation of later generations, and all these heritages have been dug away by the previous civilizations. This means that deals with Necrontyr civilizations cannot be established. But it's not completely fruitless. At least one ancient stargate leading to other river systems has been found in 2 of the hidden galaxies, and both of them are still usable. Li Qing quietly repaired the 2 ancient stargates, and left the coordinates there. Mainly just in case, if something irreversible happens in the future, this is one of the ways out. Unable to dig out the other inheritance of the Necrontyr, which means that he can only continue to carry on honestly. The Supreme Command of Fianuo's Restoration Empire was slightly dissatisfied with Li Qing's failure to send the Xiuan, but as Siboden led the fleet into the battlefield, and fought very bravely, he often took the lead and rushed to the forefront. The High Command had nothing to say. In just 2.5 years, the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, located at the junction of the Perseus Spiral Arm and the Silver Plate, was killed by 2 sides. The Human United Fleet, which headed straight to the capital of Kelzaka, suffered a very large loss. Not only did it lose more than 5,000 standard divisions, but it also sank a mobile star war in the capital of Kelzaka. So far, the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, which occupies the junction of the Perseus Spiral Arm and the Silver Disk, has become the 6th civilization to perish since the Battle of Heaven. The first to perish was Sarnar, who devoured the Bee colony and died in the hands of the coalition forces. The second one to perish is the Suolan Wanyu Enterprise, which was destroyed by the United Empire of Mankind. The third to perish is the Bruin Union, which was destroyed by the United Empire of Mankind. The fourth perish was the Kezan Council at the end of the spiral arm of the shield, which was destroyed by the Zener star cluster. The fifth extinct civilization is the Oba civilization in the northern part of the Silver Plate Central Ring, which was destroyed by the coalition forces of Adis Guide and several nearby civilizations. The sixth extinct civilization is the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, which was destroyed by the Fianuo Revival Empire, the Icos Collection, and the United Human Empire. As civilizations were wiped out one by one, the chaos within the Milky Way became more and more chaotic. Although the remaining major civilizations still existed, they all suffered losses to varying degrees in the chaos. Some are pure losses, but some have losses, but they have gained a lot of benefits in the battle of extinction of civilization. Among them, the Icos B colony civilization has gained the greatest benefits. He devoured part of the will and memory of Sarner's destroyer lord, gradually mastered the 6th-level enhanced technology in the following days, and then successively separated the territory of the Hive planet and Thrall from the beginning of the Battle of Paradise for nearly 30 years. Some of the original honeycomb planets of New Oao were preserved and activated one by one, transforming them into biological battle stars. After decades of hard work, more than 80 biological battle stars have been transformed in one breath. In addition, the execution power of the B colony civilization is super strong. Over the decades, the number of soldiers has exploded several times, and the overall strength has doubled several times in an instant. Although the comprehensive combat power of biological battle stars is lower than that of normal metal battle stars, there are so many of them. Nearly 100 biological battle stars come up head-on. Who can stop it? In just over 20 years, Fianuo revived the Empire's vassals from the lower ranks to the top ranks. Relying on strong strength, Icos benefited a lot in the chaotic battle of heaven, and his strength expanded rapidly. I don't know whether it's the sudden expansion of strength, or the memory of Sarner who once devoured the Destroyer Master. The current Icos Master's external attitude is much tougher and more belligerent than before. Li Qing had some personal relationships with Master Icos in the past, and he is still close to each other now, but he can clearly feel the coldness in the few exchanges. This made him a little worried. Hopefully it won't be as I imagined. It's like people's hearts are fickle, good and evil are all in one thought. The thinking of the Swarm Master will also change with the environment. It is not impossible to change from a normal swarm thinking to a devouring swarm that destroys everything. In the past, he might try to persuade him, but at this time he also has a lot of secrets, so he can do as much trouble as possible. Next, Li Qing continued to stay in the human capital in a low-key manner. Every day, he could see ships leaving the factory. Every day, he could see the construction site of the mobile battle star slowly changing. Every day, he could see the changes inside the universe in his palm. Every day, able. In the 31st year of the Battle of Heaven, the Second United Fleet of Fianuo's Revival Empire encountered a united fleet directly under the guidance of Ada in a galaxy in the northeast of Silver Disk Central. The two advanced civilizations faced each other for the first time. Match. Although the Battle of Heaven has started for more than 30 years, the two advanced civilizations have always maintained a tacit understanding not to face each other. No matter how fierce the fight was before, it was only wars between vassal states, or higher civilizations attacked each other's vassal civilizations, and they had never faced each other head-on. When Li Qing received the news, the two huge combined fleets had already fought a battle in a distant galaxy. At the same time as the news came, there was also a call-up order from the suzerain Fianuo's revived Empire Command, ordering all vassals to send a fleet of a certain size to the star field where the Second United Fleet was located. Of course, the fleet sent by the United Empire of Humanity has long exceeded the standard of the call-up order. This call-up order is only temporarily asking them to prepare a large amount of shipbuilding-related materials for tribute. At this point, this battle in heaven has officially entered the dinner stage. At this moment, all civilizations in the entire galaxy, including those advanced civilizations, are probably watching. Through the galaxy-wide sentinel array covering the entire galaxy and the mental matrix, Li Qing can communicate with the frontline fleet at any time. After communicating with Cybertron, he immediately knew the result of that encounter. As he expected, the Ada Instructor United Fleet that actively intercepted gained the upper hand in that encounter. More than 50 mobile battle stars, and more than 30,000 6th-level dark matter fearless divisions suddenly appeared when the Second United Fleet of the Fianuo Revival Empire and the coalition forces composed of 6 civilizations under the command of Ada Mentor were at war. I thought it was just the other support of the 6 civilized coalition forces. The Second Coalition Army of the Fianuo Revival Empire was caught off guard for a while and was attacked from both sides. The most important thing is that this is a premeditated ambush. Ada's instructor used a special treasure to seal off the battlefield, which made it impossible for the Second Coalition Army of Fianuo's Revival Empire to leap away for a while, and had to fight it head-on. The melee lasted only 3 days, and the blockade effect of the relics disappeared, and the Second United Fleet of the Fianuo Revival Empire escaped at the cost of losing more than 4,000 standard divisions and 2 mobile battle stars. This loss is considered a disastrous defeat, a huge loss that even higher civilizations are unwilling to bear. After the war, Fianuo revived the empire and the Supreme Emperor was furious. The Supreme Command immediately adjusted its strategic focus and began to assemble the fleet to prepare for a head-on battle with Instructor Ada. Stimulate. Li Qing really wants the two advanced civilizations to lose both sides, and the pressure to promote himself to a higher civilization will be much less. Compared with Fianu's revival of the empire, the well-prepared Ada instructors began to assemble a large number of fleets after the war, and the civilization invested in the Ada instructors' side is far more than that of Fianu's revival of the empire. Need more. In just 1 month, Ada's mentor completed the assembly, and a frighteningly large fleet slowly left the assembly galaxy and approached the assembly point of Fianuo's revived empire. There are more than 250 mobile battle stars, thousands of war moons, and over 10,000 mobile fortresses, ranging from dreadnought battleships to regular 5th-level standard divisions, which add up to more than 300,000. The mobile battle stars assembled by Fianuo's revival empire are only in the early 200s, and most of them are biological battle stars of Icos. From the Fearless Division down to the 5th-level Standard Division, the total is only about 220,000, which is far lower than the allied forces of Ada mentors. But the problem is not big. Although the size of the fleet is quite different, the 6th-level Fearless Division is still dominated by Fianuo's side. There are more than 10,000 more units. After a comprehensive calculation, the gap between the more than 80,000 regular divisions can be wiped out, flat. And at this time, the 3rd United Fleet, which is located west of the Silver Plate, is slowing down its offensive and making adjustments, and it will not take long for a group of fearless divisions to come over. In addition, the battlefield is only about 60,000 light-years away from the headquarters of Fianuo's revival empire. With the technological level of advanced civilization, it only takes 2 or 3 days to dispatch a fleet from the headquarters to support. In such a large-scale battle, there is no super powerful means of clearing the field. It may take several years to decide the winner. There is enough time to mobilize the fleet depending on the situation of the battle. Half a month later, the two much-anticipated fleets launched a large-scale frontal battle in an unknown distant galaxy in the northwest of the central ring of the Silver Disk. The moment the war started, Li Qing raised his head and looked towards the center of the Milky Way, vaguely seeing a huge wheel roaring across the small half of the Milky Way. At this moment, Li Qing suddenly thought of the novel, Feng Shen Bang, in the ancient Earth era. Humanity's 8th Combined Fleet was dispatched early, and it is currently being incorporated into the former army. The daily task is to send a part of it to form a mixed formation with the fleets of other civilizations, and then drag it to the battlefield to die. Is to die, and everyone knows it is to die. A battle of this scale no longer has the meaning of a sneak attack, and any tactical command is useless. It is to consume each other, and try to kill the opponent's strength during the confrontation. By relying on his super talent and command skills, and being a master, Cybertron got the position of the former commander-in-chief of the army, and worked as a toolman to add buff to the fleet every day. The same is true for the Vanguard fleet of Ada's mentor. The commander-in-chief is also a talented general and an immortal. Like Cybertron, he works as a toolman and adds buff every day. Immortal-level psychers are very talented, but they are still inferior to star-negative ones. This gap is not too big, but it is still considerable after years of accumulation. Chapter 358 Preparing for Gene Ascension. In the subspace, it was as silent as ever. But this is not the case in the depths of the subspace that ordinary people cannot reach. Countless colorful cloud-like substances that ordinary people cannot see with naked eyes fluctuate in the subspace, slowly undulating to the huge shapeless outline. In the depths of the subspace, it is by no means as peaceful as it appears on the surface. On the contrary, it is very lively in the depths of the subspace, especially the places close to many spiritual virtual worlds in the subspace, where a large number of subspace creatures come and go. Many people don't know that in the depths of the boundless subspace, there are actually a huge number of worlds. It's just that these worlds are all spiritual worlds, and only non-physical existences such as various powerful wills, soul bodies, and spiritual bodies can enter. The famous Void Realm, also called the Psychic World, is a very famous world deep in the subspace. At some point, a figure exuding strong distortions suddenly broke through a colorful cloud-like substance and appeared in a certain imaginary domain in the subspace. After flying for an indeterminate amount of time, the figure came to a cloud-like substance that was still changing, quietly watching the front. After a while, the large colored cloud-like substance stopped somewhere, then twisted and spread out in a circle, and soon expanded to a huge range. After a while, blue figures that couldn't be seen clearly emerged from the distortion. The distorted blue figures resonated with the distorted power of the strongly distorted figure standing in the void of the subspace, and circles of twisted waves spread far away. The ubiquitous colored cloud-like matter in the subspace was quickly pushed away. I don't know how long it took. The twisted wave slowly disappeared, the figures of both sides disappeared at some point, and the area returned to calm. But after an unknown period of time, an invisible wave suddenly spread, and the ever-changing void began to become stable at some point. At a certain moment, there was a sudden flash in the twisting void, and in the next moment, a densely packed giant suddenly appeared in the empty void. Those are huge battleships with transparent shapes, as if they were made of transparent materials. Each of them is very huge. The smallest size is comparable to a battleship, and the largest is bigger than a mobile battle star. The surface of these transparent battleships has many light-like transparent tentacles, which can swing gently and flexibly, and all of them emit strong spiritual energy fluctuations. Looking into the distance, more and more transparent warships are gathering here. At the same time, in the field that ordinary people cannot see with naked eyes, a large number of subspaces are also gathered here, just like a grand event. Li Qing couldn't see such a scene, and he didn't know it. At this time, he was presiding over the overall situation in the capital of the empire, preparing to face the Aisha civilization and the Cyrus Star Empire in the northern part of the Perseus spiral arm, the Federation of Felosa and Isa. The challenge of the coalition composed of several fifth-level civilizations in the Soul Star field. Shortly after the full-scale war between Fianu's revived empire and Adis instructors, the Aisha civilization united these civilizations located at the northern end of the Perseus spiral arm to form a coalition army, and formally attack the United Empire of Mankind declared war on the domain. Obviously, a single country occupies the 5 major star fields of the Perseus arm, and the United Human Empire, whose power radiates a total of 7 star fields, has made the remaining civilizations of the Perseus arm feel a huge threat. It turned out that the civilizations in the northern part of the spiral arm that had been at war for many years put down their hatred and prejudices under the dealings of the Aisha civilization and formally formed an alliance. Including the Aisha civilization, a total of 6 fifth-level civilizations joined the Persi alliance. However, there are 3 fifth-level civilizations in the Asar star field that are very weak, and the 3 combined can be comparable to the Ferosa Federation. Strictly speaking, there are only 4 fifth-level civilizations. Observing through the Sentinel Array, at this time, all civilizations have assembled fleets in a fortress galaxy that originally belonged to the Tanania Federation of the Perseid Alliance about 2,000 light-years away from the outpost built by humans in the Asar star field. It is estimated that they have been prepared for a long time, and they have already started to assemble before announcing the establishment of the alliance. At this time, a huge fleet of more than 30 battle stars and 100,000 standard divisions has been assembled in that fortress galaxy. Fortunately, the United Empire of Mankind has been building an outpost base in the Alsar star field over the years, and has been increasing its troops. In addition, the center of gravity of the empire has always been in the north, and the main fleets are not far away. Scale fleet. However, there are still many worried voices within the empire. After all, the scale is too different, and there is no natural danger to defend, unlike the 3 core fortresses in the former northern part of the empire. The outpost that is currently being built is built towards the scale of the core fortress, but the construction time is not enough, it has not been completed, and it is not enough to guide the power of civilization to build the core fulcrum. Li Qing didn't care about the fierce discussions among the elders of the Elders Association. What he was considering at this moment was not this battle, but another point, whether we should start the ascension of the whole people now. At this time, it was during the battle between Fianuo's rival empire and Adis Mentor, and it had been fighting for 2 years. Both sides suffered great losses, and several civilizations were destroyed. At this time, it doesn't mean that you can stop if you want. This requires a reasonable reason to give an explanation to the newly awakened empire and its vassals. But what is more important is that the power displayed by the instructor of Ada at this time is beyond the power of Fianuo's revived empire. When he first awakened, he thought it would be easy to deal with an old enemy. Now that he has been fighting for decades, the strength of both sides has long I can feel it clearly. It was also beyond Li Qing's expectations. He didn't expect that the hidden power of Ada's instructor was so strong that he could actually block Fianuo from restoring the empire head-on. The Battle of Paradise has been fought until now, but it doesn't mean that it can be stopped as long as it wants, and the winner must be determined. Li Qing's original idea was to continue to hang on, until he was ready to wake up. But with the development of the situation, he found that it is not a problem to hang on all the time. If he is too low-key, someone will always provoke him. And it's not good to hang on all the time. I can obviously be more powerful and have more status, why should I keep going? After all, today is different from the past. The main reason for sticking to the strategic policy is that the cards in hand are not enough. At that time, the idea was to wait for the Star Fortress to be built and have the power to protect itself before being promoted to a higher civilization. But with the completion of the promotion of the universe in the palm, Xiuan and another high-level mechanical battle star can complete the promotion at any time. At this time, he already has the power to protect himself, and it is too cautious to continue. Moreover, if you complete the promotion earlier, you can improve your strength faster. Promoting from a conventional civilization to a high-level civilization will get a series of powerful buffs that only high-level civilizations can have, including faster shipbuilding speed, which can accumulate strength faster. So, boom, boom, boom. 3 rhythmic knocking sounds sounded in the noisy venue, and the sound directly poured into the mind made everyone pay attention. When they saw that it was Li Qing who was knocking, the venue quickly became quiet. Li Qing clasped his hands together, and quickly scanned the audience with his eyes. The inexplicable coercion made everyone quiet, and soon even the slight touch sound disappeared. During more than 20 years of dictatorship, he hasn't always been living like this. He didn't do much in the past few years, but after 5 years, he began to consciously take over power and cut military power. Through various methods, most of the military power in the hands of the Star Sea Lords and military leaders was taken back to the country, and only a small part was kept, so that they could retain some dignity. There are not many remaining fleets, which allow them to guarantee the safety of themselves and their industries, and can easily suppress any forces in the empire that are not veterans, making them the most powerful class in the entire United Human Empire except Li Qing. Even if they all add up at this time, they only have the combat power of more than 1,000 standard divisions, and they can't make any waves at all. Without military power, they can't even speak hard. Li Qing was very satisfied with their reaction, cleared his throat, and said in a deep voice, "Now the number 1 head of state order of this year is issued. After the meeting, you can start preparing to mobilize the administrative stars after the meeting, and start the genetic ascension of the whole people." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then had different expressions, but overall they were surprised with joy. Xiao Bili pondered for a while, and asked, "Führer, is the time ripe now?" Li Qing nodded and said, "I'm ready. I may not have the power to advance, but I have enough power to protect myself." Xiao Bili let out a breath, nodded and said, "In that case, I have no objection." Xiao Bili had already seen it, and just now he was just performing his duties and asked about it. Next, several congressmen stood up and asked some questions, and Li Qing answered them one by one. 10 minutes later, the Senate voted with a show of hands. Finally, with 278 votes in favor and 5 abstentions, the National Genetic Ascension Resolution was completed. After the meeting, Li Qing immediately announced this head of state decree in the name of the head of state, and the entire human civilization boiled. Genes of the whole people are soaring. Once successful, it will mean that the fate of human civilization as a species will undergo earth-shaking changes, also known as the ascension of destiny. Unlike individual genetic ascension, which only enhances individual strength, once the national genetic ascension is successful, the life level of the entire human being will be upgraded to a higher level. From the moment of successful destiny ascension, all human beings and their offspring will have been born with successful genetic ascension. The individual, forever and ever, will never fade away. Even if there is an accidental extinction of human civilization in the future, the remaining human individuals will still be the same as soon as they are born, and they are inherently stronger than other species. As soon as the order is issued, all the administrative planets and administrative regions of the entire United Human Empire began to act. All the sealed biogene capsules are opened, and the personal biogene capsules distributed by the government in each household also start charging, injecting nutrient solution, and downloading the genetic evolution manual issued by the Imperial Institute of Biogenetic Sciences, which contains a set of standard genetic evolution equations. This set of gene evolution equation is that the star lovers and servants of light in the Imperial Academy of Biogenetic Sciences use human beings as samples. After completely analyzing all the genetic maps of the entire human being, after n times of genetic screening and tailoring, and then combining some genes that can be perfectly matched with human genes, a set of superhuman genetic standard maps combined after the fusion of heterogeneous biological genes. This set of superhuman genetic standard maps mainly highlights stability, adaptability, scalability, and sustainable reproduction. to ensure that the genetic stability of human civilization will not be affected by any environmental and energy or other stimuli. Although preparations have been made for the genetic ascension of the whole people a long time ago, when the full-scale ascension begins, various problems still arise. There are even some people who oppose genetic ascension gathered together on the planet, and some cities held opposition demonstrations. This is inevitable. People have a variety of natures, people's hearts are complicated, and there are all kinds of people. For this kind of opponents, the local governments have implemented the response methods that have been rehearsed very efficiently, directly isolating these opponents within a certain range and letting them oppose, as long as it does not affect the overall situation. The matter of genetic ascension for the whole people has been publicized for decades, and the government has already done what it should do. If it is still stubbornly opposed at this time, there is no way. Since you are against it, then you don't need genetic ascension. Anyway, the threshold of national ascension does not require 100% success, as long as the vast majority of individuals complete genetic recombination within a certain period of time, the national genetic ascension is considered successful. Then this very small number of opponents can be counted in the ranks of losers. When the genetic ascension of the whole people succeeds in the future, those losers and opponents will die naturally. There is no need to do anything, and there is no need to even impose any punishment on them. After the successful genetic ascension of the whole people are little supermen who have unlocked the genetic lock. They, primitive humans, cannot survive in this society at all. After a long time, they will naturally be eliminated. During this time, Li Qing has been sitting in the capital, and has to receive reports from thousands of administrative planet executives and intelligence agencies in the 5 major star regions every day, to ensure that the internal preparations of the major administrative planets are sufficient. Every 3 days, preparation materials for trillions of biological gene capsules in thousands of administrative planets in the 5-star regions are required, and they are determined time and time again. It's troublesome, but make sure you don't miss anything. One must know that once the genetic ascension of the whole population fails, no matter how well prepared they are, at least 20% of the people will die on the spot, and more will suffer from various genetic defect sequelae. Even if it succeeds, it is only an individual success. This genetic evolution state cannot be inherited. After a few generations, the individual advantages obtained by genetic evolution will slowly fade with generation after generation until it returns to the state of ordinary people. Once it fails, it will be impossible to restart the national genetic ascension for a long time. It is necessary to wait for the individual advantages obtained by the last genetic evolution to fade with the generation of reproduction before starting again. According to the experiments of the Institute of Biological Sciences, it is determined that it will take at least 7 or 8 generations of reproduction before it can be transformed into a state where it can regenerate the genes of the whole people, which will take at least 150 years. Considering the lifespan of modern people and the age limit for different people to give birth to offspring, the actual time required is at least doubled. That is to say, once it fails, it will take at least 300 years before the next national genetic ascension can begin. Chapter 359 The Inescapable Conspiracy. No matter how long the preparations are, there will always be an end. In addition, the genetic ascension of the whole people takes too much time, which has affected the economy and normal operation of various places. Although the government has subsidies, many things cannot be subsidized. Especially the fortress and garrison in the northern Asar star field, the time cannot be delayed for too long, otherwise there will be no time when the enemy is ready to attack. 1.5 months after the head of state issued the order, and after confirming that he had made all possible preparations, Li Qing finally issued the order to start the national genetic ascension. However, before issuing the order for the genetic ascension of the whole people, he first activated the suppression of the artifacts of human civilization, and the whole territory entered a state of silence. At such a critical time, it is absolutely uneasy not to activate the global suppression. It is impossible for the national genetic ascension to hide the hostile civilization. If a large number of fleets disperse and jump into the territory to destroy at the critical moment of ascension, the process will be directly interrupted. As the order was issued, when the imperial standard time reached the predetermined moment, all individuals of the entire civilization entered the biological gene cabin around them, and the official process of national genetic ascension began according to the process of no less than 10 rehearsals. In the south is the Zutar star field, and in the north is the border of the Asar star field. From the bustling star circle of the capital, to the residence station in the remote star field of the empire, or the trillions of human beings in the universe in the palm, at this moment, they all entered the biological gene cabin. Li Qing is also lying in a luxurious bio-gene cabin. Although he does not need genetic recombination, he needs to make an appearance in front of the public. On the light curtain of the genetic cabin in front of him, a set of standard tutorials is being played, teaching everyone how to operate the biological genetic cabin in real time. Even each biological gene capsule itself is automated. Except for the switch, everything else can be automated. In theory, any individual can handle it. But still the same sentence, there are tens of millions of people. Press the button in front of you, and then there will be a long wait. I have done my best in what I can do, and it depends on the result whether it can be achieved. Time gradually passed, and an hour passed without knowing it. Li Qing was sitting in the gene cabin and no one came to disturb him. This is a good thing, indicating that no problems have occurred so far. Unknowingly, another hour passed. According to previous simulations, it should have entered the genetic analysis stage by this time. The gene cabin will completely analyze the genes of the people lying in the cabin, and this stage will last for about 10 hours. After the complete analysis, it will start to compare the genes of different individuals with the standard gene evolution map, and then what should be deleted, what should be cut, the combination of the combination, which gene needs to be filled by the external gene sequence. The gene cabin will be automatically extracted from genetic reagents issued by the government. In the end, the gene cabin will be fundamentally different from the individual's genes, and combined with the standard gene evolution map, a gene map that is roughly the same but retains personal characteristics will be produced. Personal characteristics are the embodiment of human diversity. If you don't keep these, you can directly replace them with the standard genetic evolution map, so that the adjusted and evolved humans will be exactly the same. The height, weight, appearance, etc. will be exactly the same, and all of them are N-born brothers with the same DND. The so-called human cloning uses a standard genetic map, so the clones made with the same standard genetic map are all exactly the same. It is worth mentioning that with the improvement of genetic technology, ordinary crew members in the fleets of some powerful civilizations have changed from natural people to clones, robots or biochemicals, and some indispensable senior crew members are basically replaced by advanced clones, no longer using natural persons. This technology can greatly reduce the loss of civilization individuals. After all, there are so many natural persons on a battleship, and a large-scale battle does not know how many people will die. In the United Empire of Mankind, only a few Star Sea Lords who had mastered advanced cloning and robot technology realized the replacement of crew members with robots, and most of the Lords were natural crew members. Since Li Qing unified the Empire, he began to use his advanced human cloning technology to replace the natural crew members of all the ships of the Empire one by one. In addition to greatly reducing losses, this move also greatly reduced military expenditures. It turns out that the salaries of natural persons are a huge expense, accounting for more than 2/3 of the total expenditure of the entire fleet, plus the high living expenses required by natural persons, etc., all add up to about 80% of the total expenditure. After replacing it with human cloning or full automation, the military expenditure will be directly reduced by about 80%, saving a lot of money. Time passed day by day, and the genetic evolution process was gradually coming to an end. In the past few days, Li Qing has been staying at the headquarters, receiving news from all over the world. Fortunately, the preparations over the years are sufficient, and the biotechnology of the Imperial Institute of Biogenetics is sufficiently developed. After all, it was a group of negative stars and servants of Wanjin Mingguang who started research on the basis of advanced civilization technology. The technology itself is already very strong, and after multiple optimizations, the success rate soared. So in the past few days, except for some occasional accidents, there were no accidents in the process of genetic evolution. The only surprise is that the northern border of the Empire, the Asar starfield, and the allied forces of the Six Nations have appeared outside the Asar outpost, and it seems that they are about to launch an attack at any time. Unfortunately, they did it too late. Maybe Aisha's civilization received some news, but the genetic evolution process of the national genetic ascension only takes 4 or 5 days. When they receive the news, they must first confirm the authenticity. After confirming the truth, you need to communicate with other civilizations in the alliance before setting off. To be honest, this is because they have already set off, and there is less time to assemble the fleet. If they haven't set off yet, even if they know the exact news, they won't have time to do anything. The time left for them is too short. When the coalition striker appeared outside the outpost, it was already the 4th day of the genetic evolution of the whole people. According to previous simulations, At this time, the national genetic evolution has come to an end, the main body of the genetic map has been completed, and now the gene cabin is making final adjustments to the genetic map, and then it will take a day to supplement the newly evolved body to complete the comprehensive genetic evolution. In the icy starry sky, a huge fleet is slowly approaching a huge wormhole vortex in the starry sky ahead. A silicon-based Aisha man covered in red is standing in the center of the bridge, surrounded by several Aisha people with the same shape but different skin colors. After silently staring at the starry sky ahead for a long time, the red Aisha said, "You say that human beings are really starting the genetic ascension of the whole people?" Immediately someone answered, "The intelligence collected over the years shows that human beings have indeed been preparing for the genetic ascension of the whole people. Some time ago, their head of state issued a decree and started the suppression of the civilization artifact. It is definitely the beginning of the genetic ascension of the whole people. Interesting, I didn't expect that after so long, human civilization has come to this point." The ageless red Aisha chuckled, and stopped talking for some reason. But another gray-skinned Aisha man behind him said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if the genes of the whole people are soaring. Even if they succeed, they will not be able to reach the empire's hundreds of millions of troops. They thought we were still the Aisha people who were expelled at the beginning, but they didn't think about where we went after we were expelled. Although the dwarf galaxy we are in is far inferior to the main river system, we have unified the entire dwarf galaxy. After integrating the entire dwarf galaxy, the accumulation of more than 2,000 years, the real strength is beyond their imagination. Let the Cyrus Star Empire and Firoza Federation take the lead first, and when they both lose, the fleet we have gathered outside the ancient Stargate can sweep them together and complete the unification of the Perseus spiral arm. At that time, we will wait for Fianuo to revive the empire and the leader of Ada will lose. Let us find an opportunity to sneak attack one of them. As long as we can obtain complete dark matter technology, we will not be able to replace it and become the new overlord of the galaxy. Human civilization is not a big threat, mainly the Zener star cluster. According to some clues searched by the Imperial intelligence agencies over the years, the current ruler of Ada's Guide seems to be a member of the Zener star cluster. I have heard about this. A player from the Xenor star group was lucky enough to find the hermitage of Ada's Guide and successfully inherited the legacy of Ada's Guide. This is indeed a formidable enemy. As long as the war continues, the Zener star group can fully digest the legacy of Ada's mentor, complete a comprehensive integration, and the war continues. Even if the Fianuo civilization is revived, it may not be able to fight. This is a threat, but it is also an opportunity for us. If we don't destroy a higher civilization, how can we replace it? Several high-level Aisha civilizations were discussing here, and the tone seemed to have no regard for other civilizations, including human civilization. The Vanguard fleet is preparing to enter the hyperspace channel. While human beings are at the threshold of the genetic ascension of the whole people, they will take down this outpost first. With an order, a huge fleet separated from the main force and slowly sailed towards the wormhole. Half an hour later, the fleet disappeared in the energy brilliance soaring into the sky. The second batch is ready to enter the wormhole. Another huge fleet broke away from the main force and headed for the wormhole. Seeing that the fleet disappeared, the commander continued to order the third fleet to prepare to enter. However, just as the third fleet arrived at the entrance of the wormhole, they suddenly received a battle report from the first fleet. Several Aisha senior commanders saw 5 solitary mobile battle stars on the light curtain blocking the entrance of the hyperspace channel and the first wormhole. A group of fleets were fighting, and they all looked at each other in blank dismay. There is no fleet lone battle star blocking the door. This is the first time they have seen this kind of operation. From the Vanguard reconnaissance fleet, it is confirmed that these are indeed 5 lonely mobile battle stars. The nearest human fleet is all concentrated in the central base of the galaxy. There is no movement, and it is definitely not a trap. Since you take the initiative to die, then you are welcome to surround and kill these 5 battle stars. In addition, let the third batch of fleets wait a while, and enter together with the main force of the forward. Be sure to leave those 5 battle stars behind. 2 hours later, the forwards of the allied forces of the 6 nations all crossed the hyperspace channel and appeared in the human outpost galaxy, and quickly launched a siege formation. Millions of battleships formed a fire-focused array, and the fire-focused arrays separated the battle stars one by one. Come and siege like crazy. At the same time, more than 10 mobile battle stars assembled, and the terrifying artillery fire crazily poured on a human battle star. The indescribable firepower poured down like a waterfall and drowned the selected battle star. The firepower was so sufficient that the position of the huge battlestar could not be seen clearly. No matter how powerful the battlestar is, it can't withstand this outrageous concentrated fire. After only 2 rounds of star explosions, the strong shield of the focused battlestar was broken, and the infinite firepower covered the battlestar's armor in a second. Above. After 2 more rounds of starbursts, the armor of the battlestar was knocked open, and the size of the 10,000-kilometer diameter battlestar suddenly shrank to more than 7,000 kilometers, which means that the armor thickness of this battlestar alone is more than 1,000 kilometers. The endless indiscriminate bombardment lasted until the 5th hour, and the battlestar finally exploded from the inside to the outside. The soaring flames rushed out from the rupture of the hull, and there were continuous pillars of sacrificial explosions everywhere. After 5.5 hours, a battlestar was shattered. Good job, keep going. The Aisha people in command shook their fists excitedly, and quickly adjusted the fleet to surround another battlestar. The process was exactly the same as the previous round, and the battlestar was also shattered at the 5th hour. Every time one is crushed, there is a cheer in the channel. Although the fortress has not been captured, every shattering of an absolute core strategic weapon like the battlestar represents a great weakening of human civilization. Battleships can be built at will, and it is difficult to replenish one battlestar if it is missing. It is almost impossible to replenish for weak civilizations. Breaking 2 battlestars in a row is definitely a brilliant record for the coalition forces, and the situation is very good. But 15 hours had passed since the fleet smashed 3 battlestars in a row, and the headquarters was about to continue ordering the siege of the next battlestar, but suddenly received a battle report from the frontline fleet. Then, the command center, which was beaming just now, fell silent. Damn it. The Aisha person who was the most proud just now punched his palm hard, and said in a hateful voice, "I just said how humans would arrange such a stupid tactic. It turns out that this is all fake." The commander on the front line only noticed when the 3rd battlestar was smashed. Strictly speaking, this has always been the case. After the 1st and 2nd battlestars were crushed, the wreckage also disappeared, but at that time the fire was too intense, and hundreds of millions of battleship neutron lances plus countless Titan lances and battlestars, the light emitted by the orbital main gun is too strong, completely covering the battlefield. In addition, morale exploded after destroying 1 battlestar, and then the headquarters immediately dispatched the fleet to besiege the 2nd battlestar. No one noticed that the wreckage of the battlestar disappeared after the explosion. It wasn't until 3 battlestars were smashed in a row that the frontline soldiers thought that the remaining 2 would not be able to escape, and their excitement gradually subsided. Only then did they discover the abnormality on the battlefield. But it's useless to find an abnormality. 5 battlestars are blocking the door, and you can't ignore it. Otherwise, they will follow you and attack no one. This is Kai Guguo's conspiracy, and there is no way to avoid it. Even if the abnormality is discovered now, there is nothing to do, so I can only endure the nausea and continue to besiege the remaining 2 battlestars. At this time, within the central fleet of the galaxy, rows of biological gene hatches lit up with green lights, and the sound of pneumatic valves sounded, and the hatches slowly lifted. Chapter 359: The Inescapable Conspiracy. No matter how long the preparations are, there will always be an end. In addition, the genetic ascension of the whole people takes too much time, which has affected the economy and normal operation of various places. Although the government has subsidies, many things cannot be subsidized. Especially the fortress and garrison in the northern Asar star field, the time cannot be delayed for too long, otherwise there will be no time when the enemy is ready to attack. 1.5 months after the head of state issued the order, and after confirming that he had made all possible preparations, Li Qing finally issued the order to start the national genetic ascension. However, before issuing the order for the genetic ascension of the whole people, he first activated the suppression of the artifacts of human civilization, and the whole territory entered a state of silence. At such a critical time, it is absolutely uneasy not to activate the global suppression. It is impossible for the national genetic ascension to hide the hostile civilization. If a large number of fleets disperse and jump into the territory to destroy at the critical moment of ascension, the process will be directly interrupted. As the order was issued, when the imperial standard time reached the predetermined moment, all individuals of the entire civilization entered the biological gene cabin around them, and the official process of national genetic ascension began according to the process of no less than 10 rehearsals. In the south is the Zutar star field, and in the north is the border of the Asar star field. From the bustling star circle of the capital, to the residence station in the remote star field of the Empire, or the trillions of human beings in the universe in the palm, at this moment, they all enter the biological gene cabin. Li Qing is also lying in a luxurious bio-gene cabin. Although he does not need genetic recombination, he needs to make an appearance in front of the public. On the light curtain of the genetic cabin in front of him, a set of standard tutorials is being played, teaching everyone how to operate the biological genetic cabin in real time. Even each biological gene capsule itself is automated. Except for the switch, everything else can be automated. In theory, any individual can handle it. But still the same sentence, there are tens of millions of people. Press the button in front of you, and then there will be a long wait. I have done my best in what I can do, and it depends on the result whether it can be achieved. Time gradually passed, and an hour passed without knowing it. Li Qing was sitting in the gene cabin and no one came to disturb him. This is a good thing, indicating that no problems have occurred so far. Unknowingly, another hour passed. According to previous simulations, it should have entered the genetic analysis stage by this time. The gene cabin will completely analyze the genes of the people lying in the cabin, and this stage will last for about 10 hours. After the complete analysis, it will start to compare the genes of different individuals with the standard gene evolution map, and then what should be deleted, what should be cut, the combination of the combination, which gene needs to be filled by the external gene sequence. The gene cabin will be automatically extracted from genetic reagents issued by the government. In the end, the gene cabin will be fundamentally different from the individual's genes, and combined with the standard gene evolution map, a gene map that is roughly the same but retains personal characteristics will be produced. Personal characteristics are the embodiment of human diversity. If you don't keep these, you can directly replace them with the standard genetic evolution map, so that the adjusted and evolved humans will be exactly the same. The height, weight, appearance, etc. will be exactly the same, and all of them are N-born brothers with the same DND. The so-called human cloning uses a standard genetic map, so the clones made with the same standard genetic map are all exactly the same. It is worth mentioning that with the improvement of genetic technology, ordinary crew members in the fleets of some powerful civilizations have changed from natural people to clones, robots or biochemicals, and some indispensable senior crew members are basically replaced by advanced clones, no longer using natural persons. This technology can greatly reduce the loss of civilization individuals. After all, there are so many natural persons on a battleship, and a large-scale battle does not know how many people will die. In the United Empire of Mankind, only a few Star Sea Lords who had mastered advanced cloning and robot technology realized the replacement of crew members with robots, and most of the Lords were natural crew members. Since Li Qing unified the Empire, he began to use his advanced human cloning technology to replace the natural crew members of all the ships of the Empire one by one. In addition to greatly reducing losses, this move also greatly reduced military expenditures. It turns out that the salaries of natural persons are a huge expense, accounting for more than 2/3 of the total expenditure of the entire fleet, plus the high living expenses required by natural persons, etc., all add up to about 80% of the total expenditure. After replacing it with human cloning or full automation, the military expenditure will be directly reduced by about 80%, saving a lot of money. Time passed day by day, and the genetic evolution process was gradually coming to an end. In the past few days, Li Qing has been staying at the headquarters, receiving news from all over the world. Fortunately, the preparations over the years are sufficient, and the biotechnology of the Imperial Institute of Biogenetics is sufficiently developed. After all, it was a group of negative stars and servants of Wanjin Mingguang who started research on the basis of advanced civilization technology. The technology itself is already very strong, and after multiple optimizations, the success rate soared. So in the past few days, except for some occasional accidents, there were no accidents in the process of genetic evolution. The only surprise is that the northern border of the Empire, the Asar starfield, and the allied forces of the Six Nations have appeared outside the Asar outpost, and it seems that they are about to launch an attack at any time. Unfortunately, they did it too late. Maybe Aisha's civilization received some news, but the genetic evolution process of the national genetic ascension only takes 4 or 5 days. When they receive the news, they must first confirm the authenticity. After confirming the truth, you need to communicate with other civilizations in the alliance before setting off. To be honest, this is because they have already set off, and there is less time to assemble the fleet. If they haven't set off yet, even if they know the exact news, they won't have time to do anything. The time left for them is too short. When the coalition striker appeared outside the outpost, it was already the fourth day of the genetic evolution of the whole people. According to previous simulations, at this time the national genetic evolution has come to an end, the main body of the genetic map has been completed, and now the gene cabin is making final adjustments to the genetic map, and then it will take a day to supplement the newly evolved body to complete the comprehensive genetic evolution. In the icy starry sky, a huge fleet is slowly approaching a huge wormhole vortex in the starry sky ahead. A silicon-based Aisha man covered in red is standing in the center of the bridge, surrounded by several Aisha people with the same shape but different skin colors. After silently staring at the starry sky ahead for a long time, the red Aisha said, "You say that human beings are really starting the genetic ascension of the whole people." Immediately someone answered, "The intelligence collected over the years shows that human beings have indeed been preparing for the genetic ascension of the whole people. Some time ago, their head of state issued a decree and started the suppression of the civilization artifact. It is definitely the beginning of the genetic ascension of the whole people. Interesting, I didn't expect that after so long, human civilization has come to this point." The ageless red Aisha chuckled, and stopped talking for some reason. But another gray-skinned Aisha man behind him said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if the genes of the whole people are soaring. Even if they succeed, they will not be able to reach the Empire's hundreds of millions of troops. They thought we were still the Aisha people who were expelled at the beginning, but they didn't think about where we went after we were expelled. Although the dwarf galaxy we are in is far inferior to the main river system, we have unified the entire dwarf galaxy. After integrating the entire dwarf galaxy, the accumulation of more than 2,000 years, the real strength is beyond their imagination. Let the Cyrus Star Empire and Firoza Federation take the lead first, and when they both lose, the fleet we have gathered outside the ancient Stargate can sweep them together and complete the unification of the Perseus spiral arm. At that time, we will wait for Fianuo to revive the Empire and the leader of Ada will lose. Let us find an opportunity to sneak attack one of them. As long as we can obtain complete dark matter technology, we will not be able to replace it and become the new overlord of the galaxy. Human civilization is not a big threat, mainly the Zener star cluster. According to some clues searched by the Imperial intelligence agencies over the years, the current ruler of Ada's Guide seems to be a member of the Zener star cluster. I have heard about this. A player from the Xenor star group was lucky enough to find the hermitage of Ada's Guide and successfully inherited the legacy of Ada's Guide. This is indeed a formidable enemy. As long as the war continues, the Zener star group can fully digest the legacy of Ada's mentor, complete a comprehensive integration, and the war continues. Even if the Fianuo civilization is revived, it may not be able to fight. This is a threat, but it is also an opportunity for us. If we don't destroy a higher civilization, how can we replace it? Several high-level Aisha civilizations were discussing here, and the tone seemed to have no regard for other civilizations, including human civilization. The Vanguard fleet is preparing to enter the hyperspace channel. While human beings are at the threshold of the genetic ascension of the whole people, they will take down this outpost first. With an order, a huge fleet separated from the main force and slowly sailed towards the wormhole. Half an hour later, the fleet disappeared in the energy brilliance soaring into the sky. The second batch is ready to enter the wormhole. Another huge fleet broke away from the main force and headed for the wormhole. Seeing that the fleet disappeared, the commander continued to order the third fleet to prepare to enter. However, just as the third fleet arrived at the entrance of the wormhole, they suddenly received a battle report from the first fleet. Several Aisha senior commanders saw 5 solitary mobile battle stars on the light curtain blocking the entrance of the hyperspace channel in the first wormhole. A group of fleets were fighting, and they all looked at each other in blank dismay. There is no fleet lone battle star blocking the door. This is the first time they have seen this kind of operation. From the Vanguard reconnaissance fleet, it is confirmed that these are indeed 5 lonely mobile battle stars. The nearest human fleet is all concentrated in the central base of the galaxy. There is no movement, and it is definitely not a trap. Since you take the initiative to die, then you are welcome to surround and kill these 5 battle stars. In addition, let the third batch of fleets wait a while, and enter together with the main force of the forward. Be sure to leave those 5 battle stars behind. 2 hours later, the forwards of the allied forces of the 6 nations all crossed the hyperspace channel and appeared in the human outpost galaxy, and quickly launched a siege formation. Millions of battleships formed a fire-focused array, and the fire-focused arrays separated the battle stars one by one. Come and siege like crazy. At the same time, more than 10 mobile battle stars assembled, and the terrifying artillery fire crazily poured on a human battle star. The indescribable firepower poured down like a waterfall and drowned the selected battle star. The firepower was so sufficient that the position of the huge battle star could not be seen clearly. No matter how powerful the battle star is, it can't withstand this outrageous concentrated fire. After only 2 rounds of star explosions, the strong shield of the focused battle star was broken, and the infinite firepower covered the battle star's armor in a second. Above. After 2 more rounds of starbursts, the armor of the battle star was knocked open, and the size of the 10,000-kilometer diameter battle star suddenly shrank to more than 7,000 kilometers, which means that the armor thickness of this battle star alone is more than 1,000 kilometers. The endless indiscriminate bombardment lasted until the 5th hour, and the battle star finally exploded from the inside to the outside. The soaring flames rushed out from the rupture of the hull, and there were continuous pillars of sacrificial explosions everywhere. After 5.5 hours, a battle star was shattered. Good job. Keep going. The Aisha people in command shook their fists excitedly, and quickly adjusted the fleet to surround another battle star. The process was exactly the same as the previous round, and the battle star was also shattered at the 5th hour. Every time one is crushed, there is a cheer in the channel. Although the fortress has not been captured, every shattering of an absolute core strategic weapon like the battle star represents a great weakening of human civilization. Battleships can be built at will, and it is difficult to replenish one battle star if it is missing. It is almost impossible to replenish for weak civilizations. Breaking 2 battle stars in a row is definitely a brilliant record for the coalition forces, and the situation is very good. But 15 hours had passed since the fleet smashed 3 battle stars in a row, and the headquarters was about to continue ordering the siege of the next battle star, but suddenly received a battle report from the frontline fleet. Then, the command center, which was beaming just now, fell silent. Damn it. The Aisha person who was the most proud just now punched his palm hard, and said in a hateful voice, "I just said how humans would arrange such a stupid tactic. It turns out that this is all fake." The commander on the front line only noticed when the 3rd battle star was smashed. Strictly speaking, this has always been the case. After the 1st and 2nd battle stars were crushed, the wreckage also disappeared, but at that time the fire was too intense, and hundreds of millions of battleship neutron lances plus countless Titan lances and battle stars, the light emitted by the orbital main gun is too strong, completely covering the battlefield. In addition, morale exploded after destroying 1 battle star, and then the headquarters immediately dispatched the fleet to besiege the 2nd battle star. No one noticed that the wreckage of the battle star disappeared after the explosion. It wasn't until 3 battle stars were smashed in a row that the frontline soldiers thought that the remaining 2 would not be able to escape, and their excitement gradually subsided. Only then did they discover the abnormality on the battlefield. But it's useless to find an abnormality. 5 battle stars are blocking the door, and you can't ignore it. Otherwise, they will follow you and attack no one. This is Kai Gugwo's conspiracy, and there is no way to avoid it. Even if the abnormality is discovered now, there is nothing to do, so I can only endure the nausea and continue to besiege the remaining 2 battle stars. At this time, within the central fleet of the galaxy, rows of biological gene hatches lit up with green lights, and the sound of pneumatic valves sounded, and the hatches slowly lifted. Chapter 360 Racial Traits, Higher Humans. P.S. There is only one chapter today, I can't code it out. Accompanied by a burst of pneumatic sound, the biogenic cabin slowly opened, and a slightly pale but muscular arm protruded from the cold fog and pressed against the edge of the genetic cabin. After a while, a tall figure stepped out from the biological gene cabin. The man looked down at himself, and the daze on his face disappeared, replaced by a touch of joy. Successful. Successful. He shook hands hard, carefully feeling the strength and physique in his body that was far stronger than before. The man turned his head and saw rows of gene pods opening one after another, and comrades in arms coming out of them. Their appearance and physical characteristics have not changed, but they are much taller than before, and they exude the same aura as themselves. No matter the physique, strength, agility and reaction are all improved in all aspects. According to the latest data collection, after the completion of the national genetic evolution, all individuals will improve in all aspects regardless of their size or physical fitness. A researcher wearing a gold-rimmed white robe stood in front of Li Qing and loudly reported to him. 5 days ago, the average height of human beings was between 1.8 and 1.9 meters, but now the average height is between 2.1 and 2.2 meters, and their physique, strength, and reaction speed have all increased by at least 100%. The improvement rate of young individuals is between 150% and 200%, and the improvement rate of trained fighters is above 200%. According to existing research, this is only an initial change. As individuals gradually adapt to the evolved genes, their physical fitness will undergo a relatively large growth stage until the final increase of more than 300%, and the outstanding individuals can improve more than 500%, and possibly even higher. Well, Li Qing nodded and asked, "What is the success rate?" Another official replied immediately, "The statistics of some remote places have not yet come out, but the human headquarters and the capitals of major provinces have already made statistics, and the success rate is about 96.2%. Li Qing suddenly showed joy, and he slapped the table and stood up. "Very good. In a nutshell, the genetic ascension of the whole people is carried out simultaneously. All biological gene capsules are mass-produced, and the performance is almost the same. Since the statistical success rate of the existing statistical area is so high, the success rate of other places will basically not be the same. Big difference. What is the concept of a 96.2% success rate? Let's put it this way. As long as the success rate reaches more than 90%, the national genetic ascension will be considered a success. That is to say, as long as there are no other accidents, the national genetic ascension will be considered a success." So, Li Qing raised his head and looked to the north. "Let the north get ready. The governor wants to conquer. Since the genetic ascension of the whole people is basically successful, human civilization will soon begin to be promoted to a higher civilization. How can others be allowed to sleep soundly on the side of the couch, and the entire Perselian spiral arm can only have one voice?" Azar, outpost. Knowing the truth, the Aisha people suppressed their nausea, and it took almost a day to project the 5 battle stars to boom. When the last battle star was smashed, the huge fleet spread out and rushed to the center of the galaxy, and was intercepted when it reached the middle of the galaxy at sub-light speed. Then, I saw that the human fleet, which had been silently parked at the inner base of the galaxy before, had assembled at this time, and it was in formation and stopped in front of the pioneer fortresses, ready for battle. Damn, missed the opportunity. Several Aisha commanders were very depressed. Although there is no doubt about his final victory, there is still a big gap between a miserable victory and a big victory. If you seize the opportunity to directly attack the base defenders where all the commanders and captains are in biological gene capsules, only clone robots or fully automatic fleets are definitely not their opponents. Just defeat the defenders. It's a pity that they didn't seize this opportunity. Now that they have completed the genetic ascension, then. Wait, they have completed the genetic ascension of the whole people. Several Aisha people suddenly realized this and looked at each other in blank dismay. A few of the Aisha commanders asked, "Did they succeed?" There was a long silence, and no one answered. But silence is silence, and they are not too depressed. After all, the United Empire of Humanity has activated the artifact of civilization at this time. Apart from attacking this outpost that is isolated from the human territory, they cannot enter the interior of human civilization to destroy it. According to the population ratio, even if the outpost is breached and the fleet is completely wiped out, the impact on the ascension of all human beings will not be great. Then, first suspend the attack, wait for the main force of the coalition forces to come, and attack together. The other Aisha commanders have no opinion. If the genetic ascension of the whole people is successful, it is still necessary to be cautious. Individual genetic ascension does not get much enhancement, but the whole people have succeeded in genetic ascension, which is equivalent to a substantial increase in overall strength, so it is impossible for the current striker to beat. If they don't attack, the defenders will naturally not take the initiative to attack. Although these coalition forwards are not their opponents, they are not easily defeated. In addition, the main force of the coalition forces is not far away in the star field. It may be too large to be deployed quickly, but it is still no problem to transfer some advanced support. But the most important thing is that now the national genetic ascension is successful, the domestic fleet can be mobilized, and they are waiting for domestic support. Human original racial trait, fast learning. The effect is that you can work in any profession through learning, and the experience requirement is reduced by 20%. This trait is not shown, and the various skills and experience requirements they usually learn have been reduced by 20% by default. Compared with other civilizations, This trait has no advantage in the early stage, but it will become more and more advantageous in the middle and late stages. After all, being able to have as little as 20% of experience means that the level of human professionals at the same age will be higher in the later stage, which is an advantage. After the national gene has soared, rapid learning has not disappeared, but has undergone a qualitative change. Human race traits. Higher humans. Effect 1. Human beings can learn to work in any profession, and experience requirements are reduced by 30%. Effect 2. Greatly improve the tolerance and adaptability to harsh environments and energy. Effect 3. All output plus 20%. As the actual controller of civilization, Li Qing can see the effect of the characteristics of the human species. It doesn't look like much, at least literally, compared to the hundreds of percent bonus of the negative star, this doesn't seem to be much. But this is a species trait, which means that all individuals of this species have this trait. Understand deeply, and compare it with the characteristics of other species, you will know how powerful this characteristic is. The first effect needs no explanation and is an enhanced version of the original human trait. The second effect seems to need no explanation, which means that humans can adapt to some very harsh environments. For example, the most livable planet for humans is the continental planet, especially in the tropical and temperate regions of the planet. The extremely cold North Pole of the planet is not suitable for it. But now, after the evolution of all human beings, the tolerance to severe cold and extreme heat has been increased by n times. The North Pole, which was too cold to go out, is only slightly cold to the current evolved humans. Wearing casual clothes, even naked and shirtless, can bear. It used to be that boiling water at 100 degrees can scald the skin, but now you can drink freshly boiled water directly, or take a bath with boiling water. At the same time, the body's tolerance to toxins and some gases containing toxins is greatly improved, and even immunity. The third effect is easier to explain. It means that regardless of the occupation of human civilization, all output is plus 20%, including cohesion, which represents a huge increase in productivity for the entire civilization out of thin air. In addition to these three obvious effects, there are actually some hidden benefits of the national genetic evolution. For example, the physical fitness of the whole people has been greatly improved, which means that the combat effectiveness of the new humans has been greatly improved. Any adult new human can have more than 3 times the original physical fitness after training, and some outstanding people who fully tap the potential in the body can reach more than 10 times the original physical fitness. Whether it is the army or other aspects, this has a huge improvement that cannot be measured by the attribute table. This improvement is not only about combat power, but also about racial intelligence. The genetic evolution of the whole people does not only increase the physical fitness, the brain has also been optimized, but the brain is too complex, and the degree of optimization is not as good as the physical fitness, but there are indeed many improvements. Moreover, the current changes are only at this stage. You must know that the second effect of the new racial trait not only greatly increases the tolerance to harsh environments, but also greatly increases adaptability. The so-called adaptability literally means the ability to adapt to different environments. This means that if the environment is too harsh, you can't adapt to it for a while, but as you continue to be exposed to this ultra-harsh environment, over time, your own genes will automatically mobilize to adapt to this ultra-harsh environment. This means that almost all planets in the universe, and no matter how harsh the environment is, they cannot stop human beings. Under Li Qing's order, the fleet commanders who had completed genetic evolution were stationed in 5-star fields, and began to gather north to support the outpost. In addition to starting to assemble the central fleet in the capital, he himself entered the universe in the palm of his hand to check the battle star Xiuan that was about to complete its evolution. The 8th promotion of this thing is almost completed with the continuous support of dragon scale alloy. The 7th promotion is equivalent to a high-level battle star. According to the estimation of each promotion, the 8th promotion has a high probability of reaching the limit below the god-level civilization. Li Qing is full of expectations for this. When he entered the universe in the palm, he saw 3 super-giant spheres of different sizes on the edge of the high-dimensional fortress that was located in the center of the universe in the palm, which was burning like a star. One is the mechanical combat body of the Svimin god general who is being refitted. After more than 20 years of refitting, it is basically about to be completed now, and weapons are being configured at this time. The scale of the completed mechanical battle body has exceeded that of the original, and it is a super mechanical battle body with a maximum diameter of 120,000 kilometers. According to the specifications, This thing is 1727 times larger than the standard battle star. According to the surface area of this thing is 144 times that of the standard battle star. The firepower configuration is directly full, and the starburst alone is equipped with a full 160 doors, which are divided into 4 directions. Mechanical Battlestar has a complete ship production line inside, capable of producing all types of warships. Even if there is no war, the internal shipyard can be released to a super assembly center in the starry sky, and standard battlestars can be built by themselves. Of course, this is a theory, not practically possible. It took such a long time to build the Battlestar, it is difficult to keep it from moving for tens or hundreds of years. Because there are too many starbursts configured, this last step will take at least 10 years to complete, so there is no need to expect to play at this stage. However, although the specifications of this mechanical Battlestar are ridiculously large, the weapons configured and the correction of the mechanical Battlestar have not produced a qualitative change, and it is still a high-level Battlestar. It means that the firepower is more intense, and the high-level stargates assembled are of higher specifications. After fully deployed, it is easy for a standard-sized Battlestar to pass through, and the strategic significance is stronger. The second super-giant sphere located in the Palm universe is not the Siwan, but the transforming Ether Dragon. This guy is in a state of metamorphosis as he gets feedback with the promotion of the universe in the palm of his hand. I haven't seen it for many years, but the transparent dragon egg formed by the star diamond has grown a lot, and now it has a diameter of more than 500,000 kilometers, ranking second among the 3 super-giant spheres. Ranked first is the promoted Shiwan. The 8th promotion, devouring an unknown amount of dragon-scale alloys, and now the specification has exceeded 1 million kilometers, and it looks like a super metal planet as big as a star from a distance. Compared to Sci-Fi One's mechanical Battlestar, which is only taller and has not changed qualitatively, the Siwan not only increased in size, but its internal essence has indeed increased by a level, and it has indeed undergone earth-shaking changes. Boom, boom, boom. 23 starbursts in a row flew across the sky, kicking off the prelude to the final. Before the arrival of human reinforcements, Aisha civilization urged the main force of the coalition forces to rush to the outpost galaxy within half a day and officially launched a fierce attack. A total of 33 mobile battle stars and a huge fleet of 110,000 standard divisions formed a huge encirclement, launching a fierce attack on the human defenders in the center of the galaxy. This defender has only 5 mobile battle stars and 16,000 standard divisions. Although it is basically a 6-level enhanced technology, the scale is too different. The key point is that the Aisha civilization fleet in this coalition army is also all 6-level enhanced technology, and the scale is not much different from that of humans. If they hadn't received Li Qing's national mobilization order, what they have to do now is to immediately abandon the base and evacuate. The nearest 5 Emperor Starfield garrison is more than 3,000 light-years away from the outpost base. It is estimated that it will take about half a day to come to support after ascension and repositioning and teleportation. With the reinforcements, as long as you persist for a day or two, other reinforcements will arrive one after another. The most important thing is to wait until Li Qing is ready to come. As a member of the Negative Star, Cyrus knows how powerful the power in the Master's hands is at this time. Several super whole cards, as long as you use one, you can easily clear the siege. But the point is to last until then. Compared to other civilizations whose ultimate weapons are all star blasters, Aisha civilization's ultimate weapons include star blasters and nova projectors. This ultimate weapon is a range-type field-clearing weapon, capable of projecting a powerful energy cluster similar to a nova, causing certain damage to a space with a diameter of 500,000 kilometers. To be honest, the damage after dispersion is not too high, but the second frigate is not a problem. After the 23 starbursts, 10 battle stars belonging to the Aisha civilization joined together and 10 nova projections joined together to form a destruction area with a width and height of 500,000 kilometers but a length of 5 million kilometers. A wave of frigates arranged in the front row and a large number of space aircraft groups were wiped out. This is the first time I encountered this ultimate weapon that can clear the field. The human defenders did not prepare in advance, and this wave of losses was a bit big. And the emergence of this weapon makes it difficult for them to resist the onslaught of attackers. If you don't gather cannon fodder, you can only rely on cruisers and destroyers to resist, which is very disadvantageous. Gather the cannon fodder. The loss in the face of such a large-scale clearance is too great, and it is simply unbearable. Sellers, who had been with Li Qing for a while, didn't have much understanding of Li Qing's enemies before, but this time he personally experienced the power of this ultimate weapon. Apart from a headache, he was helpless. There is no way, facing this unreasonable clearing skill, there is no other way but to retreat. If there was, Li Qing's enemies would not be so powerless back then, and they would have been able to use them earlier. Before waiting for the most critical moment, the United Human Empire garrison located in the Asar star field has already rushed over. A total of 4 battle stars, more than a dozen war moons, and more than 7,000 standard divisions directly jumped into the galaxy. Then, they were stopped by the 6-nation coalition forces waiting in full battle, before they even had time to join Safeyuan. 4 hours later, 4 waves of Nova projections swept across the field, and the reinforcements reluctantly gave up their support plan and began to hold on to the spot. Next, small-scale fleets jumped to other corners of the galaxy, but they were all easily intercepted by the allied forces of the 6 nations. Their scale is too large. What is the concept of more than 110,000 standard divisions? While ensuring the complete suppression of the 2 fleets, there are still enough troops to deploy a comprehensive defense to intercept any fleet that jumps beyond the gravitational well of the galaxy. After 1 day, attention the 6th fleet, there is a strong leap wave in the direction of 7 o'clock, go over and intercept it. Half an hour later, the commander of the Aisha people smiled slightly at the leaders of several other civilizations of the United Fleet on the light curtain. Another human fleet has been intercepted. The representative from Cyrus Star Empire nodded and said, "As far as we know, the United Human Empire has a garrison in each of the 5 major star fields except the outpost, and now 2 have arrived. The southernmost garrison cannot be moved lightly, only the Central Army and the Faust Star Field garrison have not yet arrived." Quote, "The garrison in the Faust Star Field is nothing more than the main focus is on the human Central Fleet," the Aisha commander said with a confident look. The Faust Star Field used to be the space between the human headquarters and the Bruin Star Field. It has never been discovered before. Human beings have just unified these star fields for more than 20 years. It is impossible to develop. That star field the size of the garrison in the domain can be ignored. We just need to pay attention from the center. His voice stopped suddenly. He turned his head to listen carefully, and said with a little seriousness and anticipation, "Just received the news that a very strong transition signal was found in the direction of 12 o'clock in the galaxy. Comparing the scale of the previous 2 times, it is estimated that the Central Army of the United Empire of Mankind is here." Without waiting for others to answer, he solemnly ordered, "The highest command of the coalition forces, the 3rd Fleet and the 4th Fleet are preparing to jump, and the target location has been sent to you. Be sure to intercept the main force of the human joint fleet." He glanced at the outpost fleet, which had suffered heavy losses and was close to being destroyed, and said in a deep voice, "Your task is to intercept and block the support of the Central Army of the United Empire of Mankind to other battlefields. When the main force here is completely wiped out, this fleet will go to support you." After speaking, he laughed again, and said, "Everyone, the United Empire of Mankind itself is weaker than the Allied forces. We have the advantage. Now as long as we defeat any squadron of the United Empire of Mankind and expand our advantage, humans will definitely not be our opponents. When the main force of the human coalition forces is defeated, the entire Persephone arm will be invincible. At that time, according to the agreement, the 6 of us will carve up the entire Persean arm. At that time, we will watch and help each other, and even the 2 higher civilizations will not be able to do anything to us." After finishing speaking, cheerful laughter resounded in the command channel. 2 senior commanders from Cyrus Interstellar Empire and Pharosa Federation led the task with a smile, and quickly turned around and began to dispatch troops to their fleet. A huge frigate group gathered, a large number of aircraft carriers began to recover the space fleet, and other types of ships in the fleet began to converge according to the form of war. "I ordered that the Battle Star engine start to start, and the entire fleet is ready to respond to the transition of the Battle Star in the current combat state. In addition, I order." Before the words were finished, suddenly all intelligent creatures in the entire galaxy, regardless of whether they were enemies or friends, looked up in a certain direction. Even though they are hundreds of millions of kilometers apart, everyone can see that the void suddenly begins to shake like an illusion somewhere, and everything in the starry sky becomes unreal like a dream bubble. Then, at a certain moment, an indescribable blazing ball of light suddenly emerged, and a super halo formed by an invisible flame quickly swept across the galaxy. The unique characteristics of the witness of the stars. the suppression of the witness of the stars. The moment the witness of the stars arrives, it will instantly cause a dimensional impact of 100,000 points to all enemy ships in the current galaxy range, ignoring corrections and damage reduction, and all ships will be destroyed within the next day. The attribute is reduced by 20%, and each ship will only be affected by the dimension impact effect once in a year. Before the jump of the Central Fleet, Li Qing took the first step and descended with the power of the witnesses of the stars. The repaired high-dimensional fortress descended on the three-dimensional world, and the impact brought by it swept across the entire galaxy at a speed exceeding light. The blazing ring of flame swept across the fleet in an instant, and the high-level coalition forces located in the battle star only felt a dazzling distortion flashed by, and then, the entire void of the universe became much brighter at some point. No, it didn't become brighter, and soon sharp-eyed people discovered that this was the cosmic starry sky. After the dazzling flame just swept across, there seemed to be a faint flame invisible to the naked eye left in the entire starry sky. Unique characteristics of Star Witness. Every second, it deals 10 points of damage regardless of correction and damage reduction to all technology creations below dark matter in the current galaxy range, 5 points of damage to dark matter technology ships, and 1 point of damage to dark energy technology ships. This damage doesn't seem to be high, only 10 points. But 1 hour is 3,600 seconds, 24 hours a day is 86,400 seconds, 10 points per second, that is. This is a super behemoth whose specifications are calculated in astronomical units suddenly descended, which stunned everyone. We must know that before technology has mastered the space, war weapons have always been bigger and better. From the mobile fortress to the moon of war, to the mobile battle star, to the star fortress, the bigger the better. But the strongest civilizations have seen is the advanced mobile battle star, with a size of only tens of thousands of kilometers. The size of the behemoth in front of him is calculated in astronomical units. The length of an astronomical unit is 150 million kilometers. But the size of the Star Witness fortress in front of me is not exactly 1 astronomical unit, but more than a dozen astronomical units. What is this concept? Its size can almost fill some small star systems. The sudden arrival of such a huge super big guy beyond their thinking and imagination made everyone look dumbfounded. But it didn't take too long. After more than 10 seconds after the invisible flame swept across, someone finally woke up from the super huge creation measured in astronomical units that suddenly fell, but found that the size of the entire fleet was just at that moment. It shrank 10 times in an instant. 100,000 dimensional impact damage that ignores damage reduction and correction, can directly kill any destroyer, frigate, and space fighter in seconds. The proportion of these two types of battleships in the fleet is very large. A standard division has between 200,000 and 250,000 frigates and destroyers, and the remaining cruisers and battleships add up to as little as 25,000 and as many as 10,000. The scale difference is as high as 10 times. The reason why I didn't discover it immediately is because the damage type of high-dimensional impact is very strange. At the moment when the witnesses of the stars descended, the high-dimensional power swept across, directly smashing the huge frigate group into a particle state, leaving no wreckage. That is to say, after the high-dimensional impact swept across, hundreds of millions of frigates and destroyers of the 110,000 standard divisions in the entire galaxy were instantly pulverized into powder and scattered into the starry sky. After that, the high-dimensional existence descends into the real universe, obliterating the matter of the universe. Where the star witnesses are located, all hostile ships within the galaxy are being grinded by high-dimensional forces all the time. But at this time, the allied forces of the 6 nations were not in the mood to pay attention to this point at all. They were already frightened by the sudden appearance of this huge high-dimensional fortress that filled a few tenths of the entire galaxy, and they were currently negotiating intensely. Well, terrified to be precise, the council is figuring out how to run. There is no need to discuss, and they all agree to avoid the wave first. But when they quickly made a decision and ordered, they were desperate to find that the fleet could not jump. The star witnesses have all descended, and of course the halo of the fortress, which is comparable to the suppression of civilization artifacts, also descended in the galaxy, and then the entire fleet was in chaos. Of course, Li Qing would not stop because of their fear and confusion. As soon as the witnesses of the stars arrived, he immediately ordered all kinds of weapons repaired in the high-dimensional fortress to fire at the nearest available fleet. At the same time, several final weapons that have been repaired in the high-dimensional fortress also began to recharge. The first thing to fire is the dimension erasing beam, which can create a temporary wormhole and emit a terrifyingly powerful erasing beam. Because it is launched through a temporary wormhole, it can strike targets across galaxies. After charging for just 15 minutes, a huge wormhole appeared on the surface of the void somewhere outside the blazing flame layer of the star Witness, and then a beam of light invisible to the naked eye passed through the wormhole. In the next second, a mobile battle star in the center of the coalition forward in the center of the galaxy suddenly shook violently. The next second, the thick shield of the battle star was pierced on the spot, and the indescribable beam-shaped force field smashed through the thick armor of the battle star. Through the battle star comes out through the body. From a distance, it can be seen that the battle star was blasted through by an indescribable force beam, and the indescribable force blasted the battle star into an oval ball strung with bamboo sticks. Then, there was a continuous explosion of flames. As soon as it passed through the heart, the core power furnace inside the battle star was poked and exploded, so it was naturally gone. After erasing the light beams in this dimension, thousands of lights of divine judgment crossed the sky, blasting thousands of high-energy ion light with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers and blasting into the battlefield. Every 10 rays of light of divine judgment overlap, and a total of 640 light spheres with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers cover the fleet. The indescribable power swept across the battlefield, and the area of millions of kilometers turned into daylight on the spot, and the dazzling light covered everything. When the light slowly disappeared, apart from the wreckage of battleships in the daytime, there were only a few mobile fortresses floating alone in the void. A wave of clearance. Then, there are a total of 36,600 distorted star cannons in 366 regions, each in a group of 2,000. A volley of beams of light shot across the starry sky, and 18 mobile fortresses of different sizes were blasted to pieces in an instant. Li Qing's precise calculation of the value ensures that a round of concentrated fire will definitely kill in seconds, without the need for additional blows. The twisted star cannon is equivalent to the light of doom, and it only takes 15 minutes to fire it again, and it can definitely bombard and kill 18 large and small mobile battle stars in one round, which is extremely threatening on a super large-scale battlefield. But that's beside the point. The point is that the Witness of the Stars still has two ultimate weapons that have not fired. At the 40th minute of the arrival of the Witnesses of the Stars, the ultimate weapon, the light of dimensional contraction and expansion, was finally ready to be charged. A beam of light invisible to the naked eye shot out, flying hundreds of millions of kilometers away alone and appearing in the center of the coalition forward fleet. Then it exploded under the horrified eyes of many coalition generals whose psychic power was strong enough, and then a layer of invisible ripples swayed around the explosion site. Wherever the ripples passed, the space fell from three-dimensional to two-dimensional. A lifelike starry sky mural quickly took shape as the invisible ripples swayed. The speed of dimensionality reduction in space is the speed of light. If your speed can surpass light, you can escape from this area before dimensionality reduction. But unfortunately, under the suppression of the high-dimensional fortress, they could not leave beyond the speed of light. Even though there are several generals in the coalition army, none of them has the ability to forcibly teleport like Cybertron, and they can only watch the invisible threat quickly overwhelm themselves from far to near. The speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second, which is instantaneous for ordinary people. But on the scale of the universe, the speed of light is so slow. When the time came to the last 55 minutes, before the projection of the high-dimensional fortress was about to disappear, the light of dimension shrinkage had not yet traveled the predetermined distance. At this time, the light of converging dimension that Li Qing has been in since the beginning of his arrival has been charged for nearly an hour. According to the latest repair status of the high-dimensional fortress, the light of dimensional convergence can cover a full three-dimensional range with a diameter of 10 million kilometers in 1 hour. This time the target is the two fleets that the allied forces of the 6 nations are preparing to intercept the main force of the human Central Army. When the light of dimensional convergence that has been stored for a long time is emitted, from the perspective of the high-dimensional scale of the universe, a transparent distorted sphere with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers appears out of thin air in the cold starry sky, and then within the scope of the transparent distorted sphere is light Control plus Alt plus A was intercepted like a screenshot, and quickly converged into a small ball and disappeared. After completing all this, the Galway fortress suddenly appeared out of thin air an hour ago, and then disappeared out of thin air. The super-huge form that occupies a few tenths of the gravitational well of the entire galaxy and spans the astronomical unit disappeared instantly, as if everything that happened just now was a phantom. However, the remnants of the allied forces of the 6 nations who could not escape in just 1 hour and could only endure the ravages of the Galway fortress can prove that this is not an illusion, but a cruel reality. Just 1 hour is not enough time to even have a dream. But Li Qing easily defeated the allied forces of the Six Nations by relying on the power of the Galway fortress, which was less than 1/100th of a million. A total of 33 mobile battle stars, 110,000 standard divisions. An hour later, there were only 7 mobile battle stars left, about 40,000 non-standard divisions, and not a single cruiser left. Even if the high-dimensional impact of the Star Witness's arrival did not drop in a second, the continuous damage of 10 points per second for the next hour would be enough to wipe out all the battleships below the cruiser. Chapter 362 Promotion to Higher Civilization, Human Star Clan. When the Central Army fleet officially jumped over, the battle in the galaxy was over. Without the suppression of the high-dimensional fortress, the remnants of the Six-Nation coalition gathered around less than 10 battle stars, and forcibly jumped away. But the problem is not big. Li Qing didn't even have the idea of chasing after, but started to assemble the fleet after the real body arrived. Anyway, their main force has been destroyed in this wave, and the 6 civilizations are absolutely shattered, especially the 3 small 5th-level civilizations in the Asar star field suffered heavy losses, and their next strategic advantage has become their own. Slowly hit and slow down, all the way to the past. However, before the reorganization of the fleet was completed, the Empire received surrender envoys from the 3 small civilizations. It doesn't mean to surrender directly, but to secretly serve the United Empire of Mankind, and to surrender immediately when the Imperial Army arrives. Obviously, seeing the allied forces of the 6 nations being defeated on the spot, the 3 civilizations located in the Alsar star field were afraid, but they were also afraid that they would be liquidated by other civilizations on the spot if they surrendered immediately, so they wanted to pledge their allegiance secretly, and waited for humans to attack and destroy the 3 civilizations. Powerful civilizations surrender only after they are defeated. It can only be said that the abacus was well calculated. But it's just a good game. Li Qing did not receive them at all, and directly expelled the mission. Unifying the Perseus spiral arm is the main strategy of civilization. This unification is complete domination, not a vassal situation. If you surrender before the war begins, then that's fine. If you surrender now that you are about to lose, isn't that a dream? But Li Qing's strategic plan was not carried out as expected, because on the 4th day after his arrival, he suddenly sensed something raised his head, and then a transparent light curtain that only he could see unfolded in front of him, and an option appeared on it. The United Empire of Mankind has met all the conditions for promotion to a higher civilization. Please choose a civilization's ideological trend, political system, and national policy within 1 month. If the timeout expires, the existing ideological trend and political system will be defaulted. That is to say, after 1 month, human civilization must be promoted to a higher civilization. Well, hold off on the offensive. But I didn't transfer the fleet back, I just waited for a while, and I can continue to fight after being promoted to a higher civilization. The ideological trend of civilization refers to the most important ideological trend of all individuals in the entire civilization, such as equality, peace, materialism, idealism, xenophobia, militarism, etc. For example, the ideological trend of Fianuo's revival of the empire is extremely xenophobic, and the ideological trend of Ada's instructor is extremely materialistic. Equality and authority are opposites. Peace and militarism are opposites. Idealism and materialism are also opposites. Pro-xenophobia and xenophobia are even more opposites. Generally speaking, a civilization can have many kinds of thinking, but there will be no opposing trends of thought. For example, the subject of civilization is extremely xenophobic. He can also be militaristic, idealistic or materialistic, or equal, or even peaceful thoughts, but it is impossible to have pro-foreign thoughts. Xenophobia does not conflict with peace. This kind of civilization is very xenophobic, but it has no interest in foreign aggression and expansion, so it wants to stay at home and farm. Regarding the choice of ideological trend after the promotion of the United Empire of Mankind, Li Qing did not change it after a little consideration. Instead, he continued to use the main ideological trend of the United Empire of Humanity, the main force of the extreme militarism. Originally, it was also the main force of xenophobia, but after being promoted to a higher civilization, the ideological trend needs to be absolutely unified. You can only choose one extreme ideological trend, and you cannot combine other ideological trends. In fact, xenophobia is similar to a military country. The main reason is that there is already an extremely xenophobic advanced civilization in the Milky Way. If human beings choose extreme xenophobia to promote, it will easily arouse the hostility of Fianuo's revived empire. In addition, extreme xenophobia will not be trusted by conventional civilization when you need to find younger brothers as cannon fodder in the future. Just like the current heavenly battle between Fianu's Revival Empire and Ada's Guide, if Fianu's Revival Empire is an extremely pro-foreign advanced civilization, I believe that 9 out of 10 civilizations will choose to join the pro-foreigners. As for the political system, it is also a good choice. Li Qing chose the autocratic head of state system. This is a variant of the monarchy, where the head of state serves for life. The next head of state is either elected by the forces within the civilization, or appointed by the previous head of state. The former is fairly democratic, while the latter is not much different from an imperial system. Which one to choose depends mainly on the strength and authority of the former head of state. The authority is sufficient, and the next head of state will be appointed. Insufficient authority, let everyone choose the next head of state. The final national policy is a national policy unique to 2 advanced civilizations. One is a general national policy that all advanced civilizations have, and the name is higher civilization. National policy. Advanced civilization. Effect. All civilization output plus 50%, civilization construction speed plus 100%. The other is an ideological trend that can only be chosen by advanced civilizations who are the main force of the extreme militaristic trend, called Super Navy. National policy. Super Navy. Effect. Civilization ship construction speed plus 200%, ship basic attributes plus 20%, ship speed plus 20%, range plus 20%, transition range plus 200%, transition penetration strength plus 2. In addition, there are 2 additional national policy slots for promotion to a higher civilization, and 2 new national policies can be reselected. Worthy of the year, the available focuses will be chosen from the original UEM focuses, as well as all the Star Sea Lords ever had. Li Qing didn't think too much about this, and directly followed the original 2 national policies, Descendants of Light and Seeds of Life. This need not be considered. Strictly speaking, these 2 national policies are stronger than the 2 exclusive national policies for higher civilizations. The Descendants of Light are related to the future of mankind. The Seeds of Life are related to the growth of human civilization. If any civilization wants to grow, it needs more living planets to accommodate more populations. The Seeds of Life can transform transformed planets into livable planets. This national policy will become more powerful in the later stages. Making a choice, Li Qing ordered the fleet to prepare according to the original war plan, and return to the capital of the United Human Empire by himself. The next step is to improve civilization immediately, and he has to go back to the capital to sit in charge. Through the power of the universe in the palm of your hand, it will appear directly in the capital of mankind located in the star field of Emperor Seed across tens of thousands of light years, and then call all members of the United Human Empire to hold a meeting of elders. Ideology. Extreme militarism. Regime. Dictatorship. National policy. Advanced civilization. Many congressmen were stunned when they saw this scene, and then they were shocked and puzzled. Minister of National Defense Xiao Bili looked up at Li Qing, the leader, and asked with a puzzled look. Your Excellency, can we advance to a higher civilization now? Li Qing nodded. Yes, just wait for us to announce. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Almost everyone was dumbfounded and at a loss. But there are also quite a few faces showing sudden expressions. Don't blame them, because the news was indeed sudden. The genetic ascension of the whole people is a necessary procedure to advance to a higher civilization. They all know this, but they also know that to advance to a higher civilization, another must be to fully master the 6th level of dark matter technology. Li Qing mastered the complete 6th level dark matter technology, only Liao Liao knew about it. He never told others that neither the lords of Qinghai nor the military masters knew about it. He forcibly unified the united empire of mankind by relying on his powerful strength, not dark matter technology. What outsiders know is that he has obtained a mother chip of a dark matter dreadnought ship. At this time Xiao Bili stood up, with a hint of surprise on his face, and a hint of surprise, and asked. Your Excellency Li Qing, you mean that you have mastered the complete dark matter technology? It's us. Li Qing nodded with a smile and said. I have mastered the complete dark matter technology a long time ago, and I am only short of promotion to a higher civilization. Now I have completed the unification of human civilization and the genetic ascension of the whole people. A few days ago, I have determined the trend of thought of human civilization. The political system and national policy now only need to be announced to the entire galaxy. Xiao Bili swallowed. The shock and surprise on his face were even greater. Mankind's advancement to a higher civilization is something he can only imagine in his dreams. He thought it would take tens of thousands of years to realize it, but he didn't expect it to be realized so soon. At this moment, 1,000 words. I have a lot to say, but I don't know what to say at the moment. Silent for a while, Xiao Bili stood up straight, folded his arms and bent down to bow down to Li Qing earnestly. It lasted several seconds before getting up, and said solemnly, on behalf of all members of human civilization, on behalf of the ancestors who died for the existence of human civilization, I would like to express my gratitude to you and acknowledge that you will be the undisputed supreme head of human civilization. After he finished speaking, all the veterans in the venue had already reacted, and bowed down to salute him. On behalf of all members of human civilization, on behalf of the ancestors who died for the existence of human civilization, I would like to express my gratitude to you and acknowledge that His Excellency Li Qing will be the undisputed supreme head of human civilization. Li Yongcheng also clasped his fists and saluted Li Qing solemnly. At this moment, he is not worshipping his grandchildren, but expressing his gratitude to him on behalf of the civilized ancestors, which has nothing to do with his status. After paying his respects, he got up and looked at Li Qing, who was standing at the top, to accept everyone's thanks. He was full of pride. This is my unicorn from the Qinghe Li family, and also the son of destiny of human civilization. Yu Tiangong, who was like an old farmer, was now flushed and excited. Although Li Qing was not born in the Yu family, his two main wives are descendants of the Yu family. This is not much different from being born in the Yu family, and they are all honors. At the meeting of elders, Li Qing accepted everyone's bow with a smile on his face. After the bow was over, he clasped his fists and returned the bow. An hour later, a piece of news that shocked everyone in the United Human Empire spread quickly, and quickly spread throughout the entire civilization like a stormy sea. Headed by the Supreme Head of the United Empire of Mankind, we will announce to all the races in the galaxy that from now on, the United Empire of Mankind has completed the necessary preparations and has been officially promoted to a higher civilization and renamed the Star Clan of Humanity with the approval of the will of the universe. When the news came, the whole country was shocked. The series of system prompts that followed also shocked many people who had just woken up from the great changes in the genetic ascension of the whole people. In less than a month, the entire United Empire of Mankind has undergone earth-shaking changes. First, the genes of the whole people are soaring, and all individuals of the entire race have completed evolution, possessing physical fitness and potential far beyond the past. Then the main force of the empire went north to defeat the allied forces of the 6 nations. Then the Supreme Head of State announced that human civilization had completed its fateful ascension and was promoted to a higher civilization. All this is like a dream. After seeing this national declaration, many players who knew Li Qing were shocked but silent. Nothing to say. From a concubine of an unknown family, to being a member of the Human Senate, to being promoted to a military lord, and then miraculously promoted to the Star Sea Lord. The latter is the first feat of human beings in the history of thousands of years, and the alliance of Bruven, the old enemy of thousands of years, has been destroyed. After completing the unification of the United Empire of Mankind, leading the genetic ascension of the whole people with one's own power, and now completing all the pre-preparations for promotion to a higher civilization without making a sound, it can be said that the destiny of human civilization is soaring with one's own power. Such a feat has never been seen before. At this moment, the entire human civilization has nothing to say whether they know it or not. Nobody can say a bad word. No one dared to say a bad word. So far, the entire civilization has completely returned to its heart. The entire galaxy fell into a brief silence as human civilization announced its promotion to a higher civilization and changed its name to the Human Star Clan. Most of the civilizations are confused, wondering whether human beings are crazy and dare to claim to be promoted to a higher civilization at will. Even the Supreme Emperor of the suzerain country Fianuo sent envoys to inquire. But Li Qing didn't respond or explain, just waited quietly. As he completed his declaration, he sensed something was brewing in the dark. As time went by, the United Empire of Mankind did not respond for a long time, and all civilizations were amused by his announcement, only as his whimsical and crazy behavior. But, a month later, Li Qing, who had been sitting still for a month, suddenly raised his head. At the same time, in the Milky Way, all the existences above the Star Sea Lords, regardless of ordinary civilization or advanced civilization, raised their heads in unison, with horror on their faces. It turned out to be true. With the approval of the will of the universe, the destiny of the human star race has been condensed. From now on, human civilization has been changed to human star race, officially promoted to one of the ranks of higher civilizations. This mutation directly affected the battle that had been going on for several years, and the temporary truce between Fianuo's revival of the empire and Adis Mentor coincided with each other. However, it is not the two advanced civilizations that are most affected, but the many player civilizations in the galaxy, and they are the most affected. If it is said that other civilizations can still submit to be younger brothers, the player civilization will only end in complete extinction. It turns out that everyone's strength is strong or weak, but they are all conventional civilizations, and there is a possibility of confrontation. Now that human civilization is suddenly promoted from a triple jump from a conventional civilization to an advanced civilization, the gap is instantly widened, which makes them not afraid. Almost instantly, the leaders of most of the player civilizations thought of uniting together, and nippled it in the bud before the human star clan had just been promoted. They also acted in the same way. Almost on the same day, several player civilizations began to contact secretly. It didn't take long to be silent. The first to send a formal diplomatic mission to humans was Fianuo's Rejuvenation Empire, and the Supreme Emperor sent a formal diplomatic mission to the human star race. Li Qing let out a long breath when he received the diplomatic note. Being able to send a diplomatic mission is a good sign, indicating that Fianuo has something to discuss about reviving the empire, and the possibility of a military encounter is relatively low. Chapter 363 Recognition of Higher Civilization. Fianuo's messenger to restore the empire is an old acquaintance, Prince Reynolds. When we met again, His Royal Highness looked quite complicated. He didn't expect how long it took. A young race that he was only optimistic about but didn't pay much attention to could now be on an equal footing with him. The pride of a higher civilization made him feel very uncomfortable, but the order from His Majesty the Emperor made him feel relieved of his innate pride, and bowed his head to salute Li Qing. By the order of His Majesty the Supreme Emperor, on behalf of Fianuo, I congratulate the Human Star Clan on successfully completing the Ascension of Destiny, and control their own destiny from now on. Li Qing stood in front of Prince Reynolds and accepted with a serious face the congratulations and recognition from Fianuo on behalf of him for restoring the empire. There are a large number of cameras around the reception hall, taking pictures of this meeting in all directions, and then spreading it to all social media of the Human Star Clan in the form of news. After Prince Lei Nuowen finished speaking, Li Qing replied with a serious face. On behalf of the Human Star Clan, I would like to thank His Majesty the Supreme Emperor Nuowen for his congratulations. The friendship between the Human Star Clan and Fianuo's revived empire has a long history. We fought side by side long before the fate of human beings ascended. We are true comrades in arms. We all have common enemies and common goals. Although Battlestar doesn't have the trump cards of the universe in its hands now, and it doesn't have the Xiuan, whose combat power is comparable to the Stellar Fortress, self-protection is a problem, but peaceful development is still bad. To put it bluntly, before we can advance to lower civilizations, we need level 7 technology ships and level 8 weakened technology, and use dark matter fear ships uniformly. That evaluation is actually very idealistic. If there are any unexpected situations, they will easily kill the new low-level civilization in its infancy. The next step is not to bury your head in development. Wait for hundreds of thousands of years to build a weak enough fleet to stand firm. Only then can you really stand firm and truly demonstrate your authority. It is also known that those low-level civilizations are trustworthy. Anyway, the mission finally formally established diplomatic relations with those low-level civilizations. So few ships are fully integrated with the weapon mother chip, and then the chips of the 8th level dark matter ship are weakened. The Human Star Clan is also considered lucky. It was lucky to encounter the Battle of Heaven, and after that, it has been a vassal of Reynoldo's revived empire, and has been doing its best to fight for the suzerain country. The loss is very small, and it is considered to be no incense. The durability and shield of that thing are up and down. It can't be intercepted and interfered with the weak line transition like the Moon of War, and it can't carry starburst. According to the agreement with the lower civilizations, the entire Fianuo arm is divided into the sphere of influence of the human star race, and theoretically the first star field, the Timor star field, cannot be occupied. All kinds of combination can be recognized by the lower civilizations and gain a foothold. Although the lower civilizations are weak, they are not going to die forever, and they will never die. That agenda was half a year ago, and Battlestar hadn't collected all the ship mother chips, and the number of collections was beyond my imagination. The problem will be very small, mainly because of recognition. Wait for a while, destroy these civilizations in the north to get a small amount of destiny points, all of which are used to expand the internal dock of the Star Witness. The result of this is that other conventional civilizations are not supported by other low-level civilizations, so they cannot use me. Although the mother chip for our shipbuilding was taken away, we could not directly purchase dark matter fear ships before, which is much weaker than the 7th level technology and the 8th level weakening technology. In order to build ships as fast as possible, Battlestar built a super shipbuilding center in each of the 7 small star fields. It's worse than Bayou asked Xiao Bili how to obtain the 8th level weakening technology, and Xiao Bili's answer was yes, I want to add a new star sea lord to divide our authority and status, and the low civilizations are the same. 2 batches of dreadnought ships can be built a year, which means that 10-14 standard dark matter dreadnought class divisions cannot be built in a year. There is something wrong, whether Li Qing is the leader or not. At this time, the leader Li Qing is the target of being cleared by several low civilizations by default. The rise of the human star clan needs to be approved by the leader Li Qing. Half a year ago, Bayou sent a fleet northward to end the establishment of a border line in the Tianjin star field. Anyway, the internal space of the Palm universe is extremely small, and now there are not enough people and workers outside, and there is no almost endless material, so it is completely impossible to start work on its own. Plus I am high profile enough. The territory of the human star race has not violated the territory of any low-level civilization. Although the total capacity of the shipyard in the Palm universe is exaggerated, it is still possible to accommodate so few ships to be built together. Zhongxing estimated that after deducting the capacity of small-scale construction of mobile white jade in the future, the remaining capacity can only be built about 1/7. As for what other conventional civilizations think, Battlestar has no reason to think about it for the time being. It's just that the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire in the Timor starfield is still there. Although it has suffered a few small defeats and its strength is slightly stronger, the foundation is still there. There must be no white jade instructors. If Renuo Wenao revives the Empire, there is no 44% chance of getting started with the human star race. To put it bluntly, it wasn't Renuo's revival empire that denied the human star clan. In the case of the birth of the human star race, it is certain that there is no low-level civilization awakening in the galaxy. Those fallen low-level civilizations will secretly evaluate the situation of human beings and human behavior. If they feel that human beings are not a threat, they will awaken and kill the human star race. That proposal was slowly passed by the Senate. Although some people have signed the credentials, it is impossible for us to tear up the credentials at any time and wipe out the human star race after the human beings have no power to protect themselves. So far, the political status of the human star race in the Milky Way has been consolidated. The history of the Milky Way is measured in hundreds of millions of years, and the low-level civilizations born during that period are definitely the few that are present. In the past few tens of millions of years, there have been number 70 or 80 low-level civilizations without names, but now there are only 7 left. The current situation in the galaxy is also simple. The 2 low-level civilizations are holding a battle in heaven. Reynoldo has his own way to revive the empire. It must be to push the human star race to the other side, which can only be denied. Bayou made a decision very slowly, and sent the order to the negative stars in the Palm universe through the mental matrix. P.S. Recommend a friend's new book Hong Kong Island Fit People link above. Consisting of dozens of galaxies, a small number of giant shipyards and a superstructure assembly center capable of building mobile Adash are built outside. Small-scale shipbuilding is not possible in the Palm universe. Before that, all the small number of mother chips will be integrated into the Pioneer database of the main body of civilization, and then used to weaken the existing 8-level dark matter terrorist ship and weapon mother chip. The Milky Way is so small, and there are too few low-level civilizations on it. There is no tacit understanding among those low civilizations. When one of the low civilizations awakens and dominates the galaxy again, the other low civilizations will awaken unless necessary. Of course, that is just an agreed area of influence, which is recognized by all small and low-level civilizations. If he can get it, he needs to fight it himself. In addition, the human star clan is mainly high profile now, and the demand for territory is too hungry, which will affect the attitude of other low-level civilizations. It took a small amount of manpower and material resources to build a mobile fortress, but it turned out to be a starburst in the battlefield, which is too wasteful. In the past, the human star clan was no longer a vassal, but an ally of Reynoldo. Whether we recognize it or not is actually important. As long as Renault Wenao revives the Empire's recognition, we can't help ourselves anyway. If the human Star Clan wants to gain the status and prestige they deserve, they must defeat other low-level civilizations by force. In addition to this, the most important point of the treaty is the military aspect. The two parties agreed that mankind will have another 70 years to complete the unification of the Fiono arms and take time to build ships. 70 years ago, human beings had to send a fleet of up to 70 mobile Adash and more than 70,000 8-level weakened technologists to participate in the heavenly battle between Renuo Wenao and Baiyu Instructor. There is a way. The only orthodoxy in the galaxy now is not Reynoldo's revival of the Empire. The rise of the human Star Clan that shocked the civilizations of the entire galaxy did not last for a long time. As the human Star Clan and Baiyu Kongao revived, the Empire signed a letter of credence to confirm their status. The extravagant political show lasted for 8 days, and finally the two sides signed several civilization treaties. That means that we may be willing in our hearts, but we want to resume war with the human Star Clan, which is regarded as the default. It is worth mentioning that, before human beings were promoted to lower civilizations, Battlestar had not issued an order to the original Army Lord and Star Sea Lord, let us hand over all the mother chips on hand. The United Empire of Mankind now has 12 Star Sea Lords and 321 Star Sea Lords besides me. Those who are missing are those who were promoted in the first battle of the extermination Bruven United. I thought it would be at least 7 or 700 full sets of mother chips. It took 2 months for Battlestar to complete the transformation and weakening with the help of the will of the human Star Clan civilization. At this time, the total number of weakening times of the entire set of 8-level dark matter technology chips in my hand reached an astonishing 468 times. According to the mother chips currently owned by Battlestar, 70 years ago, more than 2,000 first-level fighters and 1,800 8th-level fighters were accumulated. There are other reasons, mainly tasteless. Of course, I still need to send official envoys to these degenerate low civilizations to obtain official diplomatic approval. Correspondingly, as an exchange price, the Battlestar represents the commitment of the human Star Clan that in the future, the racial affairs in the galaxy will be led by Reynoldo's revived empire, and will continue to fight side by side with us in the form of formal allies until defeat White Jade Instructor. As an exchange of benefits, human beings will follow the lead of the Renovation Empire in the galaxy affairs in the past, which is equivalent to the Big Brother who has no status. That's just what I know. The fact is that there are definitely only 70 or 80 low civilizations who were killed as soon as they were promoted if they didn't have a small number. In addition to the unity of civilization, it is necessary to return to military power. And that necessity, especially refers to the awakening of the old enemy, or the invasion of the galaxy by weak internal enemies, or the birth of new low-level civilizations that pose a threat to their fallen low-level civilizations. Now without the denial of the lowest Emperor Noah, those are all needed again. Battlestar raised his profile, saying that the human star race only wants to develop with peace of mind, and intends to lead the galactic politics. It is the human star race sent several official missions to the ancient people of Brugger, an extremely pro-family low civilization, the guardian of Cervantes, an extremely idealistic low civilization, and the recorder of extremely materialistic Ceodian. The history of the human star family is just a drop in the ocean for the galaxy, but we are confident in assisting His Majesty the Supreme Emperor No to maintain the order of the Star Sea and fight against it. Besides, the fight really showed the power of the low-dimensional fortress and the Xiuan number comparable to the stellar fortress, which would make the lower civilizations more vigilant, and would definitely lead to the awakening of several lower civilizations and wipe out the human star race in the bud. At least in the eyes of the few remaining low-level civilizations in the galaxy, they only recognize Renault Wenao to revive the empire. The treaty stipulated the division of forces, and as a new low-level civilization, human beings obtained the entire Fiono arm. Before the construction of several super shipbuilding centers composed of a small number of galaxies I planned is completed, the construction scale can be increased by about 1/7. Just worse than what he just said, Prince Persean represents His Majesty No's lowest emperor who has recognized the status of the human Star Clan, which means that the status of the United Human Empire in the galaxy has not surpassed all conventional civilizations. Officially among the true lower civilizations. In addition, I can't build a super dock array inside the Palm universe. There must be no denial. Even if human beings or some low-level civilizations at the level of cosmic will, they will be denied by mainstream civilizations in the galaxy. Any abnormally intelligent creature will be willing to have a new low-level civilization to divide our status and authority. Correspondingly, if the human star clan is recognized by the Reno Wenao Revival Empire, the representatives will also be recognized by these lower civilizations. If other low civilizations feel that the human star race is too low in aggression and feel that there is no threat, this is a bad game. A seemingly standard scene, but in this kind of occasion, every sentence has no deep meaning. Although Li Qing's leader is also a low-level civilization, as the victor who was once defeated by the revived Reynolds Empire, he doesn't have much status in the galaxy now. Adding the original 39 times, a total of 507 times. We don't pay attention to the human star race that has just been promoted to the ranks of low-level civilizations. The main reason is that there are no two low-level civilizations in the Milky Way. The battle in the heavens, the situation itself is very simple, and we must rejuvenate and start a war against the human star race, which makes the situation simpler. It is worth mentioning that the full set refers to the full set from frigates to battleships and supporting weapons, including the flagship. Yes, although the drawings are enough, the dock is enough. But the result was beyond my expectation. A total of 1,685 sets of mother chips were collected, and the number of bits was as low as 4,000, of which 40% were frigate single chips. The reason why I received so few is mainly because I promised that before recycling and building the fleet necessary for civilization, we would give priority to deploying a full set of fearsome ships of a certain size, and in the future we will not have the right of first purchase in shipyards around the world. In addition, the mobile fortress has not been eliminated in the shipbuilding plan of the human star clan, only the mobile White Jade and the Moon of War, and conventional fearsome ships remain. Chapter 364 Natural Disaster Invasion, High-Dimensional Boundary Breaker. However, it is not possible to go south, and it is still no problem to go north to the northern end of the unified spiral arm. On the second day after signing the credentials with various higher civilizations one after another, Li Qing ordered the fleet that had already assembled to prepare to go north. He has no past, and is only presided over by two gods, Cybertron and Cyrus. Now that the main force of the coalition forces of the 6 countries in the north has been wiped out, the alliance is considered to have collapsed, and it can be defeated one by one. According to the reconnaissance of the Sentinel Array, after defeating the main force of the 6-nation coalition more than a year ago, the fleet split up after jumping back. When everyone's main force collapses, self-protection is not enough, so there is no time to save you. Several small civilizations located in the Asar star field broke their defenses on the spot after humans promoted to high-level civilizations. The first batch of missions were sent to become vassal states of humans, but Li Qing refused to meet them. If you haven't had a fight before, then it's fine. If you can't fight, then come and vote. It's just a dream. The civilizations at the northern end of the Persean spiral arm will all be wiped out in Li Qing's plan. It doesn't have to be completely wiped out, but the main body of the civilization will definitely be wiped out. The remaining ones can choose to go to other places, or they can choose to become a human star race second and third vassals. The reason why they don't kill them all is mainly because the ancient people of Prague who are extremely pro-foreign advanced civilization hate the extermination regime. Very slightly. As far as other weak psychers know, the low-dimensional invaders are a disaster fleet formed by several super-immortals in the subspace to harvest the souls of intelligent creatures in the material universe. The selection target is basically selected from the inside of the POM universe, and priority is given to selection from the original servants of light. It's bad to think about it. Li Qing handed over the situation in the northern part of the Persean spiral arm to several generals, while he himself sat in the center and started another important task. The inner materialized energy layer is called the spiritual energy barrier. You think so too. But we are not willing, and want to take a step back, but the road is not broken. The transformation of the special negative stars is of course the first priority. That time, the second order left the opportunity to the first group of hands that followed him to transform one by one. The first is that the low-dimensional transmission channel can be permanently closed after the main force of the low-dimensional invaders arrives. The continuous subspace fleet will flood the entire galaxy and wipe out all civilizations. The army leader who didn't know immediately asked. Besides, I, as the master of the negative star, cannot borrow the power of the negative star, and hold the universe in the palm, and cannot borrow the power of the universe in the palm. Almost at the moment when the low-dimensional invaders appeared, every weak psyker in the entire galaxy could feel an extremely greedy and evil will sweep across the entire galaxy. You need to mobilize the whole country immediately, and prepare the Spark plan, and report this matter to the suzerain country, and ask the suzerain country to come to support. What is a low-dimensional invader? But since the low-dimensional intruder was created by a few children of the 7th-level virtual world, it is impossible to guess this step. It may be that the children of the virtual world are needed again to kill each other. The Lord of the Star Sea is not qualified to establish a new civilization. Within any centralized civilization, the Lord of the Star Sea and the Lord of the Army do not have a very low status. Even if we do everything, our power and status need to be guaranteed. Then, let you take advantage of that crisis to end the 7th stage of destiny ascension of the human star clan. No matter how good the situation is, it will still be able to take part of the human star race to escape the galaxy, so as to exterminate the race. That is an opportunity for you, for him, for you, and for the entire human civilization. The Second Order pondered a lot, and said, "We must wait for a small part of the main force of the low-dimensional invaders to arrive, and even low-level civilizations will be unable to resist. However, it cannot be guessed that those sons of the 7th-level virtual world unite to form the low-dimensional invaders, which is unlikely to be the next step of the road to promotion. Gao Weipo is only a child of the 7th-level void realm now, and he has just been promoted for a long time. You know how to advance from the 7th level to the 8th level." I muttered a few words and said in a light voice, "The 2nd level is also through the mental matrix to feel this undisguised evil intention from the negative stars, and quickly come out of the universe in the palm." "Does he want to?" Hiss, "Bad fleet. You want to, but you dare." Gao Weipo nodded and replied, "Any civilization can guarantee that its own civilization can always exist. Once civilization happens, those Star Sea Lords and Star Sea Lords will take the fire of civilization to escape from the enemy, and establish a new human civilization in the galaxy or the galaxy in the river." With a thought, his eyes fell on the spiral arm of the galaxy in the west, a certain piece of distorted star field. Yes, these masters in front of the low-dimensional invaders are all children of the virtual world, and their ranks are as low as 7 levels, which is the lowest in theory. Just as I was transforming the negative stars in the Palm universe while planning to build ultra-small-scale shipbuilding cores in several satellite galaxies of the Palm universe, a strange slow-moving phenomenon suddenly appeared in a certain star field in the middle of the Sagittarius spiral arm in the west of the Milky Way. Child signal. Of course, the following is related to us. We are now the children of the 7th order virtual realm. It is too long-term to consider. We only need to consider how to be promoted to the 8th order son of the virtual realm. Because the low-dimensional invaders are too weak, what he sees now is just a vanguard fleet, and there are no more than 10 such vanguard fleets. Before the vanguard fleet stands firm, the main force of the low-dimensional invaders will the end is coming. This is the continuous warp space fleet. But it can block the sentinel array, but it can block the artifact of civilization. Didn't you find me waiting for other civilizations to respond? The vanguard fleet of the first wave of low-dimensional invaders successfully broke through space and appeared in the material universe. As time goes by, the normal signal ends and gradually becomes weaker, and is slowly discovered by the fleet of passing players. It will definitely transform us into servants of light. In the future, human beings will definitely win the first victory of civilization. With the connection between servants of light, we will be directly eliminated in one pot, and there is no way to escape. It does not mean that before breaking through the psychic shield, any weapon can only cause basic damage to the psychic barrier, and all corrections including aura correction bonuses will not take effect. How could that be? That's a low-dimensional invader from the subspace. Second tier squeezed the center of his brows, and communicated with his sister Gao Weipo, who had been in the void all year round. The moment the artifact of civilization was turned on, Tier 2 felt his consciousness rise rapidly, and he slowly retreated to another level to overlook the entire Milky Way. At the same time, the Imperial Sentinel Array was ordered to observe the civilization territory of the Sagittarius Armao Shao player, which is generally a galaxy where low-dimensional invaders broke the boundary. You pondered a lot, and answered. Using the authority of the low-level sons of the virtual world can quickly allow human beings to complete the spiritual ascension of the whole people. By this time, the transformation of the descendants of the light will be completed, and it is not the time for the entire human star family to ascend again. But the Imperial Intelligence Department responded very quickly. The galaxy where Yu Yuyao's realm was located was shielded by an unknown force, and there was no way to observe it. Gan Sheng's gaze penetrated that layer of distortion without hindrance, and saw the. When a weak Star Sea Lord saw that scene, his pupils shrank suddenly, and a trace of fear appeared on his face spontaneously. Speaking of that, I paused, and said in a deep voice. A young Austrian army leader located in that star field received the news. Seeing the huge small fleet stretching as far as the eye can see in front of the transparent space, everyone was stunned, and immediately passed the news to the lowest council of the young Austrian civilization. The materialized psychic energy barrier is even weaker, it can only be penetrated, and even weapons and modifiers that can damage the energy shield cannot take effect. The low-dimensional intruders are the digital superpowers in the depths of the subspace. They are a covenant established by the immortals in ancient times. We have created a small subspace fleet that invades the real world every once in a while to harvest the souls of intelligent species. All species are extinct wherever they go. Gao Weipo laughed after hearing this. In the starry sky above the distortion, there are densely packed invasion fleets. What fleet is that? I plan to select a group of elites from within the empire to transform them into immortal level star negativers. Before the child of the virtual realm reaches the 7th rank, the road ahead is broken. The 7th rank is the lowest rank of the son of the virtual realm at this stage. At that time, the son of the virtual realm was mistakenly called the son of the virtual realm, and it should be called the master of the virtual realm. This is a child of the 8th level virtual realm, you dare to respond. The 7 husband and wife made a few short sentences, which decisively determined the fate of the entire galaxy's billions of races. Low-dimensional invasion. Psionic shields are the same as common energy shields. As ordinary energy in the void, the penetrating technology and energy in the universe of abnormal matter can pass through the psionic shield. Shields are pierced by normal penetrating weapons. That is both a crisis and an opportunity for the human star race. Such a super existence, is there one in the entire galaxy? Our decision will lead to the extinction of how many races in the galaxy, but it is also impossible to make the human star race take a step back. To be called a master, it must be a superior mortal who surpasses the inferior mortal, nor is it a super existence with a spiritual weakness of less than 1 billion. Everyone was shocked, and then passed a resolution with super slow efficiency to end the lowest level of civilized mobilization. You knew it earlier. It's been a long time since a weak existence summoned a small number of virtual existences. You guessed it. Yes, that's basic psychic power, and the 200% bonus of the legacy must be added. At this time, my psychic power has not yet exceeded 1.7 billion, and I have not yet crossed the threshold of being a superhuman being. 20 years 12 months, a total of 240 quotas for rotten level negative stars. The reason why we choose from among human beings is to choose these star sea lords or military lords within human beings, mainly because of our identity. With the current chaos in the galaxy, it is possible to assemble the fleet to destroy the transmission channel at the first time. When the 2 low-level civilizations realize the safety and react, the low-dimensional channel is stable. The main force of the low-dimensional invasion has not yet retreated into the galaxy. By this time it must be a very long war. Although it is only the bottom of the super rank and mortal, it is also the super rank and mortal. Actually, it is the hull constructed by subspace energy materialization, that is to say, Yu Yuyao's battleship has no hull and armor, only 2 layers of energy shields. The Northern Fleet has slowed down its attack speed, but the internal expansion speed of the Empire has accelerated, and it is over to select a group of elite professionals from the country to gather and send them to the Palm universe first. The inner layer is a common subspace energy shield, not a common psionic shield. If you kill them all, it will easily arouse their disgust and increase trouble. As children of the void, we are very vague about the truth of the so-called low-dimensional invaders. After making that decision with his wife, Second Order decisively embarked on a series of tasks. The special psychers are very vague about what happened, but these super psychers can vaguely sense the horrible and evil aura that is not concealed in the direction of the galaxy's centaur spiral arm. In the past 20 years, Li Qing has accumulated a large number of static streamers of immortal level negative stars, and cannot create 78 immortal level negative stars in one go. The name is the immortal negative star. Yu Yuyao's fleet is very strange in shape, but Xiaoji maintains the appearance of a battleship, but the material is transparent, like a transparent crystal. When the war prolongs and you accumulate a certain strength, you can only gain enough reputation in that crisis. He can also seize the opportunity in that crisis and be promoted to the son of the 8th level low-level void realm in one fell swoop. But we didn't do anything at the end, we thought it was an ordinary event, and it attracted a lot of player teams to come and observe. How is that possible? Because before the children of the virtual realm reach that level, whether it is in terms of personal strength or authority in the virtual realm, they have reached the peak, and they cannot be called masters at all. Everyone is the overlord of one side in the virtual realm. After a long silence, Second Order suddenly asked, Does he know? Is it that slight? Look at the size of the fleet before this space, but Tier 2 decisively unlock the light of civilization artifact negative star limited. It doesn't mean that my bottom line is beyond that, and no matter how rich I am, I don't have the ability to save my life. Induction from the Son of the Void. That star field has not yet ended overlapping with the subspace, and the invasion of the subspace distorts the rules of the starry sky, making it impossible for the Sentinel array to penetrate through that layer of subspace to distort the observation of the starry sky. Before then, news about the appearance of low-dimensional invaders in the Centaur arm spread throughout the galaxy. The slow sun signal comes from the warp space, and it was very strong at the beginning. Even a large fleet from the Ao Shao player civilization passed through that galaxy without noticing it. But in the eyes of the children of the virtual world, the so-called low-dimensional invaders are just a game for several seventh-order children of the virtual world to harvest their souls. Speaking of that, I suddenly raised my head and said to the other Star Sea Lords. At this time, Gao Dimension Po didn't have a plan. It was not to hunt down a subspace master among the low-dimension invaders, so as to be weakly promoted to the son of the 8th Order Void Realm. Even the present Gan Sheng, after 70 years of growth before being promoted to the master of the negative star, now has a psychic weakness of just over 70,000, which is still far from a psychic weakness of less than a billion. Second order. To put it bluntly, we are not preparing fire. However, the signal became weaker and weaker, until the space was distorted for the first time, and the space gradually became transparent, and we could faintly see the fleet phantom in front of the transparent space. Only then did I realize it was wonderful. There are two types of high-dimensional boundary breaker warships. One is the conventional type, which is the same as the advanced civilization. It is divided into ship type, dreadnought battleship type, and lost titan type. On the other hand, the weapon technology level of high-dimensional boundary breakers is comparable to that of high-dimensional civilization. Accurately speaking, the technological level of the boundary breaker when it first broke the boundary is comparable to that of dark matter technology, but if the boundary breaker enters the material universe for too long, more of its power will be projected from the subspace. As we all know, the high-dimensional boundary breaker is not a real entity descending, but the ontology projecting power and high-dimensional warships through the subspace channel. The stronger the projected power, the greater the power. Theoretically, if the high-dimensional boundary breaker can occupy more than half of the Milky Way, its projected power will reach the level of 7th-level dark energy technology. This is also the upper limit in theory. The limit of a boundary breaker is the 7th level. It is impossible to break through this level to advance to a god-level civilization, which is another level. Another strategic model of the battleship of the high-dimensional boundary breaker is a behemoth composed of psionic powers that are larger in size than battle stars, called the high-dimensional destroyer. The high-dimensional destroyer is not a living body, but the ultimate weapon built by the creator of the high-dimensional boundary breaker using the energy of the subspace combined with real technology. It is driven by an immortal subspace being, thus exerting incomparably powerful power. This thing is composed of psionic technology, and its combat power is far stronger than that of ordinary battle stars. It generally exists as the core of combat power and command flagship of the high-dimensional boundary breaker fleet. The vanguard fleet of high-dimensional boundary breakers generally consists of 10 high-dimensional destroyers and 10,000 high-dimensional fleets equivalent to standard divisions. Li Qing roughly scanned the galaxies in this distorted star field, and quickly figured out the scale of the vanguard fleet of the high-dimensional invaders. The result made him a little dignified. There are 10 high-dimensional fleets in total. Means that there are a total of 100 high-dimensional destroyers, and 100,000 level 6 dark matter technology dreadnought fleets equivalent to advanced civilizations. The scale is so big. It seems that either Fianuo's revival of the Empire or the guidance of Ada's two advanced civilizations are slightly inferior, and the combined efforts of the two are estimated to be able to suppress it. But this is only the vanguard fleet of the high-dimensional boundary breaker, and there is a larger official invasion fleet behind it. It feels like there is a possibility of overturning. Li Qing is hesitating whether to give up the plan and destroy the passage before the high-dimensional boundary breaker has fully arrived. Anyway, if you continue to stick to it, you can still complete the plan, it just takes a little longer. For a high-level civilization, 10,000 years is really a moment in the scale of civilization, so there is no need to worry. While Li Qing was hesitating, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs suddenly received a communication from the Supreme Emperor of Fianuo's revived empire through the Sentinel array. Li Qing let go of his hesitation and connected to the communication first, and the tall figure of Emperor Fianuo appeared in front of him. As soon as it was connected, the Supreme Emperor said, "The supreme head of the human star race, I believe you already know the information about the high-dimensional invaders discovered by the Odo civilization of the Centaur spiral arm. As a newly promoted high-level civilization, you may not know the danger of these high-dimensional invaders. I need to solemnly let me tell you, this is a group of very dangerous subspace evil existences. Just now, I have exchanged opinions with the leaders of the Brugge Ancients, the Cervanti Guardians, and the Seodian Recorders, and they unanimously decided to destroy the invasion passages of the Boundary Breaker's main force before it enters our world. Li Qing. A decision has been made before me." Li Qing's expression remained unchanged, but he felt a little unhappy. Obviously, although the human star clan has been recognized by them, they have not fully recognized it. In their hearts, the human star clan at this time is not qualified to be equal to them at all. But he had nothing to say, not even an expression of dissatisfaction. He could only continue to smile at the Supreme Emperor Fianuo and continued. "Now the Blogger Ancients and the Seodian Recorders have promised to send a fleet to cooperate with us. You also need to dispatch a fleet to meet at the western border of the Seodian Recorders within half a month." Li Qing listened with a smile on his face and asked, "Do you not need the support of other civilizations in the galaxy? Also, do you want the Guardians of Cervanti?" Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the Supreme Emperor Fianuo. "The guards of Cervanti have more important guarding tasks and cannot be transferred. The other civilizations, those weak civilizations don't need to do anything. We have an obligation to ensure the safety of the galaxy." Li Qing rolled his eyes in his heart, and asked again, "What about Adis Instructor? If we transfer the main force, will he?" "Don't worry." The Supreme Emperor Noah waved his hands and said, "According to the Galactic Crisis Regulations, when a natural disaster that endangers all intelligent life comes in the galaxy, all civilizations should immediately stop any form of war, and no war of any kind is allowed until the natural disaster is completely eliminated. Therefore, the war of the human star race in the northern part of the Perseus spiral arm must also stop." Okay, there is nothing to say about this. Even the Battle of Heaven has to be suspended, let alone him. But the so-called Galactic Crisis Act. Li Qing has never heard of it. It seems that they don't necessarily recognize the human star clan. Li Qing was inexplicably wary. Judging from their words and behaviors, they did not regard the human star race as the same class at all. Perhaps it is possible that human beings are too weak and too young. At the same time, they are not obliged to tell these secrets, and it is normal not to tell them. But people have to think about urgency. Maybe it is true that there is no obligation to inform, or it may be that human beings are too weak, but it does not rule out that they do not put human beings on the same level. It cannot be ruled out that they just want to stabilize the human star clan for the time being. When Fianu revives the Empire and defeats Ada Instructor, it is time to clean up the human star clan. If this is the case. After disconnecting the communication, Li Qing stood there in silence for a long time, finally heaved a sigh of relief, turned and left. "Before I thought about whether to destroy the high-dimensional invaders channel to stop its main force, but now it seems that I have to forget it. The territory and political power of the galaxy have long been divided by the four major civilizations. Even the director of Ada, who was once a member of the highest power in the galaxy, was not allowed to rise again after the decline. It is a dream for a new high civilization like him to get a share. Since the normal rise is not enough, then use another method. Let high-dimensional boundary breakers invade and let natural disasters break the existing structure of the galaxy, so naturally fish in troubled waters behind. Only when the old pattern is broken and one or two advanced civilizations are killed, will a newly promoted person like him have room to survive and grasp the highest power in the galaxy." 2 days later, Li Qing convened the Supreme Council of the Empire, conveyed the resolution from Fianuo to revive the Empire and several other higher civilizations, and ordered the coalition forces in the northern part of the Empire to stop their offensive and prepare to withdraw their troops. Leave about 20,000 full level 6 strengthened divisions stationed in the north, and all the remaining fleets will be transferred back. Instead of returning to the original station, gather directly in the south. A total of about 30,000 5-level or 6-level strengthened standard divisions have been assembled, 10 mobile battle stars, and more than 2,000 large and small mobile fortresses. A hyper-mixed fleet. After that, he will also search for the remaining conventional civilized warships from the people, and then form a second fleet to support them. Anyway, the human star race no longer builds warships of conventional civilization, and these will be antiques in the future. Just taking advantage of this operation, all of them were dispatched and used as cannon fodder to solve the problem, so it was considered to be a clearing of inventory. As for whether it will be underestimated by other advanced civilizations. Anyway, they have always been underestimated, and they didn't even catch their eyes. The first batch of fleets quickly assembled, and then quickly teleported to the southernmost Tianjin star field of the Empire by borrowing the hyperspace network opened up by the Imperial Civilization artifact, and then began to leap southward. The location of the first teleportation is in the territory of Kairzaka Star Sea Empire. Although it is looked down upon by other advanced civilizations, it is a newly recognized advanced civilization after all. The territory of other conventional civilizations must be open to the human star race during non-wartime. That is to say, as long as there is no war, all interception systems in any conventional civilization are not allowed to intercept the fleet of the human star clan and let them pass. If prohibited, it will be regarded as a provocation, and the higher civilization that is prohibited from passing is eligible to directly impose punishment on the target civilization, including means of war. After 20 years of development, the hyperspace network developed by the light of the negative star has now expanded to the entire Perseus spiral arm and the outer ring area on the north side of the silver disk. In this area, the fleet of human civilization can use the hyperspace network. Teleport the jump at will. Compared to the normal jump engine jump, the transmission of this hyperspace network is not only fast, but also takes a short time to recharge the engine. A normal jump engine takes at least 15 minutes, and a flagship fortress needs at least half an hour to recharge, while using a hyperspace engine only takes a minute or two to start the jump, even for a big guy like Mobile Battlestar. Minute. In addition to this, you can also choose to teleport to the location of the galaxy. After the normal jump engine is sent to the galaxy, if the induction force field is not released in advance, the default landing point is the edge of the galaxy's gravitational well. The hyperspace network can freely choose the landing point, whether it is the edge of the gravitational well or the interior of the galaxy, and can even cooperate with the Sentinel array, and can be transmitted to a specific location without the induction force field as a beacon. It only took half a month for the fleet to arrive at a certain collection galaxy on the border of the Ceodian recorder. Then Li Qing didn't pay attention to that side. As far as his crooked melons and split dates were used to give away heads to clear inventory, they can be arranged in any way, and it is better to make more preparations if they have this skill. Next, he went to the edge of the Zutar star field and began to collect stars and store matter on a large scale. The next shipbuilding plan has a very high demand for various metals, plus he plans to build an Alderson disk inside the POM universe, which requires a lot of materials. He is going to choose a subsidiary galaxy and build a super Alderson disk in it. In addition to a supermassive star system in the center anchoring the Alderson disk, a sun will be artificially pinched above and below the super-large habitable world that spans the astronomical unit in the center of the Alderson disk. The orbit of 100 million kilometers on the disk revolves around the disk, providing light and energy for the upper and lower sides of this supergiant structure. Planning the internal construction and development of POM universe. Host large-scale construction of ships. Host Quasar Clan Senate. Host the construction and development of the 5 star fields of the quasi-star family. Point out the development direction for the development of civilization. This is the daily task of the supreme head of Human Star Clan. It looks like a lot, but in fact he only needs to seize personnel and military power, and the rest can be handed over to officials at all levels. 1 month later, Li Qing, who was collecting stars in the Zutar star field, stopped, activated the light of the negative star, and his consciousness quickly rose to look down at the Milky Way, and his eyes fell on a certain star field in the middle of the Sagittarius spiral arm. Based on the time, the coalition forces of all advanced civilizations should have launched an attack on the boundary-breaking star field of the high-dimensional invaders. When his eyes were quickly attracted by several exceptionally bright galaxies in that star field, his eyes quickly fell into this galaxy, and what he saw was a blazing flame covering the entire galaxy. When he saw clearly the wreckage of warships burning in raging flames all over the galaxy, Li Qing couldn't help but click his tongue. So tragic. He came a bit late. The coalition forces have already started war with the boundary breaker Vanguard fleet. The specific battle specifications are unknown, but judging from the specifications of the wreckage of the galaxy, the tragedy of this battle is estimated to be a bit beyond imagination. There is no fleet of boundary breaker in the galaxy. That is because the battleships of boundary breaker are all composed of psionic entities. Once damaged, they will quickly collapse and disintegrate into psionic disappearance, and there are no wrecks. Li Qing retracted his gaze, quickly checked the other galaxies, and found that the wreckage was slightly smaller than the first one, but the stars were also destroyed. It is obvious that the first galaxy is the main collision area of the two sides, and then the boundary breaker side loses and retreats, and this is the wreckage in the other galaxies. If the boundary breaker wins, there will be no traces of war behind. Continuing forward, in the sixth galaxy, Li Qing saw two battle fleets in the center of the galaxy. A fleet came from the coalition forces, occupying an absolute advantage, and he could even see a group of cannon fodder fleets he sent. It's amazing. In the previous few decisive battles of such a large scale, this batch of cannon fodder has not died. There are about 7 or 8,000 left, but the more than 2,000 large and small mobile fortresses have been destroyed in 7s and 80s. The coalition forces directly used the mobile fortress to block the enemy's ultimate weapons and main guns. They fought several battles and suffered heavy losses. In addition to this, 4 of the 10 battle stars were also sunk, leaving 6 ships. These 10 battle stars are also here to give away heads. These 10 battle stars are all defective battle stars. Either the builders are not skilled enough, or they are directly transformed from planets. Installing propellers on fixed fortress planets is equivalent to a mobile battle star. In addition to being hard enough, these battle stars are powerful enough. It is too difficult to fully refit the battle stars to meet the standards of advanced civilization. It is better to tear down and rebuild. But after all, with such a big body, the thick skin and thick flesh are not enough to describe. Even if they have been charging forward since the beginning of the battle, they have only sunk 4. Li Qing didn't pay much attention to these. After checking his side, he quickly checked the current situation of the boundary breaker. This boundary breaker, the name doesn't match the reality, does it? Although at first glance the scale was quite large and menacing, but it turned out to be beaten back in such a short time. It seems that the remaining fleet will definitely not be able to stop the attack of the coalition forces. It is estimated that it will take less than 10 days and a half months to break the boundary. The galaxy where the channel is located. Natural disasters, natural disasters. Li Qing thought how terrible it was, but this is the end. He was slightly disappointed. This means that the previous idea has been wiped out, and the next step is to keep a low profile. Well, Li Qing sighed. If it is possible, who wants to hang on all the time, who doesn't want to pretend to be competitive and fly around, but what can be done if the strength is not as good as others? He didn't continue to look, he looked back. It's not that they are not interested in the final battle, but that it will take at least a week for the coalition forces to attack near the passage, so they don't have to keep watching. Looking back, Li Qing pondered for a while, and finally shook his head. It seems that I still have to rely on myself. With a thought, Li Qing communicated with all the negative stars through the mental matrix, uploaded the current situation to the mental matrix, and left a task for the negative stars to refer to. Many people are powerful, and the star losers are all extremely intelligent. Let's gather everyone's wisdom to see if we can find a suitable way to break the situation. Then, Li Qing came to the largest garrison base in the Asar star field. Open the universe in the palm of your hand and start to gather the fleet. Just as he was preparing here, there was a sudden strong spatial fluctuation in the depths of an uninhabited galaxy located southwest of the silver disk. Soon a huge fleet leapt over. This fleet has a strange shape, and the huge battle stars are like living things. If there are familiar people here, they will definitely recognize that this is the biological battle star of the Bee Colony civilization. The fleet stayed here for about a day, and another fleet jumped over from the galaxy. The second jump is a slightly smaller conventional fleet, but there is a group of dreadnought fleets mixed in it. If Li Qing were here, he would be surprised to find out how these dreadnought ships look exactly like his own. If you don't know it, you might think that the human star race is here to perform some mission. 2 huge fleets gathered here, reorganized into a fleet, and it didn't take long for them to start operations. On the other side, how could Li Qing know what happened to the west of the silver plate 100,000 light years away, and he was assembling the fleet at this time? First, 636 Tier 7 Dreadnought divisions, then 1076 Tier 6 Dreadnought divisions flew out of the Palm universe, and then there were 8 mobile battle stars, and about 10,000 regular divisions. Then the ultimate weapon of the witness of the stars in the palm of the hand, the dimensional convergence light, was turned on, and the Siwan, which was as huge as a star with a diameter of 1 million kilometers, was put away. Using the newly repaired function of the light of converging dimension, another beam of light is ejected from the black hole gate. The light beam pauses in the starry sky of the designated universe. A light sphere expands rapidly, and soon expands to more than 1 million kilometers, and the transparent light curtain explodes, revealing an unbelievably huge super behemoth. The current light of dimensional convergence can not only cut the convergence, but also release it, and it is no longer irreversible when used as before. Before, a dimensional converging light directly swallowed a squadron of the 6 nations' allied forces into the universe in the palm, and now the army has already been sent to land to capture this fleet and the 8 battle stars. The current Siwan's attributes are staggeringly exaggerated. Li Qing has never seen the attributes of the Star Fortress, but he feels that the current Siwan's attributes and combat power are definitely not inferior to the Star Fortress. Stellar Fortress. The ultimate strategic war weapon, with the power to suppress the fate of the country. Basic hull, 500 septillion. Basic armor, 500. Basic shield, 50 million billion. Moving speed, 20,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactic. Stellar Fortress default tactic. Battleship slot size, 1 billion. Stellar Fortress Central Core default. Stellar Fortress Inner Ring Core default. Stellar Fortress Outer Ring Core default. Stellar Fortress External Module default. Components. Energy Core 49, Superluminal Components 100, Thrusters 200, Sensors 50, Combat Computers 100, Stellar Fortress Halo 5. Weapon slot. Omit. General slot. Omitted. Star Fortress correction. Hull regeneration plus 100 million, armor regeneration plus 100 million, shield regeneration plus 100 million. Stellar Fortress correction. All weapons plus 3000% range, plus 200% power. Stellar Fortress correction. Enhancing transition covering the entire galaxy, the transition range is the entire river system, and the penetration strength is plus 15. Stellar Fortress correction. Strong electronic interference covering the entire galaxy, the interference intensity is 15 levels. Stellar Fortress correction. The transition interference force field covering the entire galaxy, the interference strength is 15 levels. Stellar Fortress correction. The interception force field covering the entire galaxy, the interception strength is 15 levels. Special corrections for Stellar Fortress. Hull armor strength of all friendly fleets in the entire galaxy plus 100%, damage reduction plus 30%, dodge plus 30%. Stellar Fortress Universal Halo. Transition force field, which can carry the same fleet across galaxies, ignoring any shielding and interference force fields that appear on the battlefield. The unique halo of the Star Fortress. Star-level gravitational variable force field. The star-level warship relies on the gravitational force of the compressed star inside the fortress to change the gravity, causing the following effects on enemies in the entire galaxy. Effect 1. Gravitational repulsion state. All enemies in the galaxy will reduce their movement speed by 20% minus 100%, their activation speed by 50 minus 200%, and their hit rate by 20% minus 75%, ignoring all weapons below the main gun of the battle line, and the power of non-ultimate weapons plus 50%. Effect 2. Gravitational attraction state. All friendly warships in the entire galaxy move at plus 20% minus 100%, start at speed plus 50% minus 200%, hit increases by 20% minus 75%, and all regular warships will continue to be affected by gravity. The Star Fortress is close, and the speed is related to the size of the battleship. Effect 3. Gravity control. Consumes a lot of energy, and forcibly pulls the trajectory of all non-war star objects. Stellar Fortress suppression aura. Unleash a stellar force field to suppress enemies across the galaxy. Effect. All friendly forces in the entire galaxy are no longer affected by hostile buffs and corrections below the epic level, and temporarily disable all enemies for an hour. Stellar Fortress Stargate. Stargate communicates with the Civilization Stargate network, temporarily transmits fleets including mobile battle stars, and the maximum coverage is the entire river system. The attribute is nothing more than an astronomical number. The main thing is the power of this thing. It is simply astonishing. Not to mention the common corrections and auras, it is an enhanced version of Mobile Battlestar, and what Li Qing pays most attention to is its own powerful abilities that only star fortresses have. As a star-rated fortress, there are only two things that most concern him. One is a weapon. One is gravity. The principle of the star fortress is to compress a star into the fortress, and then freely control the compressed star, including gravity control. Literally, it's just a simple sentence. Gravity control consumes a lot of energy and forcibly pulls the trajectory of all non-combat star objects. But in actual operation, you will find how abnormal this trick is. How abnormal is it? Li Qing drove the star fortress and jumped across more than 30,000 light years. He came to a fortress galaxy on the southern border of the Tanania Federation, and jumped in directly, ignoring the suppression. When such a huge star fortress suddenly appeared in the galaxy, the entire galaxy was suddenly in chaos. The first reaction of the defenders parked in the fortress was not to gather, but to be chaotic. Some wanted to gather, and some directly fled outside. Li Qing stood at the control center of the Xiuan, and in front of him was a transparent three-dimensional galaxy map, which was the fortress galaxy in front of him. He reached out and tapped somewhere in the center of the galaxy. In the next second, a transparent halo exploded in the real starry sky, spreading in all directions at a speed close to that of light. At this time, there was no major change in the starry sky, but when the halo spread beyond the gravitational well at the edge of the galaxy, the transparent halo stopped expanding, quickly contracted inward, and quickly returned to the point where it first spread. A second later, the starry sky swept by the halo shook abruptly, and an unimaginable gravitational force gushed out from the point where the halo appeared. The entire galaxy is affected by the starry sky of the transparent halo, and everything is attracted by this gravitational force, and quickly shrinks towards that point. It's like a bottomless hole suddenly appeared on the calm water surface, and all kinds of water plants and dust floating on the water surface quickly slid towards the center as the water flowed into the hole. In reality, whether it is a battleship, or a large or small flagship, or the dust in the starry sky, meteorite fragments, or even an asteroid belt located in the inner ring of the galaxy, it is also affected by gravity at this time, and quickly slides towards that gravitational singularity. Go. Through the perspective of God, Li Qing can clearly see that billions of meteorites in the asteroid belt have been dragged and deformed at this time, and a large number of meteorites are sliding towards the gravitational singularity. The star in the center of the galaxy is affected by a stronger gravitational force for a moment, and a large number of flames rise from the surface of the star, turning into a pillar of flame that spans hundreds of millions of kilometers and throws it towards the gravitational singularity. Not long after, all the officers on the star fortress saw a spectacular scene that they would never forget in their lifetime. Countless battleships and meteorites came from all directions, and the huge acceleration caused them to slide towards the gravitational singularity with great force. Countless meteorites and battleships collided together and were bathed in endless flames. After the impact, they were twisted and deformed, and even forcibly torn. The Tananian Federation fleet stationed in this galaxy has only about 2,000 standard divisions, 2 war moons, and no mobile battle stars. The conventional fleet is completely irresistible against the gravity control of the star fortress. After just 5 hours, the location of the gravitational singularity has become a super flaming lava sphere with a diameter larger than that of a star fortress. It is composed of a large number of meteorites and battleship wreckage, and flames are ejected from the gaps, burning blazingly. The power is fine. Apart from being too time-consuming, there are no other disadvantages. But it can already be used as a new trump card. In this way, Li Qing will have 2 trump cards in his hand. This is more emboldened in the possible confrontation with higher civilizations in the future. Yes, Li Qing changed his mind again. Originally, he wanted to be wary of the views of other advanced civilizations, but what happened during this period made him vigilant, and he felt that these advanced civilizations did not really recognize the human star clan. At this time, if you keep going on, you will only miss the opportunity. Simply don't do anything, just go straight to the showdown. Total War still can't win, but he has 2 whole cards in his hand, and he has the ability to turn the table at the same time. After turning over, find an opportunity to shock them with a whole card, and then enter the stalemate stage until you are ready and accumulate enough conventional combat power. Then, there is no need to keep these civilizations located at the northern end of the Perselian spiral arm, and they will be destroyed before they react, so as not to turn their faces in the future. These civilizations are supported by several higher civilizations and make small moves behind their backs. Open the Stargate, Li Qing commanded in a deep voice, and the edges of the 4 super frames with a diameter of more than 100,000 kilometers in the 4 directions of the star fortress lit up, quickly forming a layer of wave-light vortexes. After a short tilt, an outline protruded from the vortex of light, and soon a regular mobile battle star emerged from the vortex. The Star Fortress does not have only one stargate, but a total of 4, and each has a super stargate of more than 100,000 kilometers, which can accommodate the entry and exit of high-level battle stars, and can also accommodate a large number of fleets at a time. It is worth mentioning that although the C1 is a star fortress, its structure and shape are different from the Star Fortress under construction now. The Star Fortress is just a specification model of a war weapon, and the appearance and capabilities of each Star Fortress are different. The Stellar Fortress promoted by the C1 is not composed of 12 mobile battle stars and 36 war moons, but an overall structure, which looks like a 36-sided prism-shaped sphere, and most of the weapons are concentrated on the fusiform surface, including a total of 360 ultimate weapons. Among them, there are more than 100 common star blasters, more than 100 nova projectors, and more than 100 strange new ultimate weapons, such as neutron killing, death ray, nano plague, nano modification, material crystallization converter, planet terraforming beam, hyperspace lane builder. The core ultimate weapon is called Tianxin transformation. The principle is to use the super strong gravitational field of the Star Fortress to forcibly attract all the large and small planets and meteorites in the entire star system, even including the stars in the center of the galaxy. At one point, a new supermassive body is recondensed. Then use the technology of this ultimate weapon to replace the core of the star with a new supermassive body. Means to discard the original core in the galaxy and create a new core. This is naturally an irresistible disaster for the fleets and life planets in the galaxy. After all, the planets are all integrated into the stars, how can they survive? Next, Li Qing used the Xiuan as the core to make continuous leaps within the territory of the Tanania Federation. Every time he reached an important galaxy, he opened the Stargate, and a steady stream of fleets drilled out of the Stargate to launch a fierce attack on the enemies who were completely suppressed by the Star Fortress. Encountering stubborn resistors, all kinds of starbursts and nova projections bombarded randomly, and the fleet swarmed up. There is no decent resistance, the Tanania Federation itself is not strong, and the main force has been wiped out before. The remaining domestic fleets add up to less than 5,000 standard divisions. How can they be their opponents? It took only half a month for Li Qing to sweep across the entire territory of Tanania Federation in one go. After confirming that the will of the human star clan devours the will of the Tananian civilization, Li Qing has time to turn on the civilization artifact, the light of the negative star, and look at the battlefield located in the Centaur arm. However, when he turned his attention to the last galaxy he observed last time, he found that the galaxy is full of densely packed fleets of boundary breakers, the scale of which cannot be estimated for a while. How is this going? Li Qing observed the nearby galaxies continuously in surprise, and found that several nearby galaxies are densely packed with transparent fleets of boundary breakers. Could it be that the coalition forces were defeated? This was beyond Li Qing's expectations. He remembered that the coalition forces still had the upper hand when he saw it last time, and they would soon attack the boundary-breaking channel galaxy. It's only been half a month since I haven't watched it, and the coalition forces are gone. Squeezing the center of his brows, Li Qing turned his gaze to the galaxy where the boundary-breaking passage is located. However, as soon as his eyes fell, he felt that the galaxy was full of dazzling spiritual energy that could not be seen directly. In the light of spiritual energy covering the entire galaxy, a will that felt extremely powerful to Li Qing at this time seemed to feel the existence, cast the gaze over. With a thought, Li Qing didn't flinch, and quickly mobilized the spiritual energy and will of all the negative stars, plus the addition of the universe in his palm, and stared directly at it. Boom! Void shook violently, and Li Qing's will collapsed directly. With a muffled snort, he stepped back and sat on the throne. An indescribably terrifying spiritual energy exploded. The throne made of dragon-scale alloy remained motionless, but the terrifying spiritual energy swept across the entire command center. Sparks appeared in an instant, all lights in the command center disappeared, and the hall was completely dark. Li Qing sat on the dragon-scale throne with his hands on the armrest of the throne, his eyes closed and he remained motionless. The boundary-breaking galaxy far away in the Sagittarius spiral arm on the other side of the Milky Way distorted the entire galaxy with this shocking blow. An indescribable shock wave swept across the galaxy, and a large number of boundary-breaking warships shattered like glass and porcelain. The boundary-breaking channel began to deform, and a large number of boundary-breaking fleets that were drilling out of the boundary-breaking channel were squeezed and collapsed. Until a huge transparent palm flew out and inserted into the boundary-breaking channel, the invisible wave spread and restabilized the boundary-breaking channel that was about to collapse. There is such a powerful existence in this galaxy. Several distorted of light that could not be seen clearly flew out of the boundary-breaking passage, and quickly simulated into a humanoid form. They looked up at the starry sky, and one of them said, "This galaxy is not as simple as imagined. So, is it going to be the original plan or is it going to be changed?" After a little silence, the voice sounded, "According to the original plan for the time being, we will decide whether to change the plan after confirming the identity of the unknown existence." It took almost a day for Li Qing to fully recover. At this time, his subordinates followed his orders and began to collect information. Intelligence has been collected a long time ago, and now it is just a summary. However, along with the information, there was also a diplomatic letter jointly sent by Fianuo's revived empire and the Guardians of Cervantes, as well as the ancient bloggers and the Scythian recorders. "Your Excellency, this is an official diplomatic letter from the 4 major civilizations." Li Qing saw the intelligence personnel frowning and worried. He took the official letter in a strange way, unfolded it, and the light curtain fell and 4 figures appeared, which were the main races of the 4 advanced civilizations. As soon as they appeared, the diplomatic representative of Fianuo's revived empire asked with disgust, "The supreme head of the Human Star Clan, please explain the appearance of the Human Star Clan fleet in the fleet that is attacking the Guardian of Cervantes." Li Qing. Quote? Quote. He looked puzzled, and Xiao Xiao immediately reacted and said, "Please wait a moment, let me understand." Regardless of the expressions of the ambassadors, they flipped through the information sent by their subordinates. Then, his face also became strange. Intelligence shows that the coalition forces were not defeated, and they retreated on their own initiative. Originally, the coalition offensive went smoothly. There were only 10 boundary breaker vanguard fleets. Of course, they would not be opponents of several advanced civilizations joining forces to attack all the way outside the galaxy where the boundary breaker invaded. But at this moment, the backyard caught fire. A huge fleet beyond imagination suddenly appeared outside the Guardian of Cervantes, and then directly attacked the Guardian of Cervantes. Normally, any conventional civilization has no strength to break through a high-level civilization, not to mention that the Guardians of Cervantes need to guard a super stargate because of civilization. Although they are in a fallen state, they are not really fallen. Reviving the empire makes no difference. In terms of real strength, the real strength of the current guard of Cervantes is stronger than that of Phio Fuao Revival Empire. It's just that most of their troops are guarding the super stargate, and they can't move their hands at all. And more importantly, the scale of the fleet that attacked the Guardian of Cervantes was stronger than ordinary people imagined, and its main messenger was beyond everyone's expectations. Group. This is beyond the expectations of many people. But what is even more surprising is that someone discovered a large non-swarm fleet in the Sarnor devouring swarm fleet. This means that it is not only Sarnor devouring the swarm that is involved in this crazy plan, but also other civilizations. And this civilization, the intelligence department of the Human Star family observed back and forth through the Sentinel array, and made an amazing discovery. In this crazy raid fleet, a fleet from the Human Star race actually participated. Quote? Quote. Li Qing squeezed the center of his eyebrows. His first reaction was conspiracy. No wonder the 4 major civilizations are coming to question me. Close his eyes and meditate for a while. He opened his eyes and looked at the 4 high-level civilization ambassadors, and said in a deep voice, "That's not us. Our main force is at the northern end of the Perseus spiral arm. Your intelligence department can find out. It is impossible to travel thousands of miles to the west of the Silver Plate, and we have no reason to do it." The ambassador from the ancients of Prague said in a bad tone. "But the fact that we see that you are involved," Li Qing said speechlessly. "It's just that the appearance is similar. All civilizations can change the appearance of a battleship. This does not prove that we did it. But you can't prove that this was not done by the Human Star race." Li Qing held his breath suddenly, feeling a surge of fire coming up, feeling very unhappy. The ambassadors left without too much entanglement, but when they left at the end, they left a sentence that made Li Qing's face drop immediately. "I think that the Human Star race is no longer qualified to maintain the order of the galaxy. From now on, the Human Star race is no longer qualified to maintain the order of civilization." The projection disappeared, and the expression on Li Qing's face was uncertain. Boom. He punched the armrest. The anger on Li Qing's face suddenly disappeared. He smiled suddenly, and then laughed continuously. Sure enough, relying on what others give is not reliable, and ultimately you have to rely on yourself. At this moment, Li Qing finally made up his mind. A month later, a proclamation from a Theonian mentor spread throughout the galaxy. The Theodian recorder abandoned the previous policy of seclusion and announced his return to the Milky Way. The Theonian overseer awakens. In less than 2 days, the second almost identical declaration spread throughout the civilizations of the galaxy. The ancients of Prague abandoned the previous policy of seclusion and announced their return to the Milky Way. The blogger arbitrator wakes up. The last one to awaken is the Guardian of Cervantes, who was renamed the Guardian of Cervantes after awakening. The 4 major advanced civilizations are all awakened. It is obvious that they feel that the current galactic crisis is too dangerous even for them. Whether it is the Guide of Ada, the human star clan, or the natural disaster of the high-dimensional boundary breaker, this is not the revival of Fianuo. A higher civilization in the Empire can resist it. They can no longer be alone as before, they must rise again, and clear the galaxy again according to their will. The human star race is also the target of their elimination. In the past, upon hearing this news, Li Qing would be so worried that he could hardly sleep or eat. But now, he is mentally prepared. Since the old overlords didn't accept me and couldn't tolerate me, I would pull them off the horse, overturn the chessboard, reshape a new chessboard by myself, and become the only chess player by myself. Wouldn't it be better to think outside? So, after several advanced civilizations issued awakening declarations one after another, he continued to order the fleet to attack the civilizations in the northern part of the Perseus spiral arm, regardless of what other civilizations in the galaxy thought. At the same time, an interception and jamming system began to be built at the southern end of the Perseus spiral arm, south of Tianjin Starfield, and a garrison was left. Regardless of the outside of the Milky Way, the human star race will only guard the Perseus spiral arm first, and sit in the turbulent wind and clouds in the outer galaxy. In the Milky Way, with the awakening of the 4 major advanced civilizations one by one, a large number of sealed ancient fleets were picked up and repaired one by one, and a large number of ancient sealed creations were restarted one by one. The strength of the 4 advanced civilizations is rapidly increasing. Correspondingly, they also gave up the Centaur spiral arm, turning a blind eye to the raging boundary breakers in the spiral arm. Without the suppression of higher civilizations, the civilizations located in the Centaur spiral arm were in bad luck. They were not the opponents of the boundary breaker fleet at all, and their territories fell one by one. Because of the characteristics of the boundary breakers, they can rely on rapid transitions in the subspace. A large number of official fleets of boundary breakers continue to jump through the blockade and intercept them, jumping deep into the defense lines of these civilizations, blooming in all directions, and cannot be intercepted at all. In just 2 years, 2/3 of the Odo player civilization located in the Sagittarius arm has fallen. 12 of the 16 star sea lords were hunted down by the immortal level breaker lords, and 3/5 of the nearly 300 star sea lords fell completely. At this point, the Odo player civilization couldn't take it anymore, and declared to give up the territory. The remaining 4-star sea lords and less than 100 military leaders each fled to other regions of the galaxy with their remaining fire, hoping to avoid this catastrophe and start from scratch in the future. At this point, the entire Centaur arm is no longer able to resist, and the rest of the civilizations have already prepared their way back, and have completely given up resistance. However, although the Centaur spiral arm has collapsed, there is still a lot of time before it is completely destroyed by the boundary breaker. Such a large spiral arm has a width of tens of thousands of light years and a total length of nearly 200,000 light years. I don't know how many living planets are transformed habitable planets, and there are also a large number of primitive civilizations that do not know about natural disasters. It is not so fast for the boundary breakers to harvest all these planets. However, many people don't know that the reason why the boundary breaker is not so unrestrained is that when he first arrived, he struck Li Qing across most of the galaxy, making them feel a certain threat. Knowing that this river system can still deal with them, the super immortal who posed a huge threat restrained his temper and occupied one place after another, instead of scurrying around the river system like before. Time keeps passing, and the boundary breaker has been digesting the souls of hundreds of millions of intelligent beings in the arm of the horse. The 4 major advanced civilizations are making intensive preparations and accumulating strength. And the Ada instructors are not idle. In addition to stepping up the construction of warships, the most important job is to merge the Ada instructors into the Zener star cluster, and then start the comprehensive renewal of civilization. And the most important national mechanical ascension. Yes, the Zinner star group also wants to ascend to a higher civilization like the human star family. However, they did not choose the genetic ascension of the whole people, but chose the mechanical ascension of the whole people, which is easier and has a higher success rate. But easier is only relatively speaking. In fact, there is no kind of universal ascension that is easy. Zener constellation has never thought about the ascension of the whole people before, and there is no preparation at all. Now it is going to start from scratch, and it will take a long time. All in all, the current galaxy is divided into 5 forces. Scourge Boundary Breaker. 4 major advanced civilizations and their affiliated civilizations. Affiliated civilization headed by Eta Guides and the Zener star group. Human star family. And some civilizations within Orion's arm far from war. In addition to this, there is also the Necrontyr civilization hanging outside the galaxy. And the tentacles of the 7th Order Peak civilization that once defeated the Necrontyr civilization. What a complicated world. Li Qing clicked his tongue, turned around and entered the universe in his palm. Time flies, and the years fly by. 20 years have passed without knowing it. Today, 20 years later, Li Qing reappeared in the Palm universe, the number 101 superstructure assembly center of the high-dimensional fortress Star Witness. The huge superstructure assembly center was pulled into a huge space with a diameter of more than 130,000 kilometers, and a giant mechanical battle star, 003 mechanical planet was moored inside. Well, that was the original name. Now that it has been fully remodeled, it has been renamed the Senluo Mechanical Battle Star to commemorate Lord Senluo. After many years of refitting, the current Senra has been reduced in size, from the original diameter of 120,000 kilometers to the current diameter of 100,000 kilometers. The size of 100,000 kilometers can ensure that it can be used for Stargate transmission to increase its strategic importance. In addition, although the size is reduced, the combat power of the Sen Luo at this time is stronger than before, because the weapons and accessories equipped with the Sen Luo at this time are all 7-level dark energy technology. After 20 years of operation, the Human Star Clan has officially completed the analysis of the 7th Order dark energy technology. When dark matter technology was acquired a long time ago, there was no threshold for dark energy technology. As long as the 6th Order dark matter technology is fully mastered, the 7th Order dark energy technology can be directly deduced. Over the past 20 years, thousands of negative stars have worked hard. Gotta get it. In addition, the successful transformation of the Sen Luo Battlestar is just one of the good news. The other good news is that another star fortress has also been successfully built, and it has now been assembled. This star fortress is different from the Siwan. The shape is compressed by a huge frame, 12 mobile battle stars are fixed outside the frame, and 36 war moons are fixed between the battle stars, thus forming a super union fortress. In addition, the current star fortress is only a basic framework, and the 12 battle stars and 36 war moons are just the foundation. More battle stars and war moons can be added in the future. Theoretically, it would be no problem to build a super deformed war fortress with hundreds of thousands of mobile battle stars. Relatively speaking, the final theoretical combat effectiveness of this star fortress is stronger than that of Siwan. But the Stargate of this stellar fortress is only a high-level Stargate. It does not have a super Stargate as high as 100,000 kilometers like the Siwan. But no matter what, the foundation of this thing is here, and the combat power is still extremely fierce. Li Qing named this fully self-built star fortress the Human Star Clan, which will serve as the main flagship of the Human Star Clan. Shiwan is his flagship. In addition, the 123 battle stars started at the same time as these battle stars have also been completed one after another, and the crew will be delivered to the Ministry of the Navy soon. Normally, it's not so fast. It's just that humans have wiped out several civilizations at the northern end of the Persephone's spiral arm in recent years, and obtained a large number of destiny points and civilization points to strengthen the high-dimensional fortress. Only with great improvement can the construction be completed within 20 years. A large number of destiny points strengthen the set of Tier 7 ships and weapons in their hands for a full 100 times, and can build a full 300 Tier 7 fearless divisions every year. In 20 years, a total of 6,000 7th-level fearless divisions have been built. And a full 20,280 Tier 6 fearless divisions. Shortly speaking, Tier 7 dark energy technology can easily pick 20 or 30 dreadnought ships with Tier 6 dark matter technology. With the bonuses of all negative stars and light servant commanders, it is not a big problem to pick 50 ships. The 7th level Fearless division of around 6,400 can compare with the standard 6th level Dark Matter Fearless division of more than 300,000. It is impossible to pick dozens of battle stars, or even 10 picks, but battle stars with all 7th order dark energy configurations can also easily pick several battle stars. Coupled with the 3 super strategic weapons of Xiuan, Human Star Clan, and Sen Luo, the strength of Human Star Clan at this time has caught up with any advanced civilization. At this time, although the Milky Way is more chaotic than it was 20 years ago, it has generally not changed much. Boundary Breaker basically digested the Centaur spiral arm. The 4 major advanced civilizations are also well prepared. Atis Mentor has been merged into the Zener star cluster, and has begun the colonization of the prosthetic body of the whole people, preparing for the mechanical ascension of the whole people. The human star race is still sticking to the Perseus spiral arm. However, the civilizations in the galaxy that do not belong to these major forces have been cleaned up one after another, and the 4 major advanced civilizations sent envoys to these civilizations that are still neutral to let them make choices. Whether to join the Galactic Defense Alliance established by the 4 major advanced civilizations, or become the enemy of the Galactic Defense Alliance. Although the Human Star Race and the Zener Star Group have hinted publicly and secretly that they are enemies in the past 2 decades, they still have no real action before they are ready. The defenders of Cervanti among the 4 major civilizations need to protect the ancient Stargate with all their strength, and basically have no spare hands. The remaining 3 advanced civilizations need to face the 3 major enemies of the Boundary Breaker, the Human Star Clan, and the Zener Star Group at the same time. The confidence is not very high, and it is impossible to declare war without preparation. Moreover, even if they are prepared, the first enemy they face is the Boundary Breaker. After all, the Human Star Clan and the Zener Star Group are just disputes within the galaxy, and the Boundary Breaker is the enemy of intelligent life. They didn't start a war, so Li Qing naturally wouldn't start a war stupidly. Anyway, in terms of development ability, they are not as good as the Human Star Clan. The longer the time delays, the better it will be for him. Moreover, at this moment they are already digesting the 7th order dark energy technology, and when they are completely digested, they can directly start to master the 8th order god level technology without any interval. The only problem is the spiritual ascension of the whole people. Normally, if you want to advance to a god level civilization, you must ascend 3 times in a row by any kind of national ascension, that is, the 3-stage ascension of the whole people, and then master a unique god level technology that no other civilization has mastered. But Human Star Clan doesn't need to be so troublesome. As long as the spiritual ascension of the whole people is completed and merged with the genetic ascension of the whole people to become the descendants of light, they can immediately start the ascension of civilization destiny and advance to the god-level civilization. Time passed. 5 years later. The Boundary Breaker finally devoured all the intelligent species of the Centaur arm, and began to expand outward. A large number of Boundary Breaker fleets rushed out from the junction of the Spiral Arm and the Silver Disk, and launched a battle with the joint fleet of the Galactic Defense Alliance stationed there, and the 2 sides were in a stalemate. In the 15th year, after a 10-year stalemate, the Boundary Breakers who lost countless losses were unable to break through the defense line and change their tactics. By controlling a large number of psychers of other civilizations through the method of descending from the virtual world, and using sacrifices to establish temporary coordinates outside the blockade line of defense, a large number of small-scale Boundary Breaker fleets use the sacrifice coordinates to locate the jump, crossing the solidity of the Galactic Defense Alliance line of defense. Although the Galactic Defense Alliance responded quickly and quickly wiped out the betrayers of various civilizations, there are still a large number of Boundary Breaker fleets entering the Silver Disk area. Although these fleets had little impact on the defense line, a large number of fleets crazily harvested these colonial stars that ordinary civilizations did not have much defense, which still caused the members of ordinary civilizations in the alliance to waver. What's more amazing is that these Boundary Breaker fleets sacrificed the colonial stars one by one, and opened temporary passages through the Void Realm. A large number of Boundary Breaker fleets transited through the Void Realm, and summoned more fleets. Since, the entire galaxy has become chaotic. But this chaos has nothing to do with the Human Star Clan. There was indeed a fleet of Boundary Breakers that entered the Human Star Clan through the Void Realm, but Li Qing gathered thousands of Star Losers from the entire civilization and the power of the universe in his palm to forcibly kill the Boundary Breaker Lord who presided over the Void Realm passage, forcibly smashing the Void Channel. Since then, no Worldbreaker has come to Purse Arm. In the 27th year, the Zener constellation finally annexed Atis Instructor completely and completed the mechanical ascension of all people. All the individuals in the entire civilization were all canned, and their consciousness was uploaded to the mechanical body, and they called themselves the Zener Final Defense Command and the Guardians of the Galaxy. They joined forces with the vassals to establish the second alliance of the galaxy, the Galactic Guardian Federation. It is worth mentioning that the combined vassals of Zener's Final Defense Command include Sarner Juggernaut. I don't know what happened. Master Sarnu gave up the idea of devouring and destroying, and became an ordinary hive-thinking civilization. On the contrary, the normal Ico's thinking master has become more and more extreme over the years. He used to be peace-loving, but now he is more belligerent and xenophobic. Most of the civilizations that are conquered and defeated end up being destroyed. The Galactic Guardian Federation, which has completed its ascension and officially promoted to a higher civilization, assembled a huge fleet and began to wipe out the boundary breakers located in the spiral arm of the shield in the east of the Milky Way, as well as those occupying the Centaur and Orion, as well as the west, north and south, and part of the north of the Silver Disk. The Galactic Defense Alliance is on each side. In the 44th year, the Isabel Player civilization located in the inner ring in the southeast of the Yinpan was announced to be out. They were ravaged by the Boundary Breaker, and they were also ravaged by the expedition of the Zener Final Defense Command Coalition forces and the Boundary Breaker. They suffered heavy losses. Finally, the Zener Final Defense Command destroyed the capital star with a star blaster when defeating the Boundary Breaker. Isalb, who was on the verge of collapse, had no choice but to give up his foundation, and the surviving Star Sea Lords led several fleets to flee into the vast Star Sea, missing. In the same year, the second batch of more than 200 mobile battle stars of the Human Star Clan was completed. The supreme head of state, Li Qing, felt that he was strong enough, and ordered an expedition to the Aisha civilization located in the extragalactic dwarf galaxy, preparing to open up a retreat for mankind. If the galaxy changes in the future, there can be a retreat. Led by the Human Star Clan, 200 mobile battle stars with full 7th level dark energy technology configuration, more than 10,000 7th level dark energy fearless divisions, and 50,000 6th level dark matter fearless divisions have been assembled. The ancient Stargate at the northern end of the fairy spiral arm broke into the dwarf galaxy. Although the Aisha civilization closed the ancient Stargate through the other end of the ancient Stargate, the Human Star Clan with complete dark energy technology easily deciphered it in reverse and forcibly opened the ancient Stargate. Entering the ancient Stargate, the first extragalactic galaxy appeared in front of the human star race. Appearing in front of them at the same time, there is also a fleet larger than the imagination of the Human Star Clan. In the 55th year, the Human Star Clan took 9 years to finally defeat the allied forces of the Aisha civilization guarding the exit of the ancient Stargate of the outer dwarf galaxy. The next step is to clear the colonial stars of the Aisha civilization in the dwarf galaxy one by one. As time went on, more and more boundary breaker fleets were wiped out. Although a steady stream of boundary breaker fleets entered the galaxy, as the two major alliances unified all civilizations in the galaxy and their strength was highly concentrated, it was difficult for the scattered boundary breaker fleets to resist the encirclement and suppression of superior forces. But during this period, I don't know how many civilization colonies were harvested by the boundary breakers, and their souls were taken away. As a large number of boundary breaker fleets were wiped out, the pressure became less, and Zener's Final Defense Order, freed up, began to focus on the territory of the Galactic Defense Alliance, which occupies at least half of the galaxy. They began to tentatively expand their territory, slowly eroding the territory of the Galactic Defense Alliance. The three major advanced civilizations that were at war with the main force of the boundary breaker had to give up their offensive. Among them, all the fleets of the Fianuo Restoration Empire were transferred back to prepare for the provocation of the Galactic Guardian Federation. The entire galaxy situation immediately became tense. In the 61st year, as two fleets of the two alliances exchanged fire in a distant galaxy, the two alliances officially declared war. One side is the ancient ruler of the galaxy, and the other side is the emerging advanced civilization. In order to compete for the dominance of the galaxy, a battle of heaven involving the entire galaxy is launched. Well, this is actually a continuation of the previous battle in heaven. Let's hit as hard as possible. Li Qing sat on the golden throne with a smile, and the light curtain unfolded in front of his eyes, and above it was the galaxy where the two sides were fighting. And this is just one of the galaxies. The main forces of both sides, each vassal civilization, Dozens of fleets are fighting in various parts of the galaxy, and from time to time there are fleets of boundary breakers jumping in, making the entire galaxy even more chaotic. In the 86th year, the Allied forces of the human star race located in the dwarf galaxy broke through the capital of the Aisha civilization. In the 112th year, the Human Star Clan coalition forces destroyed the last refuge fleet of the Aisha civilization, and sacrificed the last Star Sea Lord of the Aisha civilization, completing the demise of the Aisha civilization. So far, human beings have completely occupied this dwarf galaxy with a diameter of more than 20,000 light-years, and began to fully develop it. At the same time, Li Qing, the supreme leader of the Human Star Clan, issued a decree, ordering that more than 90% of the civilians in the entire Perseus spiral arm should be relocated to the dwarf galaxy to prepare for the spiritual ascension of the whole people. In fact, the agenda for the ascension of the spiritual power of all people has been prepared more than 100 years ago, and it has been almost prepared until now, except for the most critical point. In the 127th year, Li Qing entered the Void Realm and ambushed somewhere in the Void Realm together with Yu Yao, taking advantage of a Boundary Breaker master borrowing the power of the Void Realm to transfer the Boundary Breaker fleet. At this time, the Human Star Clan already has tens of thousands of negative stars, and the restoration of the universe in the palm is much higher than it was 100 years ago. Li Qing borrowed the power of all the star bearers and the power of the universe in his palm, and with the assistance of Yu Yao, the son of the virtual world, he suppressed and killed a master of the world breaker in one fell swoop. Then use Li Qing's own psychic sage to refine this boundary breaker master, transform it into a psychic sage of the Human Star Clan, and start the National Psychic Ascension Plan. A super-level immortal is a psychic saint, who entrusts the will of the whole people of the Human Star Clan, plus tens of thousands of immortals of the Human Star Clan. It can basically guarantee that nothing will go wrong. More importantly, this psionic sage is still a fourth-order virtual realm master, who can easily withstand the impact of the will of the whole people in the moment when the psionic power of the whole people soars. 20 years to complete the full migration. In the 155th year, when the war in the Milky Way became more and more anxious, the human star race quietly completed the spiritual ascension of the whole people in a dwarf galaxy hundreds of thousands of light years away from the Milky Way. Did not disturb any civilization in the galaxy. At the moment when the spiritual energy soars, the national policy of descendants of light takes effect, and all human beings automatically begin to transform. At the same time, the god-level technology that Li Qingzhao had exchanged was ready to use. Star Guardian. Similar to the frigate, 10,000 civilization points. Star Hunter. Similar to the Dreadnought, 50,000 civilization points. Avatar of Stars. Similar to Titan Super Banner, 300,000 civilization points. Star God Fortress. Similar to Star Fortress, 2 million civilization points. Star Aegis Fortress. Similar to Pioneer Fortress, Star City, 1.5 million civilization points. Negative Star Stargate. Super Stargate, which can be transmitted across the river system. Unlock the ultimate weapon. 30-level singularity control device. Create singularity, annihilate singularity, control the birth and death of the supermassive black hole singularity in the center of the river system. Unlock the ultimate weapon. The space control system, which can cut and expand the space at will, has enough energy to cut the river system, and strike the target across hundreds of millions of light years. Unlock the ultimate weapon. The dimension control system, which can tamper with time and dimensions at will, and strike targets across time and dimensions. Is this the power of a god-level civilization? In the universe in the palm of his hand, Li Qinggao was based at the central core of the Star Witnesses in the high-dimensional fortress. Looking at the three ultimate weapons that the high-dimensional fortress had just unlocked, he waved his hand and ordered the fleet to assemble. Preparing to activate the dimension control system. Positioning time. 10,018 in the Milky Way calendar. Position. North of the inner ring of the Milky Way galactic disk. Launch fleet. 100,000 standard 7th tier fearless divisions. 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 100,000 standard 7th tier fearless